Hi guys! This manhwa is called Traces of the Moon. Enjoy watching!
The protagonist of the story is a Cromwell Empire princess who has all she needs in life, including a huge manor, beautiful dresses, and dazzling jewelry. But she was not your typical princess at all. She doesn't enjoy those things she had, but rather, she finds her heart full of joy when she explores the world she was born in. In short, she loves traveling. She started her journey in the north where the Cromwell Empire was the ruler, while disguising herself to hide her princess identity. However, when she traveled to the southern land, she met a man who almost ended her life. A man whom they call the living god, and the king of the largest nation in the south. The man finds our protagonist suspicious, so she takes her into his harem. The so-called harem should have included several ladies, so why was she the only one in there? She needed to find a way to leave the king before they learned her identity, and the man who had captured her began to show an interest in her. If you want to know if she escaped or not, let us start at the beginning of the story. The Cromwell Empire was the ruler of the north, where the protagonist lived a life of luxury. She already had everything in there, but what excites her most lies somewhere. Traveling the world she was born in was what she wanted. Whenever she comes to a new place, her heart is filled with so much happiness. And that is where her journey began. She has already visited all the nations in the northern continent, such as the North's prehistoric sites and Fen settlement in Siberia. Soon after, she started to take her path in the southern continent. She came to cross the desert to reach Croatia, a nation in the south, but got lost in the middle for a whole week already. There's no way to tell the difference in the map since she was surrounded by nothing but sand only, and what's more, her water supply was already out. A moment later, she saw people passing by in the desert, so she didn't hesitate to run as fast as she could to ask directions for her destination. But before she could get an answer, a sword was already pointing at her neck. She thought that the man maybe had an enemy in Croatia, that was why he was pointing his sword at her. The man with murderous red eyes asked her for her last words, but when she didn't answer, he said goodbye to her while lifting his sword to end her. Before the sword landed at her, she stopped him by saying that he couldn't end her. When the man asked her why, she had no choice but to choose her last resort, and that is, to answer him charmingly while saying that she was the most beautiful woman on the continent, and added that every country must protect them. The man just laughed at her, and this time, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword at her. Luckily, she was fast enough to dodge it. Out of fear, she shouted at him saying that it was against the rule to swing his sword without a warning. The moment he heard the word rules, he suddenly said that there were no rules when it came to ending one's life, since one of them would eventually die and the other survive. She felt terrified while looking at the man's intense gaze, which reminded her of the midsummer sun. He went close to her to touch her face while our protagonist thought that her charm already worked on him. But it was the opposite. He looked dismayed as she didn't look as beautiful as she declared herself to be. She got annoyed at what he said, but at the same time it saved her life as the man said that he would be sparing her life. Moments later, she found herself in an unfamiliar place that was so hot. She was struggling so much as she was thirsty when a man threw a bucket of water into her. Even though she had no clue what was happening, thanks to that water, it made her wide awake. When she looked outside the little window, she already knew where she was, judging by the environment and people's clothes. She was in a prison built in the center of the city where the sun shines the hottest. That prison was located in the king of the desert, Pisan. While her homeland, Cromwell, was located on the northern continent, Pisan was on the southern continent. It was a big nation in the desert that occupied most of the south. But what bothered her the most was Cromwell had no friendly relations to Pisan for a long time. If people found out her identity in that place, it would put her in danger. Since she already was in that situation, what's more important right now was for her to escape from that prison before she could die from the extreme heat. It was not that hard for her to escape, but as soon as she left the prison, she saw the person whom she wanted to avoid the most. Her goal was to get herself out of the prison using her hairpin to unlock the jail. At this moment, she was grateful to her mother after locking her up multiple times due to her stubbornness. She inherited her beauty and silvery, moon-like hair from her mother. She desired for her daughter to grow up and become an elegant lady, so she always locked her up every time she escaped away from their house. However, she was not the type of lady who would just sit back and take her punishment seriously. She always managed to find a way out, and as a result, she became proficient at it. She also trained herself physically and studied various ways to escape while being locked. That skill became useful to her current situation as she finally unlocked the jail and freed herself. She believed that a beautiful lady like her did not deserve to be imprisoned. Since she was a stranger in that community, she had to dress like how the local people there. In that place, women were covering their faces to avoid seducing men. That must be a ridiculous rule, but she still covered her face because it would be helpful for her since she was running away. Now that she was already covering her face, she felt like she was already free to stroll around their town. She had already read the book about Pigeon, which said that the country was well known for being a powerful one with sand-built structures. That was why, despite the fact that it was an enemy of Cromwell, her native country, she desired to go there someday. But since she was captured and brought to that place against her will, she had a chance to see the place for herself. To her surprise, she discovered that it was more amazing than how it was described in a book. The warm temperature, the structures made of sand, and the different ethnicities of the people made her feel like she entered a new world. This kind of feeling made her love traveling. Due to her excitement, she expressively thanked their goddess Lamesha and caught some attention. She immediately halted herself when she realized that she must be careful to avoid being caught. After that, she wondered if she should look for a place to sleep. Suddenly, her stomach thundered, indicating that she was already hungry. Because of that, she decided to buy herself delicious food in the street of that town. She was about to eat it, but it suddenly slipped off her hand when she recognized the man from a distance. It was the man who arrested her. Since she was already covering a partial part of her face and the town was currently crowded, she turned her back and convinced herself that he did not recognize her. But that was what she thought. The man suddenly grabbed her and whispered that he knew she escaped from the prison like a rat. Some men came and called him in his name, Sahad. He let the man named Umar handle the woman and warned him to never disappoint him before he left. Now that she was being arrested again, she began to worry about her life. Sahad went to his castle. Beside him was a man named Nasir, who was contemplating the strange woman who just escaped from prison. For him, she was not an ordinary woman who could be useful to Sahad. The woman behaves aggressively, but she has an unusual appearance and speech. Because of that, he assumed that she must be the daughter of a noble in the northern continent. He presumed that they could gain information about the Cromwell from her, so he suggested his master take advantage of her. Who knows? That woman might lead them to the discovery of some relations between the Kratia and Cromwell. Upon hearing his words, Sahad considered his suggestion and decided to bring the woman to his harem. Instead of bringing her back to the prison, she was brought to the huge building. A woman came and told to the northern lady to follow her. She roamed her sight around the place while following her. They entered the huge door and saw multiple women dressed the same as the one who first attended her. Without a warning, the woman grabbed her. She was startled when they started undressing her. She does not know what is happening and why they are doing it, but later on, she realizes that they will just take her to a bath. They assisted her in cleaning herself, and after that, she was ordered to wear the clothes they brought for her. On the other hand, Sahad was sitting comfortably in the Majesty's seat. He was thinking about the lady he just caught. A man beside him noticed his pleasing reaction and inquired about it, and he answered that it was about the cat which he referred to the lady. Meanwhile, the northern woman discovered that the clothing she was instructed to wear exposed her entire tummy, highlighting her slender, curvaceous figure. She wondered whether the women there actually dressed like that. When she felt like they were prepared to hit her if she disobeyed them, she decided to wear it by herself. Later on, she realized that her bag was missing where she kept her money, map, clothes, and the portraits of the handsome men. More importantly, her ledger that could prove her identity was also there. She could not go anywhere without it, and it would be a huge problem if she lost it. She wondered how she could find it in this huge, unfamiliar place. Good thing, her most important possession was still in her ear. It was the special earrings that changed the color of her hair and eyes into brown due to the spell cast into it. This became very helpful to her in hiding her identity during her travels. Then again, the servant told her to follow her, which she did. She wondered where the woman would take her since they had been taking the farther inside of the vast castle. Finally, they entered the room where the lady would be staying, and they called the room harem. The northern woman could appreciate the beauty and elegance inside the room, but she was taken aback when she discovered that she had been taken to harem, where a man keeps his multiple women and does whatever he wants with them. Because of that, she dropped herself on the floor, she felt defeated, and claimed that she would rather be in prison than in that place. All she could blame was the man who arrested her, as she concluded that his bad behavior was wasting his good looks. The servant told her to get up because the floor was cold. She also explained that she must be rejoicing to have the honor to join the harem. Hearing it made her even more frustrated, and she failed to hide her enraged to be in that place. She expressed how she firmly believed that a man should only have one woman. She hated how they had brought her to the place where a single man fools around with several women. There was no glimpse of having the honor of being in that state where women were treated like toys. Despite how she expressed her principle, the servant was still dreaming of Sahad, considering her as his toy. Seeing that reaction made the northern woman conclude that it was pointless to argue that matter to a person who seemed to be completely brainwashed with unjust thoughts. All she could do was to pray for their goddess Lamesha to save her from this situation. Later on, she noticed that there was no other woman who was brought there, so she inquired about it to the servant. According to the servant, she was the only era in the harem, which means she was the only woman there. At the throne, the High Chief of Dara visited Sahad. The man was permitted to enter and introduced himself as Jalil of Dara as he showed his respect to Ra Kuan. After that, Sahad inquired about his reason for being in his place. Jalil explained that he came to pay his greetings to him after he heard that he already returned from his journey to the holy oasis of Ishmael. However, he also learned that His Majesty brought a fair-skinned woman to his harem. Ever since in the past, slaves could be sent to harem, but in this case, Sahad does not know anything about that woman. Jalil questioned his decision about it, but he halted when he saw Sahad crush the tomato with his hand after hearing him. Seeing that made him fear for his life because he could feel his murderous energy to not think twice about taking someone else's life. In order to calm him, he claimed that he was just saying that out of concern, but Sahad claimed that he did not need it from him and ordered him to leave. At the harem, the northern woman felt that she was already doomed in that room, like she was in a life-and-death situation. She wanted to cry for only wanting to visit the desert, which resulted in her being in that place. But weeping is not her personality. She pulled herself together as she encouraged herself to think of a way to escape, or else she would be married off to someone that she did not even know. She had already experienced breaking out of the infamously harsh prison in the north easily, so this time she thought that escaping an open place like this would be just a piece of cake for her. However, there were two things that she had to worry about. First, her belongings were missing. Even though she managed to escape, she could still die without her belongings, particularly her ledger. It was a book she made as her parents' authority to access important routes in her journeys, so she had to get it back. Secondly, the camouflage spell on her earrings could not restrain its energy, and it could be possibly broken if she overused it. It needed to rest for a week, which meant her hair and eyes would return to their normal color without the usage of it. All she could do at the moment was to explore this huge residence to learn the passages in this building. That night, she started accomplishing her first plan and went to the top area of the place. From the open area of the building, she saw how the moon glows white in Pigeon. Compared to her homeland, their moon has a yellow glow. From where she stood, the area appeared incredibly large, similar to a palace. Because the buildings were methodically connected, it might be challenging for someone to sneak in or flee the area. She had no idea that escaping that place would be more difficult than she had anticipated. She wondered why the man who arrested her lived in this kind of place. From a distance, she saw a building with a blue roof. She was curious about what the building was used for, so she made her way to go there. She made a smooth jump when she got into that area. It seemed that no one was around as she walked to examine the place. Seeing the fancy decors, it seemed that it was used by someone powerful. When she went to the garden area, she saw a lake nearby. She went there and saw a man soaking in the lake. Before the man could see her, she hid herself in a bush as she wondered who the man could be and what was he doing in this late hour. While looking intently, she recognized that it was the crazy man who arrested her. She began to fear that she might be caught again, so she tried so hard to hide herself. She decided to crawl to escape quietly, but the man already saw her. In a short intervention, she suddenly felt that she was being thrown in the water. Sahad interrogated the lady as he suspected her of being a spy. The northern girl denied any of his accusations as she questioned him for abducting a woman on the street in broad daylight without doing or saying anything. The man only replied that he could do whatever he wanted in this land. The woman only scoffed at him whether he was a god or a king of that nation. If that were the case, Sahad asked if she would become quiet and obedient. He then whispered to her as he revealed that he was Sahad Zain Badad, the king of Pigeon. It was like a sound of doom to the woman after realizing that the man before her was Ra Kuan, the living god of Pigeon. Suddenly, the king carried the woman, which made her more loud, yelling at him to let her go. She even exclaimed that he would be punished for treating a beautiful woman so harshly. Sahad brought the woman to the room and threw her to the bed. He directly asked her if she was a spy from the Cromwell. Knowing that she had to conceal the fact that it was her country, the woman replied that she was from the north but denied that she was from their enemy's country, further adding that she was not a spy. After that, Sahad inquired why she was heading to Croatia. She answered that she just wanted to see the view and claimed that she was just an innocent traveler. She showed that she was telling the truth by looking directly at him while hoping that Sahad would believe her. But the king took that innocent look that she might be seducing him. The northern woman was startled when she heard that, and she also saw him looking at her body only clothed her private parts. Sahad suddenly jumped onto the bed and made himself on top of her. He remembered how she claimed that she was a beautiful woman when they first met. But the girl also remembered how he said that she was not, so she asked him to move away and avoided his gaze. He did not deny it, but there was one thing that he wanted to add from his words when they first met. Since she was avoiding his gaze, he held her face to look at him as he said what he wanted to add to his words back then. Despite that he could not tell if she was a beautiful woman before, he noticed that she had beautiful eyes. Sahad forcefully kissed the woman as he locked her hands on her top. She could not resist his strength, but she did not give up. She did not respond to his kiss until she worked up the nerve to yell at him to release her. Sahad stopped when he heard her. After catching his breath, he welcomed the outsider lady to his harem. The next morning, the northern woman woke up and saw another girl in her room. The girl introduced herself as Nur, the maid who was assigned to serve him from that day on. Nur expressed how honored she was to meet the heir of their king. Seeing that servant made her wonder if Sahad gave her a maid to watch over her after she was caught sneaking around the castle yesterday. Nur noticed her fair skin just like in the rumors about her, but she did not look like she was from Pigeon. The woman then inquired about the meaning of Era, which the people there used to call her. So, Nur explained that it referred to the women of Ra Kuan as she congratulated her for having a noble status to serve their king. The Era asked her maid once again, but when the maid felt that she was being treated too politely, she asked her to not do it since she was her servant. The northern woman understood and agreed to it. She inquired if Nur would accompany her wherever she went. Since she was planning to escape, it would be difficult to move around when the servant was just with her. Fortunately, Nur answered that her duty was to assist her, but she could also tell her to leave if she did not want her around. The maid handed her a tea. Hearing her answer was like a sound of relief. After that, Nur decided to leave her room and she reminded her to just call her if she needed anything. The foreign woman was left contemplating alone in her room. She could not believe that she was being addressed as the woman of Ra Kuan. Compared to Cromwell, the people believe in a formless goddess named Lame Shah. While Pigeon, it was the nation ruled directly by its god who exemplifies as the ruler. They believed that Kuan was the one who brought water to the dry, sandy desert, allowing plants to flourish there. As a living deity, the Kuan is the center of everything in the country, including politics, the economy, culture, and society. She had no idea that the man he despised in that nation was the Ra Kuan. But even though he was a god, she could not let her do anything he wanted to her. She suddenly remembered how that man kissed her, which made her more infuriated because it was her first kiss. In so much frustration, she could not help herself but curse the name of the ruler of the nation. Meanwhile, Sahad was listening to Nasir's report regarding the actions of Jahid, who seemed to be unaware that they already knew his plans. Their king decided to let that man do whatever he wanted as he became interested to know how far this man tried to take his arrogance. Before their conversation ended, someone from behind was urging Nasir to bring up about the woman in the harem. It seems to be an issue to their nation that their king made a hasty decision. As he continued his words, he noticed the deadly glare of Ra Kuan, which made him apologize for speaking against his decision. The other man immediately came and bravely talked about the woman, since there were a lot of people who would be displeased about his decision, particularly the Grand Vizier. Certainly, a lot of nobles wished to send their daughters to his harem. After hearing that, Sahad ordered to bring his heir to him. While the foreign woman was having a meal, Nur came to tell her that their king wanted to see her. Even though she had not finished her meal yet, her maid suggested she go there before something bad happened. She decided to follow her while complaining in her mind about his sudden request to see her when she was exactly comforting herself with some food. She also wanted to complain about making herself a dog to follow his orders. Minutes ago they already arrived. After escorting the lady, Nur left her alone with Sahad. She wanted to beg the maid to not leave her because she was afraid that something like last night would happen again. When they were left alone, she was too embarrassed to look him in his eyes after she remembered how he kissed her. Sahad noticed her looking away again, so questioned how long she planned to avoid his gaze. He also inquired about her first night in harem. Hearing him playfully questioning about it made her pissed even more. Instead of blabbering in anger, she decided to play along with him. She denied that she was avoiding his gaze as she reasoned that she was just preparing herself. To give him the game he wanted, she claimed that she had a splendid night because of him. Hearing her respond that she enjoyed the harem last night made Sahad allow her to live there for her entire life, but the lady chose to decline it respectfully. The king stood from his throne as he went down to go to the lady. He pointed out that she was like an uncontrolled cat last night, but now she had become uncharacteristically submissive before him. Those changes made him suspect that she might be plotting something. Sahad held her hand. It felt so smooth, which made him conclude that Nasir's assumption about that woman was accurate. Her behaviors were quite aggressive, but she gave off the vibe that she belonged to a noble family in the northern continent. Sahad asked his Era again about her purpose to go to Croatia. But the woman only had the same answer: she came there for sightseeing. Her similar reason was just making him pissed. He felt like there was something she was hiding. Sahad warned that he would keep her mouth shut for the rest of her life once she answered that word again. The way he looked at her made her shiver in fear. With those eyes, it felt like she was completely naked, scanning her entire body. It was a feeling that she never felt before. But regardless of that confusion, her instinct was telling her to get away from that man. It took a while before she answered further. Croatia was famous for the delicious dates, and that was one of her reasons to go there. Moreover, she wanted to see the look of the houses in the desert land. She has a lot of reasonable reasons to go there, but she just suddenly forgot it all. While trying hard to remember, Sahad concluded that her reasons were nonsense to cross the desert of death. The northern woman was unaware of what they called that place. Meanwhile, a voice announced the arrival of the royal secretary Nasir. The blue-haired man appeared, and the woman recognized him. It was the person who saved her before. Seeing that man sent relief to her that her savior had come. Nasir saw the king with the woman. He was afraid that he interrupted them, so he inquired if he must leave them. Their king permitted him to stay and introduced him to the woman as his secretary. When Sahad was about to tell the name of the lady, he realized that he did not know her yet. It already took him long before he formally asked her name. The woman might be pissed, but she still gave them her name as Asina. Nasir formally greeted the lady, and he admitted that he barely recognized her in her attire, emphasizing her beauty. Regardless of her situation, Asina still dared to be very confident in her beauty. Suddenly, R.A. Kuan ordered his secretary to take the woman away. Because of that, Nasir and Asina left the hall. Before the secretary could leave completely, he nodded to the king like he understood his assignment. Prior to that event, Sahad and Nasir had a plan to reveal the identity of the lady. The king felt that Asina was afraid of him, and he thought that she would not answer him if he interrogated her. But given the behavior he discovered to her, she seemed to be a talkative person. Instead of him, the king assigned Nasir to find out everything about her. Asina and Nasir went to the library where they could talk. Because of the rules in their community, the woman covered her face since she was with another man. As they both faced each other at the table, the secretary asked her about where she came from. In response, Asina said she was from Sigrin, a very small kingdom along the southeastern border of the Cromwell. Nasir did not know about that place, but since it was very small, only a few people knew about it. Besides, Asina was not completely lying since she stayed there after she left the Cromwell. After that, she asked him questions about the place where she got captured. She inquired why it was called the Desert of Death. Nasir figured out that she was talking about the Jarda. He explained that the desert does not absorb any water even when it rains, which explains the reason why there was no water in that place. Due to the constant wind, its landscape kept on changing, which caused the travelers lost in the desert. Due to its harsh climate, a person could perish even after just a few days of being lost in the desert. A lot of people had already perished in Jarda, which was why it was referred to as the Desert of Death. Furthermore, the desert was also believed that it was cursed and haunted. Throughout their conversation, Nasir could not figure out if she was telling the truth or not, so he decided to test her. He inquired if she was aware that Croatia and Pijan were currently enemies, but Asina answered that she did not know about that. All she knew was that Croatia had been created by the people who were against the founding of Pijan, but she was unaware of the feud between them. Nasir explained that they recently had a conflict with the Croatia. From his explanation, Asina finally understood why she was being treated like a criminal in their place. Among the many people, she happened to ask the king of Pijan about the location of their enemy. How she escaped their prison made her look even more suspicious. However, she was grateful that they only threw her in the prison. Nasir asked her again a question. Since all the northerners coming to Croatia were taking that path, he wondered whether the guides had not advised her to travel around the desert instead of through it. Asina confessed that although she had been advised to go that way, she had chosen to reject the advice. The secretary at last realized that, despite the risks involved, she had made the decision to proceed in that route. Although he could still not read if she was telling the truth, this time, he was certain that he could be able to tell whether she was lying about her reason for taking that route. To make it more clear to him, Asina explained that the northern continent has beautiful green fields and mountains that change color every season. But they do not have an ocean made of sand. That was the reason why she wanted to see a desert. Compared to their homeland, Nasir never felt the eagerness to see such a place since he was born in Pijan and grew up in the desert. He asked Asina how she felt after seeing the desert. According to Asina, the desert was even more fascinating than she had anticipated. She adored the beauty of the place, and she did not mind melting away under the scorching sun. Her appreciation of the place made her surprised when she heard them calling it such a beautiful place as the Desert of Death. Among the person of their nation, she was the only one who could call it a beautiful place. Hearing her story made him conclude that she was telling the truth, and he could see it even after looking her in her eyes. Before their conversation ended, Nasir showed her the item which he believed belonged to her. He admitted that they examined his belongings, and he said that they would return the items that did not seem to be suspicious. However, as a part of their investigation, they had to keep the ones that needed further examination. For Asina, that would not be a problem to her since the ledger, which she was certain that they would keep, has been protected by the spell. After the lady left the room, Nasir called the man named Kareem. He assigned him to guard the harem for the time being. But Kareem seemed to want to refuse because he was the tamer of Ra Kuin. There were desert warriors who were trained to be strong to survive the S-land. Among those warriors, some lived solely to serve their god, regardless of their special relationship with any clan. Those warriors were called tamers. Among them, Kareem was the strongest of them all. Kareem accused Nasir was interested in that foreign woman to make him guard the harem. The secretary revealed that there was a lot of suspicion behind that woman. Particularly, it was suspicious that a woman would be traveling all by herself in the first place. Since it was clear that they were suspecting the foreign woman, Kareem suggested taking away her life instead. No matter how strange that woman was, Nasir was certain that their lord had a reason to put the lady in his harem. After all, it was not only Nasir who was commanding him to guard the lady, it was in favor of their lord. Even though Kareem was against it, he had no choice but to obey the order of Sahad. At the harem, Asina was thinking about Nasir and the conversation they had. He seemed to be a nice person, but she wondered if the man believed that she was just a traveler. The way she acted so far, she would understand if he suspected her to be a spy. Cromwell and Kratia were great allies and both rivals of Pigeon. Once her identity was exposed after she admitted that she was heading to Kratia, she knew that her family would be at risk, as well as her nation. Her father used to support her travels, and her mother might be quite strict sometimes, but she knew she loved her. Her parents might not be defeated easily because of such conflicts, but she does not want to give them more problems. Later on, Nur asked permission to enter her room. The maid came to tell her that the tamer who was assigned to guard her was already there. She was just about to allow the tamer to come in when he suddenly barged inside her room. The tamer was not saying anything, but how she glared at her was like he was judging her to be in harem. She could sense that he was not pleased to see her. Well, it was not different from her previous experience. She was already used to the fact that strangers had not been acquainted nicely in some places. However, she knew that she had to be polite in this kind of situation. So, she politely greeted the tamer as she apologized for not covering her face before he entered since she was not used to their etiquette yet. While scanning the lady, he was expecting that she might have bruises after escaping from the prison, and her body looked too weak to escape. Moreover, it was questionable how she managed to be in their nation all the way from the northern continent. He realized that he made a big mistake by glaring at a young woman like her, so he immediately asked for forgiveness. He then introduced himself as Kareem, and Asina did the same. She requested that she would be called by her real name instead of Era. As tamer's duty, he would be guarding outside the harem where she could call him whenever she needed anything. Because of that, there would be two people watching over her, Nur and Kareem. This time, she realized that it would be more difficult to escape the place. She felt tired thinking about things, so she decided to take a walk and see the layout of the buildings. While on her way, she was suddenly startled when Sahad abruptly asked where she was heading. He was the most person she did not want to see, yet he happened to see him again. She told him to stop glaring at her that way since she already knew that she looked suspicious to him. To Sahad's surprise, he did not know that the lady had just recently realized it. Asina questioned his reason for being there, but he just scoffed if he needed a reason to come to his harem. The foreign woman clarified that it was not what she meant. She wanted to know his real reason to go there because if it was about the investigation, Nasir must have revealed everything to him. But Sahad answered that he wanted to see her, which made her startled as she thought different things. Her reaction looked so fun and made him feel like there was no ounce of boredom whenever he was with the lady. There was something in this woman. Usually, he could only see two emotions in the eyes of those people who looked at him. They were reverence and fear. And he could not sense any of it from the woman before him. It looked like she was only seeing him exactly as he reflected in her eyes. While wondering in awe at how she looked at him without fear, he found himself kissing her long brown hair. Later on, he inquired if she was becoming comfortable in the harem. Because of his actions and words, Asina questioned how long he planned to hover over her, and he instantly avoided his gaze. Hearing that question and how she looked away made him wonder if he was making her uncomfortable for some reason or because he was a man. He remembered her first night in harem where they kissed. It was only his test to her, but he discovered that he seemed to be inexperienced when it comes to men. It made the woman more interesting to him. Asina spoke about how she would not dare to ask him for directions if only she knew that he was Ra Kuin. But for Sahad, how she traveled alone at the Desert of Death and asked the direction of the nation of their enemy was already enough reason to suspect her. But there was one more thing he was curious about. He wondered how she escaped from the Jahannam. Asina figured out that he was talking about the prison where they first sent her. She was the only person who managed to escape that prison, as he sarcastically inquired if the traveler was going to say that it was also a coincidence. Asina remembered how she did not even sweat when she picked the lock of the prison. But she just answered that the gate was open where she could just walk out. For that reason, Sahad sarcastically warned him about the consequences of speaking such nonsensical information. Asina could not hold longer to play along with him, and she questioned the things she must do to be freed. For Sahad, he swore that he would only let her go once she brought evidence to prove her innocence. That agreement stayed in her mind until the next morning. It seemed that it would be easier to run away instead of providing evidence. Moreover, Sahad decided to stay in her room that night, and because of that, she did not have enough sleep. That day, Asina strolled around the harem with Nur. She was amused by the huge size of the place and asked her maid the reason for it. According to Nur, the harem is the place where the wives live. However, the harem inside the palace is different. It was not the only house of the women of their kuan, but also it provided shelter for the abandoned young girls. That explains why it has a wide area. Hearing it made Asina suspect that kuan was making the young girls be his concubines when they grew up. Nur did not deny those kinds of cases, but usually, the kuan was marrying the women off to some important people in Pijian. In Pijian, there were 6 high chiefs and 48 chiefs, and he ordered them to marry the woman from his harem. Through intermarriage, it kept the chiefs from growing powerful. Through their conversation, Asina wondered whom she would be cautious about in the palace. Aside from Sahad, which she thought to be the most dangerous person in that place. According to Nur, the most powerful person in the palace after Sahad was the Grand Vizier. The Grand Vizier Gedik went to the Ra Kuan and apologized for not visiting him for so long. He said that the affairs of their state were the reason. Sahad instantly forgave him, but little did he know, their king already knew that he purposely stayed away for his snaky plan. After that, the Grand Vizier claimed that he wanted to hold a banquet for the safe return of their king. He thought that it was important to celebrate it because his journey to his pilgrimage to Ishmael was quite difficult. Moreover, their people fasted and prayed for his safety, so it would be right to celebrate it for everyone. The pilgrimage to the holy oasis of Ishmael was a risky one. For this reason, the inhabitants of Pijian would fast in the hopes that the kuan would return safely when he set off on this pilgrimage once every few years. They prayed that he would not encounter any danger in the desert. When the kuan returned safely, he would be honored with a week-long banquet. People would rejoice that their god did not abandon them. Sahad was finally convinced to hold a banquet just like what Gedik wanted. He asked if he had another concern, so Gedik brought up about offering his daughter, Jakia, to join his harem. Long ago, he rejected his daughter because he said that he was not interested in women, but now, seems that he had a change of heart. How he talked about it revealed that he had been digging up that information about him. Unfortunately, nothing had changed in his decision as he politely declined his offer again. While Lady Asina and Nur strolled around the harem, the lady felt the presence and the eyes of someone on her. That person might try hard to hide himself, but Lady Asina knew that he was just in the corner watching over her. Just as expected, she checked a particular area of the harem and saw Kareem, who was supposed to be guarding outside. The tamer must be watching her actions. It was obvious that he was still suspecting the foreign lady. Lady Asina just decided to tease him by saying that he was handsome from the closer look on his face. She wondered if he had a lover or if he must be popular with the ladies because of his looks. Her teasing continued even when she noticed his swords and asked questions related to them. The tamer could not respond to her in embarrassment. Truthfully, he was only good at disciplining men, but he did not know how to approach women. As her tease to Kareem went on, the voice of Sahad echoed in the hall while questioning when they became friends. Sahad came and Nazir followed him while wondering his reason to rush to the lady. Sahad did not mind about the man behind him as he inquired if the lady was interested in his tamer. Nazir from behind was praying that a lady would not say anything that would provoke their master. But the lady just commended the good-looking face of Kareem like how the other girls fantasized about the knights. When Sahad only uninterestedly responded, she questioned if he just came there to ask her interest in men. Truthfully, it was Nazir who wanted to talk with her. He wanted to ask questions about the northern continent. Because of that, Lady Asina extended her hand, indicating that she needed something in return to answer his questions. When Nazir asked about what she wanted in return, the lady ordered him to give back her bag. Sahad questioned why she wanted her bag so badly and what is exactly inside it. He also learned that it has a lock spell cast on it. Hearing it made it felt like the table had already turned, but she just reasoned that her underwear was hidden on it so no one could see inside. Her unpredictable answer only made Sahad laugh, even though she exclaimed that she was serious about it. That afternoon, Lady Asina and Nazir had a meeting. The secretary brought him dates before asking her some questions. When she was about to eat some, he suddenly inquired about the information of Cromwell. He wanted her to tell everything that she knew about that nation. Asina was hesitant to answer, but she realized that she could share some basic knowledge about Cromwell with him. She shared with Nasir about the nature, religion, and politics of her homeland. The Cromwell is a lush and green place where beautiful people live. She was very proud of her country ever since she was a child. And as she grew older, she loved her precious homeland even more. There were two powerful families in their country, the Cardians, a swordsman family, and the Astatias family of scholars. With the protection of the two families, the imperial family became unconquerable, and no one could challenge their authority. That was the reason for their country's political stability. Moreover, there has not been any record of rebellion in the empire. After that, Nasir thanked her for giving him quite interesting information about Cromwell. While listening to her, he could tell that she knew a lot of things about that nation. But Lady Asina just claimed that it was just common knowledge that other northerners could also share about in that country. Nasir was already contented with the information he gained on that day, but he still urged her to talk more about Cromwell at their next meeting. Before leaving, Asina asked him about her bag, but unfortunately, he was only planning to return it once he had asked all his questions to her. Hearing that felt like she was being fooled by the secretary. In the evening, Asina was in the top location of the building again to look over the entire castle. She observed that the guards and their patrol periods were consistent, and she could see where the security was relatively lax from where she was. Once she learned the entire layout of the palace, running away would just be an easy task for her. After escaping, she had to worry about going to the Surt, the small city between the northern and the southern continents. But she decided to worry about it once she successfully escaped, which was her highest priority for now. Suddenly, she saw that someone was watching her, so she immediately left the place while wondering how they knew that she was there. Inside the castle, she saw the Grand Vizier Gedik talking with the High Chief. He suspected that he had seen a woman, but he might just mistakenly see a small animal. Asina went back to the harem and took a bath. While she was in the water, she tried to remember that gaze she had seen earlier. She didn't want to encounter that man again. Compared to the Piesian king's overwhelming gaze, that looks from that man, it was like a snake was suffocating her entire body. While looking at the water, she suddenly noticed that the magic earrings she was wearing had changed their color. She knew it would eventually fade since the mana was already low, but she didn't expect it to be sooner. There's only one way to preserve its mana, that is to lift the spell partially. After bathing, Nur didn't notice the little change Asina did to her eyes, so it gave her relief, and wished for the earring's magic to stay longer in that way. A moment later, Nur informed Asina that the Raken had been waiting for her since she took a bath. She was annoyed with him since he frequently visited her like he buried a treasure or something in that room. The king said that he didn't need a reason to see his beloved concubine, so Asina didn't have a choice but to let him do whatever he wanted. Raken noticed that her hair was really long, so he asked if it was not bothering her while she was traveling. She answered that she did want to cut it before, but her parents and cousins threw a fuss over it, stating that a lady must have long hair, so she brushed off the idea of having short hair. Speaking of her family, he wondered if she was an only child, which Asina said she was, but she had cousins whom she considered as siblings while growing up. Raken stood up in front of her and questioned if Asina was her real name. In the back of his mind, while looking at her, he thought that there was so much more that he didn't know about the woman in front of him, but he was certain of few things. She was not twisted or melancholy in nature. Asina laughed at his question because she didn't expect that he really believed she was lying about her name. She added that her father held family votes for 3 months just to select her name, which had a meaning of light and blessing in an ancient Sahanian. He could tell just by looking at her while sharing things about her family that she was raised with love. Compared to him, it was the opposite. Asina was surprised to hear that he was more curious about her now and her reasons why she left home when she had a loving family while growing up. She didn't want to answer that, so she changed the subject by asking him as well as to why he was always home while calling him Mr. The king didn't like the way she called him, so Asina immediately asked if she should call him Your Majesty or Raken, but he firmly said no. She remembered Nasir called him Sahad, so she wondered what that word even meant. He explained that it is the name of God, so when they call him that, it means my God. His name was Sahad Zain Badad, in which Sahad meant for God and Raken meant king. So she thought his real name was Badad. In that case, she came up with a nickname Beihai and asked if she may call him that, which the Raken happily agreed. Seeing him smile for the first time like that made her chest pound a bit. She suddenly turned her back away from him, so he couldn't notice her reaction, and said that he should be busy being the king, so why he was wasting his precious time being with her. His answer halted her from walking away as he told her that he had fallen for her. She stopped him from saying things that didn't have meaning. It made the king pull her closer to him to ask why she assumed that he didn't mean it. When Asina looked behind her, Beihai suddenly kissed her. While kissing, she questioned herself why was he doing those sudden actions. It got intimate to the point that she got carried away. She knew it would be dangerous if they continued, so she wanted to pull him away, but to her surprise, the king stopped on his own. On the other hand, the Raken was confused as to why he couldn't control himself at that moment. He didn't know the answer to what a Sina was for him. She got annoyed by his statement that she didn't have any experience when it came to men. It made her ask why she needed to be like that. He answered that if she was, he wouldn't have stepped back after a kiss. Asina got furious since she didn't have any clue why he was being like that to her, so Beihai repeated that he was falling for her, that was why he didn't continue after kissing her, and pretended that he didn't notice the change of color in her eyes. She was so astounded after hearing him. She thought that no one could notice the little change unless they looked closely. Before she could get caught completely, she moved away from him, pretending that she didn't know what he was talking about, and looked at the mirror. She composed herself, knowing that he might just be testing her since it was his specialty. After pretending to look in the mirror, she looked at him straight in the eye that she couldn't tell any difference at all. He knew that she was lying because he always looked into her eyes. While walking towards her, he thought that Asina was on guard when he tried to approach her, but she didn't push him away, and it seemed like she didn't deceive him at all, but at the same time, she was hiding so many secrets. He was curious about her identity and why he was letting her fool him. He couldn't tell the answer to that, so he just told her that he may be mistaken about the change in her eye color. That night, Beihai didn't push on the matter. While both of them were lying in bed, he tried to have a conversation with her by asking the reason why she loved traveling. She answered him with a happy face, saying that it was natural that she wanted to travel because the world they live in was so beautiful that one couldn't stay in one place until they die. The king thought it was an odd thing to say because he never tried leaving their place before. She shared that most people find her strange. Then she suddenly asked him when he was planning to leave because she couldn't sleep if he was there and in the same bed as her. He wanted to hear the reason for that, but Asina didn't want to explain the details, so he suddenly hugged her. She wanted to complain about his actions, but Beihai told her to just go to sleep if she didn't want him to continue what they left off earlier. The next morning, Asina looked exhausted from not getting any sleep last night because of the Raken. Due to that, she couldn't inspect the place at night for her escape route as the king visits the harem every night. She didn't want that situation to ruin her plans, so she came up with the idea to observe the place during the day instead of the night. While having her walk, she noticed that the place was busier than usual, so she asked Nur about it. The maid said that it may be because of the upcoming banquet to celebrate the safe return of their king. It will be a grand festival in which everyone inside and outside of the palace can participate. Thinking about it gave her the idea that the banquet could be the perfect time to execute her plan since the palace would be crowded, and no one could notice her missing, so she decided to get her things first and leave on the second day of the banquet. But before that, she needed to distract the people that watching her, and the first one she noticed was Kareem, who was just passing by. She started the conversation, but the tamer looked like he didn't want to talk to her, so he planned to run away from her, but before he could do that, Asina stopped him and asked why his reaction was like that after seeing her. The reason for that was because of the day that the Sihad glared at him, so he tried to avoid her as much as possible, but Asina won't stop talking to him since it was part of her plan. Kareem finds her a nuisance, but he can't say that to her face, so he has no choice but to listen even though he finds her a talkative one. She asked the tamer if he was one of those talented swordsmen around her who likes quiet and well-behaved women. While asking that, Asina had an evil smile on her face since she planned to pester the tamer until he was too tired to monitor her. Her question was giving him a headache, and told Asina that if she was not interested in him then she should look for another tamer to pester. Her answer gave him more hard time since she said that she was interested in getting to know him more. Kareem explained that they weren't supposed to talk to Era according to law even if she was interested to know more about tamers. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard behind their back agreeing with Kareem's statement. That woman even added that an Era shouldn't flirt with a tamer. She asked Asina what would she do if the king heard about it. That woman was named Lady Jakia. She went to the palace to greet the Sahad after hearing his safe return. She introduced herself as the eldest daughter of the Grand Vizier Gedik Ahmed. Asina admitted that she was a beauty. Her features made her different from the women of the north. It reminds her of the bright and vivid ranunculus flower. But Asina was confused as to why the tamer was protective of her with that beautiful woman in front of them. Kareem suddenly asked her why she was there talking with the Era when her reason for visiting the palace was to greet the Sihad. Lady Jakia answered that she was just passing by when she suddenly noticed the two of them with unusual behavior. She stated the laws of Pijan to Asina since she came from the north. She may not be aware of it, but the law says that an Era must never meet or talk to another man alone, and yet, she saw them happily having a conversation like they were lovers. The intense air could feel between them, so the tamer tried to protect Asina by stating that how dare she to slander them like that. But before he could talk more, Asina went towards Lady Jakia. She thought that it had been a while since someone looked at her with such openly jealous eyes, and it was kind of refreshing for her. Asina went even closer to her and said with a big smile on her face that she understood Lady Jakia's thoughts of her flirting with the tamer. She added that what actually happened was she was joking around with Kareem to lessen his tension around her since he felt uncomfortable being with an Era. After saying that, Asina thanked Lady Jakia for her kind advice. She thought that the best way to handle that situation was to act like she was not affected by what that woman said. It was clear that the lady didn't like what Asina said and had a thought why their king chose a woman like her into his harem. To annoy that woman even more, Asina purposely called their king his name casually. She told her that if she was looking for Beihai, she should hurry up to his palace instead of chatting there with her. Lady Jakia bid her farewell formally, but at the back of her mind, she was annoyed as the woman in front of her just casually called the Sihad's name like it was normal for her. Before she left, she glared at the Era, which Asina thought she just made another enemy. While the lady was on her way to see the king, some servants saw her and greeted her. But after they exchanged the greetings, the maids were talking about her and the Era. The two thought that Lady Jakia would surely become the next Era since she had been treated as a princess of Pigeon since she was little even though she had no title on her name. Hearing their conversations made Lady Jakia remember the Era. She had seen many women being arrogant because they were favored by the Kuan or a high-ranking nobleman, but the Era she met earlier was different. She could feel the natural and noble air of confidence from her, so it made her wonder who actually Asina was. The lady arrived at the Sahad's office. She told the guard that she went there to see their king, but the guard informed her that he was currently in a meeting with someone. That surprised the lady as she requested an audience with the Sahad first, so she asked who might be the person inside before her. The guard told her that it was Sharza's High Chief Varain. The Sahad welcomed Varain, and at the same time the High Chief also respectfully greeted their king. He added that he hoped the king had a good journey back from the Holy Oasis. Looking at him like that made Beihai think that of all the people who tried to challenge his authority and take provocative actions, Varain was the center of them all. He was the mastermind who was controlling them from the shadows, so he was the most venomous of vipers. The Sahad told him that his journey went smoothly and asked Varain how were things at Sharza with the constant strife in the region. The High Chief answered that even though the Kracia provoked them little by little, they were doing all right since it was a repeated situation for them every year. The Sihad offered his help if he ever needed one, so the High Chief was grateful for it. After that, he invited Varain to sit down to have more conversations. Meanwhile, Nasir was waiting somewhere outside the Sahad's office. He noticed that the High Chief and the king had been talking for an hour already. Compared to other chiefs who couldn't stand the Sahad's intimidation, High Chief Varain was the firm one of them all. Inside the room, the king had been pressuring Varain, but he wouldn't give in, so there's nothing he could gain from speaking more to him, so he let him go already. Before the High Chief left, he told the Sihad that he would come there often to see him while he was staying at the palace, which their king accepted and said to enjoy his stay at the palace. Looking at Varain leaving, the king thought that he was really a member of the famous Sahim family as he couldn't get any information from him after talking to him for an hour. Unlike the other chief, he couldn't read what was on the mind of that man, so he needed to find out more about him. Varain saw Nasir and greeted him. He asked if the High Chief went to see their king, so he answered yes. He added that he truly admired the Sahad's strength as he was looking perfectly fine after going through the harsh pilgrimage he went, and he also heard about the happy news. It was the Sahad talking a woman into his harem. He told Nasir that everyone contained themselves from speaking about it because the king was still young, but they were all worried that his lineage might not continue. Nasir didn't want to have a long conversation with that cunning man, so he just agreed that it was indeed happy news and said that he must get going now as the Sahad was waiting for him. While walking, Varain thought that things were as tense as ever at the palace and that he really didn't belong at the Pigeon's capital after all. He was thinking about the current king. Compared to the previous one, he was an intimidating man. But without a doubt, he is the king who stopped the bloodbath and claimed the Pigeon's throne. He noticed the different vibe he felt from Sahad since the last time he saw him a year ago. Before, the king had the face of an old man who was in his final stage of life, but now, he had a more lively face. He found it odd that the Sihad broke his own rule and let a lady enter his harem, but maybe that was the reason for their king's sudden change. Suddenly, he noticed something that stopped him from walking. It was a woman taking her walk together with a tamer. Varain started the conversation by talking with Kareem. But he didn't seem to like hearing the High Chief calling his name so casually as if they were close enough. He asked the tamer who was the lady beside him. Instead of introducing her properly, Kareem hid Asina behind his back and told Varain to show some respect to the Era. He was caught by surprise after hearing that she was the Era whom he heard from the rumors was the Sahad's woman. Asina, on the other hand, remembered Varain after hearing his voice. He was undoubtedly the man from that night who almost caught her from sneaking into the palace. She noticed that he had a pretty face contrary to what his voice sounded like. Varine asked for forgiveness and introduced himself properly as the High Chief of Sharza. Asina felt uneasy about that man in front of them, so instead of giving him an introduction, she told him that she forgave him for his rudeness, which shocked the High Chief. It wasn't the type of words he was expecting from her, so he assumed that their king hadn't brought a random woman into his harem. He sees her as a woman who is not obedient like the other women of Pigeon, but he can tell that Asina came from a noble family as she exudes a natural aura. He found her interesting and thanked her for the forgiveness. He could now understand why Raken fell for her, as she was kind and beautiful. Kareem was getting anxious while looking at Asina, as she could misunderstand what he said, but contrary to his worries, she put an act and shared that the Sihad fell for her at first sight because of her beauty to the point of being obsessed, so he threw her to the harem. Hearing that startled the High Chief, as he couldn't imagine that their king would fall for a woman at first sight. He asked her about her stay at the Pigeon's palace, so Asina answered that everyone was kind to her and added that she found Varine a kind person as well. Suddenly, she wanted to confirm with Kareem if it was true that an Era shouldn't talk to other men. When Kareem said yes, she turned her smiling face toward the High Chief as if she were saying that he should leave them. Varine got her point, so he apologized if he was being disrespectful to her. Before they ended their conversation, Asina said that Beihai would be upset if he were to hear about their conversation, and she didn't like that, so she wanted to keep it between them. The High Chief happily agreed and looked forward to seeing her again. Asina took one last look at Varine and thought that she already got her revenge on the High Chief when he interrupted her from observing the palace that one night. A moment later, she went to Nasir and greeted him as it was time for his interrogation about Cromwell. Before starting his question, Asina wanted to ask something from him. She remembered that Varine was the High Chief of Sharza, but she couldn't ask Nasir about him directly, so instead, she wanted him to tell something about the territory of Sharza. That surprised Nasir, but he still answered her even though he didn't know the reason why she suddenly got curious about that region. He told her that it was the smallest out of the 6 autonomous regions of Pigeon, but at the same time, it was the biggest concern of all the kings thus far. Even though it was the smallest of them all, it was the most fertile one among them, so they paid the most taxes and offerings. Also, the High Chiefs of Sharza wielded a significant influence within Pigeon. It was because they were located right next to the border that they built powerful military forces to deal with the conflicts that may arise. Nasir was about to share the topic about the current High Chief of Sharza, but stopped in the middle as he shouldn't talked about him. They got interrupted by the sudden knock from outside and told Nasir that he was needed for some urgent matter, so he excused himself for a moment. Asina took a quick look at her bag and planned to get it while Nasir was busy talking to the person outside. She was about to reach her bag when Nasir finished talking to that person and noticed something. He thought that he sensed something, but it looked like it was just his imagination since Asina was only sitting at the table. He ended their conversation and apologized to her because it seemed that they needed him further about the issue earlier. Somewhere in the palace, Varine was in deep thought while walking. He remembered the words of the old man who was lying in bed. He wanted Varine to fulfill the Sharza's long-time wish, and that was to get its independence. It was evident on his face that he was not in a good mood, and he thought it was since earlier when he encountered the Era. He used to feel some kinship towards the old self of Sahad, but now he looks more livelier because of that woman in the harem. It irritates him to think that he was the only one who was stuck in the past. He questioned himself when the emptiness inside him would go away as he found the things in the capital of Pigeon as boring as ever. The air suddenly distracted him as he saw something pass in front of him that halted him from walking. It was a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes that could captivate every man's heart. Before that incident, the maid went to Asina's room to bring her dinner. She told her that she had reheated it since the food had gotten cold when she had a conversation with Nasir. When the maid left, she finally had the chance to take a look at the bag she got back earlier. She was curious why they needed to get that plain old bag she had. Unless she had undone the spell she cast on it, all there was to see were all ordinary things. That bag with a protection spell on it was made by her magic teacher. Various other spells were also cast on it by her, so she was the only one who could withdraw it to see the real things inside. It was all thanks to the fake bag she had with her to trick people that she got the real one when she had a conversation with Nasir. When someone interrupted their meeting, she got the chance to replace the real bag that Nasir had with the fake one. Luckily, all her things were still there, but she knew that it wouldn't be long before Nasir would notice that the bag had been switched since he was an observant type of guy. It wouldn't be a problem for her since she would be leaving that place soon when the banquet starts. That night, she went out to inspect the place where tight security was. She had already drawn a map of areas inside the palace for her to escape easily, but there was one place that bothered her, and for some reason, no one dared to talk about it, so she got more curious about it. There could be a cursed object or maybe the Kuan's son or brother hidden inside. That was Asina's assumption, but when she took a look at it, the place was full of treasures. They were all pretty and shiny, but she got disappointed as it was not what she was expecting, so she went back to her room since her maid would be back there to check on her. On her way back to her room, her earrings suddenly buzzed like something was wrong with them. She thought there was still some mana left on it, so she was confused and started to panic when her hair started to return to normal. By the time her hair and eyes went to their original state, High Chief Varine happened to be on the way where she was, so the man was surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear out of nowhere. Looking at her, he thought that she was somehow a fairy and that he couldn't take his eyes off her. A young servant interrupted him while he was in that state, saying that she was ordered to be of service to him and asked if everything was okay. The High Chief suddenly remembered what he saw, but by the time he turned around, Asina already disappeared like a bubble. He thought he was dreaming, like sleepwalking or something, but he definitely saw a woman just now. He even remembered what she looked like. Her red-colored eyes and silver hair shone brightly. No one could ever forget them like him. Even though their eyes just met briefly, he couldn't breathe for a moment while staring at her. While remembering that woman, the High Chief couldn't help but feel his heart beating so fast. Back in her room, Asina was so angry at the earrings that the timing of running out of mana was not good. She was worried that someone might recognize her since her mother put up wanted posters of her all over the northern continent. But since she was in the south, she doubted that her mother's influence reached that far, so she still hoped that no one knew what she looked like. Asina reassured herself that she should be fine now because even Nasir did not have enough information about the northern continent. The High Chief should be the same. What worried her now was, if the earrings completely broke down, it was the end of her, so she needed to come up with a plan. But when she was about to think about it, the maid suddenly knocked on her door and asked if she could come inside. When the maid heard a loud noise, she wanted to enter the room, but the Era assured her that she was fine and was just changing her clothes. Since she was her maid, she offered to help her, but before she could get an answer, the Sahad appeared behind her. She was surprised to see the Lord there and shouted the word, Sahad. When Asina heard that Beihai was outside, she was surprised and panicked. On the other hand, the Sahad asked what was the maid doing outside when she was supposed to be inside to help the Era, so he immediately ordered her to open the door. Asina couldn't help but be anxious as her earrings were not working properly, so she had no other option left but to have faith in her earrings again. Luckily, it worked perfectly that her hair and eyes changed their colors. Just in time before the Sahad went inside. He noticed her expression, so he asked her if something happened, and Asina answered no. Since they called him the living god, he knew that she was lying, but since Asina didn't have anything to say to that, he didn't push her to speak anymore. The earrings she was wearing caught Beihai's attention and wondered if they held some magic on it. She knew how sharp he was, so denying it may cause problems, so she added some lies to it. She shared that the earrings activate only on water and fire since the dangers in her journey are unpredictable, so she carries them all the time. Suddenly, Beihai went closer to her, and the Era asked why he was looking at her like that. She was surprised when he said that she was beautiful, that was why she was staring at her. But a second later, she told him that he was lying because the way he looked at her was different from those men who had fallen for her before. Even though he said that he had fallen for her and that she was pretty, the way he looked at her says otherwise. Those were not the eyes of a man who was looking at the woman he likes, but rather, he was looking at her with curiosity, like some kind of a toy that piqued his interest. If that were the case, she was worried about what would happen if Sahad lost his interest in her, so she took the courage to ask him what he planned on doing to her, or if he planned to end her life after losing his interest. Instead of answering her question, he asked her if she was dangerous enough for him to end her life. She still wanted to know if he would really do it, so she answered that maybe she was dangerous. Hearing his answer worried her more, as he told her that he wouldn't end her life for now since he still found her interesting and there was a lot more that he wanted to know about her. He added that he could spare her life after hearing her story, like the traveling she had experienced so far. Her worries lessened when she heard that he was interested to know about her journey. Since there was no reason why she couldn't tell him, she decided to share it. Beihai, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile at her when she said yes. He thought that if he wanted to learn more about the woman in front of him, he needed to play along with her. The first thing she shared with him was that she already visited almost all the places in the northern continent, but the most notable ones were all 10 of Cromwell's main tourist sites. Looking at her sharing happily her journeys, already satisfied Sahad. He was curious if it was not dangerous for her to travel across the continent, but Asina said that she was actually strong even though she may look weak on the outside. He couldn't agree more with her since she was the only person who escaped their prison. Despite that, she also experienced that she almost died once. It was when she found one of those historical sites scattered across the northern continent. It was said that those sites were relics of the civilizations that came before them, and that the myths of the past were locked inside them. Since they were all hidden, it wasn't easy to track them down, but she actually found one, and it was called Rothwill. Even without a map of the inside, she still went through it as it was a rare opportunity for her. She didn't expect that after entering that place, a wall suddenly appeared blocking the entrance, so she was trapped inside all by herself for a month. That was the first time she realized that traveling alone could also be dangerous. Hearing those words from her, Beihai suddenly remembered himself when he was still young alone in the desert, so he said that she must have been frightened that time. It was the worst for her because all she could see was endless darkness and walls that wouldn't budge no matter how hard she hit them. The hardest part that she had to endure was the loneliness. If not for all those memories she had with people whenever she traveled, she would have gone crazy. When she thought of those beautiful things while traveling, the thoughts of her family came to her mind, especially her mother. Even though she was cold and strict towards her, at that worst time, all she could remember was the warm memories she had with her. Beihai couldn't wait to hear what happened next, and what did she do to escape that situation? Asina smiled at him and teased the Sahad that she wouldn't share it for free. He couldn't help but to adore her face like that, so he had no choice but to ask what she wanted in exchange for her exciting stories. Her answer confused him as he was expecting something more special, but she just wanted to eat some more dates after tasting it while conversing with Nasir before. Not even a field of date trees, but just a bowl of them already satisfied her. After agreeing with her, he asks her how she managed to escape that historic site. That time, at some point, she had already given up hope and just lay still. Since her supplies of food and water were almost exhausted, she was saving her energy and avoiding moving around. One day, she was staring at the ceiling when she suddenly noticed the writing was in ancient language. When she read it, it says that there was only one path walked upon by truth. In archaeology, truth and light were almost similar, so she was hoping to see more writing once she created a light. Luckily after that, she saw another clue which says, one must always make a sacrifice in their path toward the truth. Beihai asked what the writing meant by sacrifice, so Asina answered that it was one's blood. It just needed a few drops, so it was not dangerous. Then she continued to share the next clue, which says, offer the sacrifice at the lowest place before you. She had no clue that the exit was on the floor where she had been lying for 3 months. After dropping a few of her blood, she finally made it out. Seeing the clear night sky above her, she felt alive again. Ever since that incident, she avoided dangerous places in her travels. Beihai was staring at Asina as if he was scanning her. When she asked why he was looking like that to her, he said that he was curious about something. He told her that based on his observations so far about her personality, she was the type of person who would seek more thrilling adventures, so there must be another reason why she decided to avoid those dangerous places. The reason was more personal, so she was hesitant at first, but she still shared it with Sahad. She told him that her mother, who was cold to her in her entire life, cried before her when she returned after 3 months. What surprised her more was that her mother told her that she wouldn't control her life anymore, but she hoped that Asina could spend a few months with her mother, who really loves her. She was the only child that God gave to them, so she doesn't know what she would do if anything bad happened to her. It was the first time she saw her mother cry like that, and she didn't want to see her in that state again, so she decided to treat her life with care. Despite her promise to herself to never go to dangerous places again, she found herself in the enemy nation, taken hostage by the king, who was keeping a close check on her day and night. When she tucked herself inside the blanket, Beihai asked if she was tired, and Asina answered that she was, so she was going to sleep already. But before she closed her eyes, she took a glance at him and said that, since he already heard her story, she begged him not to end her life, which surprised the Sahad. Asina fell asleep easily beside him while Beihai was looking at her face, saying that she was sleeping so comfortably with the man who could end her life like what she said earlier. He was curious as to what she was hiding behind those innocent looks of hers while touching her sleeping face. He wanted to kiss her, but if he would, he was not sure if he could control himself from moving things forward. Once he started to yearn for the woman beside him, he was worried that he might not be able to stop himself, and what bothered him most was that he was suppressing all the desires that he felt in his entire body for that woman. Meanwhile, High Chief Varain called one of his people into his room. He called him Ragwi and ordered him to find a certain someone for him, which that man agreed to. The High Chief said to look for a woman with silver hair and crimson eyes. When Ragwi heard it, he was surprised at first that it was a woman he wanted to find, but he didn't question his master and asked for special features. Thinking about that woman again, the High Chief couldn't express more words to describe her except that she was incredibly beautiful. The day before the banquet, Asina was getting more and more worried as her eyes were starting to go back to its original color, crimson. That means her earrings had already reached their limit, so she should go before they could see her true appearance. She planned out everything that she needed, started from the map with her escape route, and knew the timing when the guards made their shift, so tomorrow when the banquet started, she could finally escape that place. On the other side of the palace, one of the Sahad's people named Umar was running to report something to their lord. When he arrived at the Sahad's office, he reported that the High Chief Varine summoned one of his men last night. They were still not sure if they already made a move, but they knew the High Chief had given an order to that man, and based on the servant child that they had assigned to him, Varine saw something while he was walking. Since it was not reported what he saw, Beihai just ordered him to continue watching the High Chief for now. Before Umar left, he ordered him to give something to the harem after remembering the promise he made to Asina last night about the bowl of dates that she wanted. When the sun had already set, Asina's maid was worried as she didn't have any of her breakfast and lunch, so she brought her some snacks to eat. Kareem happened to notice the maid, so he asked if the Era was still sleeping, which she answered yes, but she was thinking that something might happen to the Era as she refused to eat anything. Kareem found it strange since her normal routine was to roam around the palace, but he assured her that the Era would definitely eat when she got hungry, so they decided not to bother her for now. A moment later, some people showed up holding something in their hands and wanted to deliver it to the Era's room. On the other hand, little did they know that Asina was just pretending to be sick, so she could reserve the magic on her earrings, and lifted the spell on her eyes for a moment. She planned to stay there until the banquet started, but the maid, who was outside her room, informed her that she would go inside to give her some snacks as she skipped her breakfast and lunch. When the maid, together with the tamer, came inside, she immediately put the magic on her earrings. She thought that she was sick, but Asina told them that she was fine and just resting. The real purpose of them coming inside was not just about the snack, but because the Sahad had sent something for her. Suddenly, those people greeted the Era while holding the gifts that the Sahad ordered for her. Asina was surprised to see them and asked what were all those things, so one of them answered that it was all gifts from the Sahad, and they also had the dates she wanted. They added that their lord sent them as a reward for last night. The maid and Kareem were surprised after hearing that, and assumed that something had happened between the Sahad and Era last night. The tamer had no intention to listen to that conversation, so he burst out of the room while the maid asked what happened to them. But Asina couldn't say anything about that, but she knew that they were wrong about what they thought, since it may be the reward of how she shared her escape to the historic site. The maid offered to help with the items sent by Sahad, but Asina refused and just wanted to rest some more, so the maid let her be. When she was alone in her room, she looked at the items and wondered what Sahad was thinking while sending those gifts to her. Meanwhile, at the Sahad's office, Nasir and Beihai were busy tending to some documents when someone knocked at the door. After letting the guest in, it turns out it was Jakia, the daughter of Grand Vizier Gedik. She greeted the Sahad and hoped that she didn't interrupt their work. Beihai said that it was okay since he knew their conversation wouldn't take that long anyway. After hearing those words from him, Jakia couldn't help but feel hurt, as if she had already been rejected when she still hadn't said anything. When Beihai asked what she was doing there without even looking at her, Jakia could feel that he had become colder than before. She answered the Sahad that her reason for being there was because her father sent her there to discuss the plans for her marriage. He asked her if she was already at the right age for marriage. When she heard that, she thought that she had already got married if she were the daughter of another powerful man, but her father was ambitious. Looking at her, Beihai could tell that she was under pressure by her father's command, so he shouldn't give her any false hope. Because of that, he brushed off the topic of her marriage and asked if there was anything else she wanted to discuss with him. Jakia shared that she met the Era while on her way to his office earlier. Beihai looked like he was not interested in their encounter, but Jakia wanted to know the answer that she was curious about. So she took the courage and asked the Sahad if it was true that he fell in love with Asina at first sight, so he trapped her in the harem. The answer she got was not the one she expected, as the Sahad had no reason to share those kinds of details with her. That was when she realized that she had crossed the line, so she apologized for her behavior and took her leave. When Jakia left, Nasir suddenly remembered that the maid informed him that Asina wasn't eating anything and just resting in her room when he visited the harem earlier to ask something. It was not her usual routine since she happily roamed the palace almost every day, so Nasir was a bit surprised when he heard it. The next day, Nasir visited again the harem to ask the Era about something, but it looked like she was still the same as yesterday according to Kareem, who was guarding the harem outside the building to avoid the Era. Inside the room, Asina was still in her bed for 2 days straight to reserve her earrings, as that day was the day that she finally escaped that place. The banquet would start later that day after the sun went down, so she was preparing herself to take action. She planned to sleep the whole day to reserve her energy for later on, but when she just closed her eyes, she suddenly felt someone's hand on her forehead, so she immediately got up. It was Beihai, who wanted to know how was she doing. Instead of answering him, she was surprised that he visited her since she thought he was busy preparing for the banquet. He told her that there was someone who was in charge of the preparations, so he had time to go to her. He asked again if she was okay, and Asina answered yes. She even teased him, which made him smile at her. Looking at him like that made her heart feel something and wondered why he was being nice to her all of a sudden. She thought that maybe it was because she was sick, but it was still hard to believe that Beihai could make such a face when he looked so scary and cold the first time they met. Now that she suddenly remembered that encounter, she was curious as to why the Sahad spared her life on their first meeting, so she asked him. She knew that it was not an important reason, but her curiosity bothered her. That question came out of nowhere, so Beihai was surprised to hear it. He touches her face while saying that, when he looked into her eyes that day, it was telling him that she wanted to live. When he asked her if that was enough reason for her, Asina couldn't answer him as she was thinking how he had treated her so far. Even though she was trapped in that palace, he never hurt her or forced her physically and mentally. It was as if she was just a guest there, so if Beihai discovered that she ran away, he would feel betrayed, but at the same time, she was grateful for the new experiences he had given her. So she thanked him from the bottom of her heart, which surprised Beihai. When he was about to say something, Asina explained that she was thanking him for worrying about her. Before things became awkward between them, she pushed the Sahad outside her room and reasoned not to bother sick people. While they were at the door, she took one last look at him as this was their last time to see each other. Even though she had planned to leave that night, she still felt a bit sad about leaving that man in front of her. Before Beihai could leave, she told him how wonderful his country was. It came out of nowhere, so the Sahad said that she was saying things like that because she was sick, but Asina told him that she was fine, so he should go already, which Beihai obeyed. Finally, the banquet had started. Music filled the palace with beautiful women dancing, and delicious meals were served. At the same time, Asina was already prepared for her escape. She told her maid that she would go straight to bed after finishing her dinner so she wouldn't be coming back, while Karim, the tamer, was outside the building since he was avoiding the era. Beihai, on the other hand, would be staying at the banquet since it was prepared for him to celebrate his safe return. Asina predicted that 1 hour should be enough time for her to get out of there since she already had everything she needed. At the banquet, the Grand Vizier Gedik was asking his daughter, Jakia, about her talk with the Rakan. There was not much for her to say to her father as the Sahad was still cold towards her just like before. After hearing that, her father told her that she must have not met his expectations, so he reminded Jakia that she should make sure the next Rakan should have their family's blood, which she obediently obeys. A moment later, the High Chief of Naya named Elbhar arrived at the banquet and greeted Grand Vizier Ahmed. The Naya territory was not wealthy like Sharza and didn't have powerful military forces like the others. It was a decent territory run by decent officials. In other words, it has nothing to be proud of. The High Chief introduced his son Mazar to Grand Vizier Gedik, whom he was drinking. He was the son he chose to replace his position in the future. After talking to Grand Vizier Gedik, High Chief Elbhar noticed the High Chief of Dara named Jalil, who was busy watching the women dancing in front of him. They greeted each other and just enjoyed the banquet. While everyone was busy getting entertained at the banquet, Asina already made her move. She climbs up to a high place to get a better look at her escape route, and she notices that it is more crowded than before. She also saw the gate where she was headed, and in that area, a line of people and wagons leaving the palace could be seen. That was where she should go without getting noticed. After looking at the gate, she jumped down from the high building and landed on the first courtyard where Sahad's warriors were around, so she needed to be more cautious from that place. Asina already prepared herself before going there by wearing a maid's uniform. Not only that, but she also needed to cover her face to blend in. She saw a few maids talking about the Sahad. They were grateful that he returned safely to them and felt happy since the palace was scarily quiet while he was away. They even talked about how the high chiefs were afraid that they might experience drought again in Pijan like the time of Sekin Hakon's reign. That was why they were holding a grand banquet right now, so their Kuan wouldn't abandon them again. The maids were so busy chatting that they didn't notice Asina was there, but she didn't hear exactly what the maids were talking about since she kept a distance from them. Finally, she reached the gate and got in line with the others to pass the checkpoint. At last, it was her turn now. Since her bag contains a spell that protects the real things inside, there shouldn't be a problem. She got a little nervous for a moment there, but when the guard said she may pass, she felt a sense of relief. Finally, she made it outside. It was so easy for her to escape that she didn't encounter even the tiniest bit of a problem. When she looked back, she thought that she didn't stay in Pijan because she wanted to, but the memories she made there weren't all that bad, especially after meeting that man. Asina thought that she would definitely miss Beihai since his good looks were unforgettable and he was the most handsome man she had seen so far. There was no need for her to think about it now since she thought that they weren't just meant to be. Now, she began her journey back and said her goodbye to the City of the Moon and to the handsome god she encountered. Everyone at the banquet was having a good time. But it seemed like the Sahad was not enjoying it at all. He was observing and wondered if all the guests already arrived. All of the guests were representatives of each of the 6 territories of Pijan. Those 6 were Sohar, Main, Dara, Moskat, Naya, and Sharza. These territories have formed alliances and fought each other for power over the years. But now they were all gathered because of their god's invitation. What bothered the Sahad the most was that Varine of Sharza was quiet, which was unusual because he always loved to socialize in an event like that. Seeing him in that state made Sahad wonder what was on his mind. Not only him, but he was also feeling somewhat uneasy for an unknown reason. Suddenly, the High Chief Elbhar noticed Varine being quiet, so he asked him if there was something wrong. He let out a smile in front of them and said that he was enjoying the banquet, so there was nothing to worry about. But Elbhar didn't stop bothering him and even said that, because no one was beside him, he must have been bored. He then shifted the topic to the High Chief of Sohal, Vika, who was still so busy with his job that he couldn't attend the gathering. He commented that it would be good if Vika transferred his position already to his heir and asked the opinion of Grand Vizier Ahmed, who was beside him. Instead of answering him dire, he just said that the High Chief of Sohal already had plans in mind for his sons, as its territory had also problems on its own. The High Chief of Naya set Varine as an example for being young but still managed their territory quite well. It looked like Varine had no interest in joining their conversations, so he just quietly enjoyed his drink, while they moved on to talk about the High Chief of Moskat, Dud, who also didn't attend the banquet. The representative of Moskat informed them that their High Chief was currently busy dealing with their clan. After hearing that, Elbhar said that it must be a serious issue since he chose to deal with it by himself rather than attend the banquet. But his son should have come instead. Unfortunately, the representative told them that their Lord Karim was given the task of guarding the harem. That surprised the High Chief of Naya, as he didn't expect that a tamer like Karim would be given such a task. He then expressed his gratitude to the representative for attending on behalf of their High Chief before going to the Sihad. His curiosity urged him to talk to the Rakan about the woman he brought into the harem. It brought him joy after hearing it, as it had been almost 20 years since the harem was empty. Beihai didn't say anything about it, as Elbhar was still the same, saying things honestly without thinking. He suddenly thought about Asina after hearing about the harem. Because of her, he broke his own rule and confined her there. She was grumpy at first, but after realizing the situation she was in, she became obedient to him. After a while, he wanted to know what was going on in her mind. He wanted to tame her so she could open her heart to him willingly, but it made him think if she was a woman he could tame easily. There was no certainty that Asina would stay by his side forever if he gave all the riches and honor in the world to her, and even if he could whisper words of love in her ears, he was not sure of it. Suddenly, the thought of Asina thanking him earlier popped into his head. What was the reason for her to say that? When she said that it was for worrying about her, he thought it was just for formality. Then after saying that Pigeon was an amazing country, it was oddly strange. He couldn't help but worry that there was something he was missing. Everyone was in great shock after seeing their Sahad stand up suddenly with a serious look on his face. High Chief Elbhar got anxious as he thought it was about what he said earlier, so he asked if something was bothering him. Instead of answering him, the Sahad just reasoned that he would rest already and suggested to just enjoy the evening. He hurriedly went to the harem to lessen his anxiousness. He wanted to see her to make sure everything was okay. When he asked the maid about Asina, she answered that after dinner she went to sleep already. To calm himself down, he burst inside the room to see her with his own eyes. The maid was in great shock while Karim was running towards them to know why the Sahad visited the harem all of a sudden. But after a while he went into a great shock as well after seeing what was inside of the room. It turns out that Asina was nowhere to be found after the Sahad pulled the blanket. The cold and intense look on Beihai filled the room as he ordered Karim to look for Asina right away. Meanwhile, the princess could feel how cold it was during the night in the desert. Luckily, her cape had a warming spell on it, and since no one was around, she lifted off the magic on her earrings to let it rest for a while. She suddenly felt again how sad it was to travel alone. When she was still young, she used to travel with her uncle Ian. As much as she loves to travel, her uncle felt much more. He was also the one who taught her about traveling. They had a close relationship, so whenever her uncle visited, she would always welcome him happily. One day, he asked her if she wanted to travel with her uncle. The little Asina still had no clue about it, so he explained that through traveling, you could learn things that most people still don't know about. Her uncle asked permission from her father to take little Asina out with him, which he agreed. Usually, children that age would cry whenever they go out without their parents, but Asina loved it more when she could learn about unfamiliar things to see. At that time, her mother got angry with her uncle for taking her out traveling. But at some point, she fulfilled her mother's wishes where she would attend parties and meet the same people every day. She even had the same hour for her meal, which was suffocating for her. After knowing how vast the world was, she thought that dying was better than living with her mother's wishes. She learned that every country has a different culture, history, and lifestyle. With that, she couldn't stay at home any longer. She was eager to learn and experienced everything she could. While looking at the beautiful night sky above her, she wonders how she should describe her trip in Pigeon in her records. Thinking about it, Beihai's face suddenly came to her mind. It made her shy just to think about that man's face out of nowhere. After looking at her compass, she told herself that, when she got home, she would share with her family that her trip was very challenging. Meanwhile, Varine had a visitor. He asked that man if he had found something about the woman he was looking for, but they didn't find any details about the silver-haired woman with crimson eyes. After hearing that, he ordered to continue the search as long as it was not dangerous. The man reported that, after walking inside the palace court, he saw a few of the Sahad's warriors leave the palace. That caught Varine's attention and asked if their side had made a move. But the man answered that he was not sure of it, but he felt like it had nothing to do with them. The High Chief ordered to find the reason behind which the man agreed. After a while, Karim reported to Raken that they didn't find Asina all over the palace after searching the place. He assumed that she already left the royal court. Karim added that their men were currently searching the city, but due to the festival happening, they were having a hard time tracking her down. He added that he was sure that Asina was still inside the city walls since she had a frail body. The Sahad was thinking deeply while having a serious look on his face. Looking at him, Karim couldn't help but feel anxious as their lord had not moved a single muscle. He usually scolded him or punished him, but he neither did any of those. Instead of being silent, he preferred to get punished. Suddenly, the Sihad said that Asina was no longer in the city. Knowing her, it would have been a piece of cake for her. Beihai seemed to be getting annoyed as he thought he had been too careless around her. When Karim apologized, the Sihad told him that there was no need for that, as he was the one who was at fault for going easy on that woman who had escaped the prison. He knew that Asina was not afraid of being trapped in a strange place, as she could leave it whenever she wanted. A person wouldn't be scared even if the prison was strong because the door remains open. The Sihad was sure that Asina wouldn't be able to escape the harem as it was located at the deepest part of the palace, while keeping her within his sight. But he had been a fool to believe that. Suddenly, Nasir brought the bag they confiscated before from Asina as per his request. But it seemed like she already got all of her important belongings since the protection spell had already been lifted. After hearing that, it made the Sahad's mood even worse. When he suddenly ordered to assemble the Azami, Nasir and Karim were surprised to hear that. Karim couldn't believe it, so he asked again the Sahad. Beihai said that he heard him right, that he would go track Asina down himself. The next day, Varine was taking a stroll when he noticed that the palace had been noisy. While walking, he saw the Grand Chamberlain and greeted him. If the High Chief was there to see the Sahad, he apologized first as he couldn't see him today. When Varine asked what was the reason for that, Iman answered that he was currently away and would be gone for a long time. He asked again if he knew when he would come back, but the Grand Chamberlain had no answer to that as he was just merely a servant. After hearing that, Varine thought that he should know about it since he was in charge of all the internal affairs of the palace. Iman then excused himself as he still had too much work to do, so the High Chief had no other choice but to let him go. Thinking about it, there had been too many things going on in the palace. First, it was the Sihad's warriors who left the palace, and now it was the Sihad himself. He couldn't help but think that he was missing something about all the things that had been happening lately. Besides that, he thought of that man who would be coming to Alpesian soon, so he needed to investigate more before that man did it first. Meanwhile, it looked like Asina already lost all of her strength because of the strong heat in the desert. Her destination was Sirte, the only open city in Pigeon that had a port. But the only problem was that the road going there that cuts across the desert was extremely rough. She planned to find a ship in Sirte that would be heading to the northern continent, but it seemed like she wouldn't make it as she felt she was already dying because of the heat. Suddenly, she saw someone not far from her. She was not sure if it was a real person or if she was just dreaming. Looking at it closely, she noticed that the person was getting close to her. A moment later, she didn't realize that the person was already in front of her, and she couldn't help but be nervous as she didn't have the chance to put back the magic on her earrings. When she was about to greet that person, a sword was already pointing at her neck. The scene at that moment was the same as when she first met the Sihad, so she had an assumption that the men in the desert were all the same and thought that maybe it was their way of greeting people there. The man looked at her and asked what she was doing in a dangerous place like the desert. Since his face was covered, Asina couldn't see his expression, but she didn't feel the same murderous intent when she first met Beihai before. She answered him casually that she was just an innocent traveler who was passing by. The man wondered who was the woman in front of her while saying that the desert was not a place for a woman alone like her. Asina said the same thing to him and added that he should lower his sword first before talking. A moment later, they were walking together and finally had a proper conversation. He asked her if she was heading to Pigeon, but Asina answered that her destination was Kratia. That man's name was Akka and came from Croatia. His destination was Pigeon and was convinced by Asina that she was just a traveler after he saw the contents of her bag. He told her that she was going in the wrong direction to Croatia, but Asina said that her trip was over, so she was heading home and was on her way to Sirte to board a ship there. But it confused him as to why she chose to cross the desert. She said that it was the quickest way, but the man told her that it was too dangerous in the desert. He added that people who traveled right through the desert were either stupid or enjoyed suffering, as most people travel around it. Even though Asina was getting annoyed by him, she couldn't tell him the exact reason that she was on the run. Looking at him closely, she thought that he was quite handsome and had an air around him same as from a Cromwellian, so maybe one of his parents was from Cromwell. When Asina heard that he came from Sirte, she asked him if she could reach that place within a week. He mocked her as she would die before she could reach Sirte given her state. That annoyed Asina as she had a stamina above average. She did not argue with him anymore as she had no time to waste, and she was already sure that she was going in the right direction since that man came from Sirte. If she reached Sirte within a week, she could finally relax. She then bid goodbye to the man, but before she did, the man asked if she would really head to Sirte. Asina assured him that she would be fine, so there was nothing to be worried about. Akka was just staring at her while she walked away. A moment later, Asina noticed that he was following her, so she asked him about it, but the man didn't say anything. A second later, he reasoned that he was not following her, so she didn't need to pay any attention to him. He was already getting on her nerves as it was obvious that he was really following her. Meanwhile, in Pigeon, Karim informed the Sihad that he already split the Azami into 3 groups. One was going to Al Pigeon and one was going to Sharza. The remaining group was on standby. The Azami was one of the 7 units of soldiers under the Sihad's direct command, and they were the most sharp team of them all. Karim tried to stop Behi from going and suggested that he could go instead, but he looked at him intensely, so Karim didn't push it. Before he could go, he ordered to tighten the security around the palace as he would be gone for a long time, and Karim obeyed him. The tamer asked one last question. He asked the Sahad if he knew where he should be heading. Instead of getting an answer, he questioned him where he should go if he were Asina. Karim answered that she was an unpredictable woman, but he assumed that she would go to a place that would be hard to track. The Sahad knew that she would be going to the desert, as Asina was a woman who had no fear. Even though she almost died there once, he was so sure that was the place she went. Together with the remaining group from Azami, Sahad then rushes outside riding their horses to track Asina in the desert. While thinking about her, he knew that they didn't form any deep connection to make him feel something for her. It was simply to use her to gain some information, but he couldn't understand why he was being affected by those sudden emotions. What was important for him right now was that, to capture the woman who caused him in that emotional hell. They already arrived at the desert, but they have not found any clues yet. The group headed west and Sirte sent a message, and the two had the same result. They had not found anything either. One of the men assumed that the fugitive might already left the desert and was headed to Fars. They should find them before it gets dark because it would be hard to track them down. One of them was curious as to who they were catching for the Sahad to join himself. Looking at the Raken, they could feel the tense air around him. So instead of answering his colleague's curiosity, he just told him not to question the Sahad's order and just do their job properly. A moment later, a message came and informed the Sihad that they had spotted something from the northeast. Meanwhile, while the two were walking, Akka asked if Asina had a great time in Pigeon. With a smile on her face, she answered that it was fun and their god was impressive. That surprised the man as he didn't expect her to see the Raken in person. But Asina said that he just saw him from afar by chance. Still, Akka told her that she was lucky as the Sahad barely appeared in public. Asina couldn't believe it, so the man added that it was rare for people to see a member of royalty, and besides, the Raken never appeared in any festivals before, so she should boast about it for the rest of her life. Not only that, it was the Raken she saw, the one who rebuilt Pigeon from the ground after a civil war. That alone was impressive enough aside from him being a god. He added that out of all the 4 Khuns in Pigeon's history, he was the only one given the title of Raken. Asina asked why he was praising the king of an enemy nation when Croatia and Pigeon were not on good terms. Akka answered that he was just acknowledging the facts. Suddenly, he saw a sandstorm coming on their way, so he grabbed his telescope to see it closely. But after taking a quick look, he got quiet all of a sudden. Asina asked if he saw something in the sandstorm, but he was not answering as he was in great shock. After a while, his mood became serious and asked Asina if she was on the run. She hesitated at first, but decided later on not to answer him. She then asked what he saw in the sandstorm while avoiding making eye contact. The man answered her that a group of people were coming from the south, and he could tell that it was not just a couple of people judging by all the sand they were kicking up. Asina was getting anxious as she thought she already bought enough time, but they still easily tracked her down. Out of nowhere, Akka asked who she was running from and if she committed a crime or something. Asina defended herself that she didn't do anything wrong and it was just a small misunderstanding. It was for him to believe that those people were chasing her just over a small misunderstanding. Since he didn't want to get involved in her matter, he bid his goodbye to her. Before he could leave, she asked how long it would take those people to reach her. His answer greatly shocked her as he said it would only take an hour if they were quick. She knew that if they captured her this time, they would put her in a worse place than the harem. What made her more anxious was that the man told her that even though it would take them 3 to 4 hours the longest time, they would still catch on to her. Thinking about Beihai after capturing her made her shiver in fear. When Akka saw her reaction, he wanted to know if she was desperate to lose them, so he asked her, and Asina immediately answered yes. After hearing that, he told her to go into the sandstorm. That way, she could easily hide from them. She couldn't believe he suggested something dangerous, but Akka said that if she didn't want to, then be prepared to get captured. There was no other way for her to escape, so she decided to listen to him. Before parting their ways, Asina gave him something in exchange for his advice, and with a bright smile on her face, she bid him goodbye. The man was left dumbfounded after Asina hurriedly left him. While looking at the odd thing she left, he asked himself, who was that woman he just met? After a while, Asina activated her earrings again as the people were already close to her, even though Akka told her earlier that it would take them at least an hour to reach her. While hurrying into the sandstorm, she couldn't help but think why Beihai was coming after her. All she could think about was that the Sihad still thought that she was a spy from Cromwell, because if that was not the case, why would he go that far just to track her down? She couldn't see properly while running, so she tripped herself as the ground had rocks on it. The moment she lifted her head, those people already surrounded her. Suddenly, a familiar voice came closer and asked where was she heading in such a hurry. There was no way for her to run now as they already got her. When Beihai said to come to him while reaching her hand, Asina couldn't help but laugh at her situation. He always treated her as if she was his possession, and it annoyed her so much. Asina asked him why he came after her, and added that she had no idea that whatever she did wrong was serious enough that he would mobilize his soldiers just to track her down. With a serious look on his face, he told her that he wouldn't just let her go. He added that if she would go to him without resisting, he would forgive her. Sahad couldn't understand what he was feeling at that moment. He thought that he would get mad at her once he found her for deceiving him. But it was the opposite. He felt relief the moment he saw her. When he was still talking to Asina that her plan to escape failed, one of his men informed him that the sandstorm was coming. Suddenly, the Era asked if he was going to kill her. Her question annoyed Beihai as it was not appropriate to ask that in her situation. She told her that it was important to her since he tried to do it from the beginning. He couldn't get more annoyed after hearing that and wished he could just see through inside her head to know what she was thinking. She then faced him and asked if she could say something for one last time. That surprised the Sahad as he couldn't understand what she was trying to do. Suddenly, all he could see was the thing she was holding while saying that being tied down by someone was worse than death for her. Before they could react to the training whistle she was holding, their horses already got distracted, and that was the perfect time for Asina to run. When the Sahad turned to look for her, she was already gone to the sandstorm. Asina couldn't see anything ahead of her because of how strong the sandstorm was. Seeing how she already got far from them, it would be hard for them to chase her down, so she thought that if she could pass through the sandstorm, she might be able to escape. But all of a sudden, the storm disappeared, which surprised her. She turned her head to ask the Sahad what he had done just now. After he got close to her, he reminded her that he was a living god. Beihai grabbed her hand and asked if she was done rebelling now. Instead of answering him, she yelled at him to let go of her hand so she could go back to where she was from. When he asked her where it was, Asina just answered home. She was about to argue with him when he suddenly said to forget about her home from now on. After saying that, he added that she should forget about returning home as it won't happen anymore. Asina was in great shock and couldn't think anymore as the man before her was crazy and thought that he already lost his mind. She suddenly got distracted by the little noise she heard from her earrings. It turns out that the magic cast on it was already exhausted. Her appearance went back to its original form and she tried to cover the Sahad's eyes. She begged him to close his eyes, but he didn't listen to her and pulled her hand away for him to see her. But when he saw her, he was so surprised that he couldn't help but ask who she was. Her brown hair turned back into a silver one and her eyes returned to its normal crimson color. The Sahad was so confused that he asked who she was, so Asina told him that it was her original appearance. After saying that, she avoided his eyes as she couldn't bear to look at him after hiding what she really looked like. Knowing all of that, he wondered if there was even one moment that she didn't lie to him. Asina felt a little guilty that she wanted to run away, but for some reason, she couldn't move even an inch. When she was about to explain, Beihai's men came running to them as they were worried about their king. Before they came closer, the Sahad suddenly put her hood to avoid letting them see her true appearance. One of his men asked if he was okay after he went inside the sandstorm. Instead of answering, Beihai looked at Asina first and invited them to head back already. When they arrived at the palace, Asina was confused as to why she had been brought to the Sahad's bedroom rather than into the harem. But what she was most concerned about was Beihai's silence while staring at her intensely. He had not uttered a single word while heading back, which was suffocating for her. Suddenly, he took off her hood and told her to explain what was going on. Asina then said that what he was seeing right now was her true appearance and concealed it a bit while traveling to avoid getting too much attention. After hearing that, he knew it was the work of those earrings she always wore. Asina swore that she was telling the truth about concealing her appearance just for the purpose of traveling. The Sahad asked if she was hiding something that she needed to lie to him before. She didn't answer him as she had no obligation to tell him everything since they weren't close enough for her to do that. She even added that they treated her like a criminal before when all she did was tell the truth, but he didn't believe any of it, so it was useless for her to be honest when he didn't trust her. The Sahad looked like he was about to lose patience with her for being stubborn, so he just asked her what her true identity was, instead of listening to her appearance. Even though Asina was a little scared, she firmly told Beihai that he wouldn't get any answer from her, even if he would threaten her until she died. When the Sahad heard that last sentence, he got even more serious while explaining what situation she was in, and that was removing her freedom from that moment on. He added that his bedroom was where she would live starting that day, which greatly surprised Asina. And while she was locked up in there, he wanted her to think of the best action for her, so she should realize how kind he was to her before, when she was still in the harem. Meanwhile, Varine couldn't believe that the Sahad was back already after he had suddenly left the palace. One of his men assured it, and even added that after they tracked them, it looked like the Sahad and his Azami warriors went to the desert. Varine was confused after hearing that as their king just returned from his pilgrimage to Ishmael, so why would the Sahad go back to the desert again? He then ordered his men to know the exact reason why he went there. The Sahad's actions lately had been bothering him. Varine asked about the current location of the other high chiefs who supported the Sahad after delaying their arrival. They had set up an internal conflict within Dud's clan, the Moskat's high chief, so it would take them longer to arrive at the capital. On the other hand, they sent bandits to Maine's high chief Izmir's location to delay their arrival, but they already defeated most of them. And lastly, they tampered with the Sohal's high chief Vika's carriage to slow them down, but they got back on track and expected to arrive by next week. The man asked Varine if he should send bandits on Vika's way as well, but the high chief answered that it would be easy for him to just finish him off, but his family was influential due to the fact that they had been producing grand viziers for generations, so it would be bad for them if they would act rashly. The man also reported that they had not yet gained any information about the silver-haired woman whom he ordered to find. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation and appeared from the window. When Varine asked why he was late, the man answered that something came up on his way. The high chief didn't want to believe his excuse but still wanted to know what it was, so the man answered that he met an unusual lady. It turned out that he was the man Asina encountered in the desert named Akka. At the Sahad's bedroom, it had been 4 days since Asina got locked up, and it was the worst time for her. They first took her bag from her, which she already expected. Since she couldn't go outside, they assigned maids to serve and monitor her all day. Even when she tried talking to them, she didn't get any reply at all and just stood there like a doll's. After the Sahad brought her to his bedroom, he never showed up again. Asina thought that Nasir would have interrogated her, but he didn't go there as well. All she had been doing was eating and sleeping until the day ended. Asina would rather choose being questioned or starved than doing nothing at all, which was the most difficult thing she could endure. It seemed like the Sahad really knew how to make things hard for her. Thinking about what Beihai told her, she now realized his words were true about her life in the harem was better than the current one. All of a sudden, she remembered what happened back there in the desert when the Sahad made the sandstorm disappear. When she heard from others that Pijan had a god ruling them, she thought they were just exaggerating and that it was just like the other kingdoms who considered their ruler as a representative of God. She didn't expect that Beihai actually possessed something that was not magic, as she didn't sense any mana, but power comparable to a god. A moment later, a maid interrupted her thoughts as it was time for her meal. While eating, she couldn't even chew her food properly because of those maids who were staring at her. Her maid before when she was still in the harem was better than them. Thinking about it, she had not seen her ever since she got dragged back, so she got a little worried about her. She asked one of the maids what happened to the one who took care of her when she was still in the harem. To convince her to talk, she acted cute and pitiful while trying to describe her maid before as she was really worried for her. The maid already had enough of her talks, so she answered that Nur was currently in prison. After hearing that, Asina was greatly shocked by it and asked what she meant by it. Meanwhile, Nasir was scared while reporting to the Sahad as it was evident that their king was not in a good mood. He regretted not listening to the Grand Chamberlain when he warned him not to see the Kuan at the moment. Nasir bravely commented about the Sahad's mood, which Beihai agreed and said that he might end someone's life for getting on his nerves at the moment. He felt to his bones that he was not joking at all and thought that Beihai was a different person from the one he knew. He then suggested ending Varine instead. After hearing that, the Sahad laughed a little and said that it might cause nationwide chaos if he did that. Nasir tried to comfort the Kuan by telling him that he had just done the right thing by capturing a suspicious person and keeping her. It was the same thing when he took her back after running away. He added that the woman was knowledgeable enough about Cromwell in the north that she could be a spy sent by Croatia or the northern continent, so it was also enough reason to be suspicious of her. Beihai couldn't agree more with Nasir, as capturing someone who concealed their true identity and appearance was the right thing to do. But it made him angry as he couldn't understand why he felt that way after dragging her back. Looking at their king, Nasir had never seen him affected by his emotions like that. He already expected it when he heard the Sihad that he would personally track Asina himself. It looked like the perfect god from the sight of many had a human side after all. What bothered Nasir was if it should make him happy or worried as the Sahad's servant. He suddenly told Beihai that he felt bothered no matter who Lady Asina was or her reasons for going to Pigeon. When the Kuan asked why, Nasir brushed off the topic, but the truth was that he knew that the lady had the power to control their king. He just asked what he wanted to do with her next, so the Sihad answered that he would get the truth and learn everything about the lady. In Beihai's bedroom, Asina couldn't help but blame herself for what happened with her previous maid. She got punished even though she was not the one who ran away from the palace. She felt helpless as she knew Nur didn't have anything to do with her escape, so she should bear it all alone. One of the maids suddenly prepared something for her. When she asked what it was, she didn't get any answer, but she assumed it was tea because of its aroma. The thought of her previous maid came to her mind when she was always happy bringing the tea she enjoyed before. A few moments later, the maids were surprised at the sudden loud noise as if something had broken. When they turned around, they saw Asina holding a piece of broken glass that was pointing at her neck. When they asked what she was up to, Asina said that since they wouldn't talk to her, hurting herself was the only way they would respond to her. She knew that they would be in trouble if the lady got hurt. After all, they were the ones who were responsible for her. She then told the maids to let her see the Sihad while threatening them with her life. That night, her method was a success as the maid led her to where their king was, but she knew she couldn't use the same way, so she needed to talk things out with the Sihad. The idea of telling Beihai the truth came to her mind, but every time she revealed her true identity during her travels, no one believed that she came from a prestigious family as she traveled alone. So revealing her true identity from an enemy nation like the Pigeon would be unfavorable for her. Worst-case scenarios would be using her as a hostage to ask for a huge ransom, or they could start a war as she trespassed through their territory. On the other hand, Cromwell wouldn't ignore the fact that they had locked her up. Thinking about it, she couldn't let her family or her country dragged into her situation, so she should solve it alone. The moment she entered inside where Beihai was, she told him that he should punish her alone and not anyone else. The Sihad was confused as to what she meant, so Asina explained that she was talking about her previous maid who was innocent. She added that the maid had nothing to do with her escape, so she told him to release her. Instead of agreeing with her, the Sihad said that it was not a problem that a slave got punished on behalf of her master. Asina reasoned that if someone should get punishment for something she did, it should be her, and besides, Nur was not just a maid, she was her friend. After listening to her, the Sihad coldly stated that her explanations were useless. Asina couldn't help but be angry at how he was acting towards her. Even though he was always being bossy before, he had never been as stubborn as right now. She thought he was taking his anger out on her, so she told him she had no idea that it was that hard to reason with him. The Sihad, on the other hand, said she was no different from what she said to him. He was getting on her nerves because she knew she did nothing wrong, but she received that kind of treatment, so she explained that she ran away because he didn't believe her and locked her up, even though she answered him honestly that she was just traveling and got lost. She didn't even cause any harm to Pigeon, so she told him that he was taking his anger out on her from the way he was treating her. The Sahad asked if what she was trying to say was he was upset with her, so he was getting his revenge, which Asina agreed. It was the best explanation for capturing her, locking her up, observing her, and even throwing the innocent maid she had in prison. Asina wanted to know the answer to why he was doing all of that to her. Before he could answer, he was surprised when the lady started crying in front of him. The woman she knew was always so bold, so he had no idea that she could cry like that. After seeing her in that state, he immediately went to her, but Asina clearly stated that she was not crying for him to pity her. He still grabbed her hand despite brushing him off just to hand his handkerchief to her. But of course, she didn't accept it and told him that she wanted to go back to her room already. Before she left, she reminded Beihai to release her previous maid because she wouldn't cooperate with him until he let go of Nur. While walking, Asina felt worse as she couldn't contain her tears earlier when talking to the Sahad. Suddenly, she didn't notice that Nasir was outside of the room, while on the other hand, the man couldn't help but ask who she was. When she said his name, that's the time he realized it was Lady Asina. He was confused as she looked different, so she explained that she changed the color of her hair and eyes to avoid getting too much attention while traveling. Nasir understood why she did it. He thought her beauty was rare before, but now, it was incomparable as he also couldn't take his eyes off her. When he asked why she came out of the Sahad's office, Asina answered that she needed to talk to Beihai about something. Nasir already had a hint as to what it was, so he asked if she got the answer she wanted, but the lady said no. She wanted to know if she really looked like a spy, so she asked him. He then answered that he couldn't say confidently that she was not. After that, Asina said that she didn't deserve to be treated like that. Nasir had nothing to say about that, but he agreed that she hadn't committed any serious crime. What surprised him was her question about why the Sahad was acting like that towards her. He wished he knew the answer to that, but he also had no idea. Suddenly, the maid interrupted their conversation as it was time for her to go back, but before she could, Nasir told her something. He said that even though she got dragged back there, he really wanted her plan to be successful. Asina was confused as to what he meant by that, so Nasir explained that he was advising her to be careful as his master was hard to deal with. Since she was still not aware of it, he couldn't tell him the truth. At first, she was thrown in prison, but now she got locked up in Sahad's bedroom. He knew that his master was mad at her, but he couldn't do anything to her, and because of that, he was scared of the impact that Asina might have on his master. Meanwhile, the Sahad was asking the Grand Chamberlain who were the people that knew of his return. Iman answered around 5 or 6 aides, including himself and the royal secretary. He was sure that all the maids were also aware of it. The Sahad then asked if they made any move while he was gone, but Iman said that they stayed quiet and were cautious. Since he left all of a sudden, they may assume that it was a trap for them. Everyone was shocked when he left them that night, so the Sahad had no idea what would be his reason to tell them. The Grand Chamberlain suggested that it would be best to be honest, since he was sure that the high chiefs would accept it if they heard that their king was chasing after a woman. He even added happily that both men and women became blind to everything when they fell in love. Before the Sahad could get angry, he explained that even though it was hard to believe that he had fallen for a woman, they may be convinced a little since it had not been that long since he took in an era after all. It seemed like Iman enjoyed teasing the Sahad, which he didn't even deny at all. Beihai asked if he had anything else to report, so the Grand Chamberlain answered that he expected the high chiefs would request an audience with him after hearing that he had returned, but he knew that he was not in the mood to talk to them, so he would reject them on his behalf. When the Sahad asked what excuse he had for the rejection, he told him that he was busy inside his bedroom. Beihai seriously looked at him, so the Grand Chamberlain knew it was time to stop telling his jokes. But he explained that teasing the high chiefs was one of his pleasures despite being busy while he was away, so he asked for his understanding. The Sahad didn't argue anymore as it was one of the reasons he was keeping him, regardless of having rude behavior. He then told him to handle the high chiefs in whatever way he wanted and ordered them to have more guards outside his bedroom. He was not sure if he heard it right, so he asked if he meant more guards assigned to the era. When he said yes, Iman said that there were already enough people guarding her. He thought that their king was worried she might run away again, but Iman knew that it wouldn't solve their problem if he kept locking her up there. He wanted to let him know about it, so he asked if he could say something even if it was being rude to him. Since he didn't want to tell it directly, he just shared a story about a high chief who received a beautiful bird as a gift. Despite loving and caring for it too much, the bird always tried to escape from its cage. To prevent it from escaping, the high chief broke its wings and caused the feathers to slowly lose their beauty, and after suffering for some time, the bird eventually died. After sharing that, Iman said that it also applied to people as he couldn't win a person's heart by locking them up. Even after saying that, the Sahad coldly asked what he truly wanted to say. Iman didn't dare to answer him anymore, so he left him for him to get some rest. But before he could, he realized Iman's words while remembering Asina's face while crying, so he ordered him to release the maid that the era had before, which he happily obeyed. The next morning, Umar rashly went to the room where Nasir and Karim were to seek shelter. When Nasir asked what he meant by that, he answered that he ran away from the Sahad as he was not in a good mood. It was so bad that he didn't even get any sleep and just continued working even though the documents were not that urgent at all. They were all afraid to approach him. After hearing that, Nasir had a hint of why the Sahad was acting like that. While they were busy talking inside the room, they had no idea that one of Varaine's men was eavesdropping on them. Umar then noticed how busy Nasir was, so he asked if there was something going on. There was something indeed that happened, and it was about the content of the letter from Cromwell stating that they would be sending an ambassador to Pigeon. Umar was surprised to hear that as they were like an enemy to them for being friendly with Kraysha. Nasir had no idea what they were planning, but what was more surprising was that the ambassador came from a powerful family in Cromwell. He heard it was from the Estadia family who owned all the merchant groups in Sirte. Akka, who was listening to them outside, was also surprised, and he was somewhat familiar with that name. He then suddenly remembered the strange woman he met in the desert before, and she was the same woman from those flyers posted everywhere that he saw while traveling. Nasir continued talking about it and said that he should search more about the ambassador's family, while Karim was walking towards the door. He then suddenly opened it as he felt someone's presence, but the moment it was open, Akka was not there anymore, so Karim thought it was maybe just his imagination. Meanwhile, Aman politely advised the Sahad to take some rest as his health might suffer, after working for 2 days straight without getting some sleep. Beihai had no idea that it already had been that long, so he ordered Aman to leave him as he would be taking a break. While resting, he couldn't help but think of Asina. He had assumed that things would get better if he could drag her back, but he felt much worse now, and it was due to the fact that she was driving him crazy for not obeying his will. He questioned whether his anxiousness and anger would go away if he forced her to stay with him. He even thought that if he were to do that, he wouldn't need to worry about her running away again. While walking, he thought that she had higher spirits than anyone else, so tying her down wouldn't be easy, and she would never look at him with those eyes of hers again if he would do that. She was a woman who hid many secrets and always looked for a chance to run away from him, so he was confused as to what he was supposed to do with her. A woman's voice suddenly interrupted him with his deep thoughts. It turned out that he went to his bedroom without realizing it, as he also looked surprised seeing Asina in front of his 2 eyes. He thought that maybe it was because of lack of sleep that he went there while looking at the serious face of the lady. Asina asked in a rude way if he wanted to say something to her when he came there suddenly. The Sahad realized that he might already have gone crazy, and answered her that he didn't need to have any reason to come to his own bedroom. Suddenly, he held her face while noticing her swollen eyes. Asina reasoned that she couldn't sleep well last night, and it was because of a certain someone. The Sahad assumed that she waited for him, but the Era firmly denied it. The air between them changed into a serious one when Beihai grabbed her hand while asking about her injuries. But Asina was not bothered by his cold look and answered that it was because she threatened the maid so she could talk to him. She assured Beihai that it was not that deep. After saying that, he asked if her previous maid was that important for her to get injured like that. She explained that it was one of the reasons, but she also didn't like other people to get in trouble in exchange for her happiness. She was surprised after hearing him say that it was not his intention to make her cry. But what surprised her more was when he shared that he ordered them to release her previous maid. Asina seemed happy after hearing it and reasoned that her tears just fell on their own, so he didn't need to worry about it. She also added that she was not trying to gain any pity from him. But after saying that, she thanks Beihai for releasing her maid from prison. The Sahad had a smile on his face while saying that she now looked like his kitten. Asina couldn't help but be smitten by his smile and argued for calling her a kitten. But she noticed that he was acting a little strange. Suddenly, she was surprised when he leaned on her shoulder, which made them fall into the bed. When asked what he was doing, the Sahad answered that he was sleeping because he was so tired. Asina told him to sleep on the bed instead of on top of her, but the Sahad said to stay quiet. He couldn't believe how all those emotions that bothered him the past few nights just went away because of her warm embrace. It confused him as she was a different person because of the change in her appearance, but when he was holding her like that, he felt that she was still the same person he knew before. While they were hugging, he thought that her identity was not important anymore to him. What mattered most was how he could keep her by his side. A moment later, Asina couldn't take it anymore, so she told Beihai to get away from her as he was heavy. When they both properly lying on the bed, he asked the lady if she ever missed her family. Asina couldn't deny the fact that she did, and even her close friends, and she thought that the Sihad would understand her if he had a family. She then asked if Beihai had any siblings. He let out a little smile and said that he did, but they were all gone now. When she heard that, it surprised her and asked what was the reason behind it. The Sihad shared that they had a law about the royal family who lost in the test for becoming a Kuan had to die. The reason behind this law was to avoid rebellion from the losers, so if you were one of the royals, you must win in order to survive. While listening to him, she could tell how emotionless his tone was. She now finally understood those words he told her from their first meeting about rules and killing people, when one of them will die while the others survive. She now realized why the man beside her was cruel at the beginning, as he grew up on his own without anyone on his side, and in order for him to survive, he had to end people's lives. Even though he survived in the end, he had to carry the entire nation on his back, and she could tell it from the looks in his eyes as she was familiar with it. Asina commented how cruel his situation was while Beihai didn't care about it. He was surprised when the Era suddenly held his hand as if she was comforting him. Looking at him, she couldn't help but be saddened as she knew how he looked so lonely at the moment. The Sahad also held her hand tightly while falling asleep, and Asina said her goodnight to him. The next day, the High Chief of Dara, Jalil, was enjoying the beautiful weather of the capital together with High Chief Varine. He even praised the women of the capital that he almost didn't want to go back to Dara. But he was the only one enjoying as Varine had a serious look on his face. He reminded Jalil not to relax too much as the letter he received from the elders said that they would start their move once the festival was over. The High Chief of Dara finally caught Varane's attention when he shared the rumors in the palace about the Sihad leaving to chase some woman. He didn't believe it as it was just some rumors, but High Chief Jalil reasoned that it may be true at some point since the Sihad brought a woman into the harem all of a sudden. When Varine asked where he heard it from, Jalil answered that it was from the maids in the Sihad's palace whom he coaxed so hard to get that information. He was still not convinced about it as the Sihad he knew was an emotionless man, and yet the rumors said he left his palace to chase some woman. Jalil even heard that the woman's appearance was quite unique. When he said that the woman had silver hair and red eyes, High Chief Varine was greatly surprised. The air between them suddenly got serious, and he asked if he was telling the truth, but the High Chief of Dara answered that it was what he heard from the maids. Varine didn't want to believe it as he had already seen the face of Era before, so the maids may be telling lies. Suddenly, someone came inside their tent and interrupted them while asking what their conversation was all about. The High Chief Jalil greeted Akka and asked why he dressed differently. The man answered that he dressed himself like a servant so he could roam around the palace. When Akka asked what they were talking about, Jalil shared that it was about the woman that the Sihad found, and he was so smitten with her that he skipped working just to be with her. Akka was so surprised when the High Chief shared the woman's appearance with silver hair and red eyes. He smiled at the thought of her as he already knew who she was, but she got dragged back into the palace. High Chief Jalil said how remarkable a coincidence it was that the woman Akka saw in the desert was the Era. Since she got dragged back to the palace, Akka said that her plan to escape must have been unsuccessful. The High Chief wanted to know if the rumors about her beauty, who had captured Sahad's heart, were true. So Akka said that it was, and anyone would fall for her the first time he met her. But what confused Akka was that, how a woman like her who came from a powerful family met their Sahad like that. High Chief Varine got interested after hearing that he knew who she was. Since Akka lived in Cromwell for years, he was aware of her, especially since she had a color of hair and eyes that were rare even in the north. When Varine asked who she was, Akka had no intention of telling it for free, so the High Chief had a stern look on his face while asking for what he wanted in return. It was his first time seeing him act like that, so he must be desperate to know who she was. Akka took that opportunity to demand Krem Vineyard in Sharza. High Chief Jalil thought that he was a shameless kid for asking the Sharza's best vineyard easily, and he was sure that Varine would never give it to him. Akka was surprised when the High Chief was handing the paperwork and ordered him to give it to the government office so he could request a deed of transfer. And after that, he could get the vineyard when he takes it to Sharza. When he handed over the paperwork, Varine now asked what the identity of the Era was. The next day, Asina had a great sleep in the Sahad's bedroom, which she didn't have for a long time. She noticed that Beihai was not there, so she assumed he must have left already. She wondered when she got used to waking up in his arms like that. If her parents knew about it, they would surely make a fuss about it. But she reminded herself not to get swayed by it. A moment later, the servant informed her that she had a visitor, which surprised her since she thought she was not allowed to have one. It turned out it was Karim and Nasir, and she knew he must have been there to question her. But the tamer was so surprised as she looked different from before, so she explained that it was her original appearance and asked if he had fallen for her. After her shameless remarks, Karim could now tell that she was really the Asina he knew. Nasir asked how she had been doing and for her understanding that she couldn't leave the Sahad's bedroom. Asina knew that she couldn't and was even thankful for not being treated like a criminal even after she got caught running away. After that, Nasir didn't waste any time making a deal with her. In exchange for the political situation on the northern continent, he would answer any questions she had in mind. Karim wanted to oppose Nasir, but he stopped him. Asina was also surprised that he made the proposal to give any information she wanted even after they thought she was a spy. Since she had no other choice, she accepted his proposal and gave him some details, leaving out the sensitive information, as she needed any details she could get to escape that place. After that, she asked Nasir about Kuan, the living god of Pigeon. She wanted to know about the power that stopped the sandstorm before they caught her. But when Nasir heard it, he couldn't believe that the Sahad used his divine power. His expression grew intense, which was new to her as he had always seen him smile. Nasir now knew how deep his feelings for Asina were. He answered her question by explaining that the Kuan was the king's title and Sahad was the name of God. The current Kuan got both of these from the very first Sahad Kuan. Their first Kuan had 3 sons, and the Pigeon was divided into 3 nations when he left for Ishmael for good. The first one was Sakan, who was a brilliant scholar, and the second was Hakan, who was an outstanding warrior. The last was the Rakan, who brought together the 3 nations. After that, every new Kuan was given the title of Sakan, Hakan, or Rakan when he rose to the throne. The first Sahad Kuan made their land fertile with his powers from being barren, and they were passed down the generations as well. That was how the Pigeon was founded. After telling that story, Nasir said that they didn't know about the Sahad's power as well, but what they knew was that he could destroy all the nations in the southern continent if he wanted to. It was more surprising to Asina when she heard it from him, as Kuan's power was similar to the goddess's blessing, and such humans have that kind of power. She couldn't help but wonder how that person lived his life while carrying such burdensome power. Later that night, it seemed like Asina couldn't sleep at all as Nasir's words kept ringing in her mind. She had no idea why he said those things to her. Before they left earlier, he told her that, if the Sihad wavers, their nation would waver with him, so she shouldn't give false hope if she couldn't return the same feelings for the Sihad. When she asked what he meant by that, Nasir said that she already knew what he meant. He added that she was a beautiful woman, and anyone could be attractive to her in a romantic sense as well. She didn't expect that from him, so she was surprised. But she told him that what he was worried about wouldn't happen since she was not even from Pigeon. Nasir said that he trusted her words for it before leaving. It was the reason why Asina wanted to leave that place. If they just let her escape, things would have ended easily. Thinking about Beihai's actions, she couldn't help but wonder as to why he was ordering her around when he had no feelings for her. She told herself that she didn't even do anything wrong. Meanwhile, one of Varaine's men went to his room as he was being called. But the moment he stepped inside, he was surprised at the sight he saw. The room was in a mess while the High Chief was standing in the middle holding his sword. The man thought that Akka upset him since he heard he visited the High Chief during the day. Suddenly, Varain asked his men what he would do if he couldn't get what he wanted no matter what he did. Ragwi answered that he didn't know, as he was just a humble servant of his. After remembering Akka's words about that woman's identity, he told Ragwi that the answer was simple. It was to take it by force or crash it so no one else could have it. Meanwhile, Beihai went to his bedroom only to find Asina sleeping already. He went near her to observe the woman. The Sahad was just staring at her, as if he noticed that something was not right. Suddenly, he said that Asina was really bad at pretending to sleep. She told Beihai that once he clashed with mountain beasts in the middle of the night, he would automatically be more sensitive when he slept. When Sahad heard that, he asked if she experienced sleeping outdoors, to which she answered that she had gotten used to that often before. It was a surprise for him since he thought she always made a fuss as to where she slept. But Asina said that she became less picky because of traveling. The Sahad asked if it was really that exciting for her. When she heard that, instead of answering, she told him that he always asked her that question, so he must be really curious about it. He smiled at her and said that it was because he wanted to know everything about her. After that, he laid down beside her and asked what questions she had for Nasir since he heard he visited Asina earlier. Even though she wanted to lie, she knew Beihai would learn about it sooner or later, so she told him she wanted to know why he was called a god. The Sahad was curious about what Nasir answered her, so Asina shared that the people of Pigeon were living better now, and it was all thanks to his power. She got excited all of a sudden when Beihai said that Nasir didn't tell in detail about it. She thought there were more secrets about it, but the Sahad didn't want to tell her for free. Since she was interested in getting more information about his power, she asked him what he wanted to know. Beihai answered that he wanted to know about her childhood, and after that, he would tell her everything. She shared how smart, cute, lovable, pretty, and adorable she was when she was little. Since she had a beautiful face now, she was also cute when she was still young. She shared that she took after her father in terms of looks and personality, but other people said that she resembled her mother, even though she didn't want that. When Beihai heard that, he asked if she liked her father more. It was not like she hated her mother. She just had a little problem with her because she wanted her to stay a 4-year-old forever. Suddenly, she wondered what the Sahad's mother was like, so she asked about it. Surprisingly, he didn't know about her since he had never met her, which shocked Asina. She apologized, as she shouldn't have asked that, but the Sahad said that she shouldn't feel sorry about it since his mother passed away the moment he was born. Then she got curious if his father was also a Kuan. Beihai knew she already heard about the Saken, but Asina said that there were not many materials to read about Pigeon in the north. He shared that according to their law, any royal member who loses in the test to become Kuan must die to prevent them from rising a rebel. While he was talking, Asina had no idea what Beihai thought about his family, but whenever he talked about them, there was no emotion in him even a little. Then the Sihad said that his father was neither a good nor bad god, but he was certain that he was not a good father. While listening to him, Asina couldn't help but think that the man in front of her was the image of God that the people of Pigeon worshipped. She thought that maybe it was why the people around him were scared that their perfect god would change. But in her eyes, Beihai was just an ordinary human being who was lonely. The next day, Nasir was reporting to the Sahad about Kraisha, who was already making their move. He heard that their leading governors were planning to meet the envoy from Cromwell, but he was not sure yet the reason behind it. The Sahad commented on how Kraisha puts in a lot of effort this time. Nasir said that it was not at all surprising since their once barren and poor land gained wealth through trade, and it was all thanks to Cromwell's merchant guilds. Before Beihai could forget, he told Nasir that the Grand Vizier Ahmed had requested an audience with him. When he heard that, Nasir was surprised since he should know that the Sahad couldn't be disturbed while he was resting unless Beihai called for him first. Knowing that, the Sahad was more curious about what he was up to. Since Iman reported that the Grand Vizier was planning something, he wanted to accept his request to find out what it was. A moment later, Ahmed arrived and greeted the Sahad, as it had been a long time since they saw each other. He was happy to see the Rakan get back in time for the festival, as he was worried that he might go back to the pilgrimage in Holy Oasis again. Since it looked like he was teasing him, Beihai did the same by saying that he was the first who would be the happiest when he was away from the palace, which the Grand Vizier denied. It seemed like he really was planning to find fault with Beihai somehow. While having their tea, Ahmed asked why he went outside, but Beihai said that it looked like he was questioning him at the moment, but the Grand Vizier defended that it was just out of concern for him. He couldn't help but ask because of the strange rumor he heard somewhere that the new era might be a spy from Cromwell. Now Beihai knew what the Grand Vizier wanted to learn about from him. He knew that he had no guts to challenge him like that, so he was sure that someone else put him up to it, and it was obvious who it was. The Grand Vizier requested to investigate the matter. Even though it was not customary to question the woman's status within the harem, it was a different story if she was really a spy from an enemy nation. Before the Sihad talk, he was confused as to why Varine was acting differently and did something like that when he didn't even corner him in any way. When he asked where he heard it from, the Grand Vizier answered that everyone was talking about it, so it was hard for him to point out who it was, but he had evidence that gave him a reason to suspect the era. The Sahad got annoyed as it looked like he wanted to meet his era, but Ahmed explained that he wouldn't dare. Seeing how he reacted, the rumors could be true that the Sihad had fallen head over heels for that woman, which gave him more reason not to let the opportunity slide. So he suggested sending a woman in his stead to make him feel more at ease, and it was his daughter, Jakia, who would serve the era as her maid. Later that day, the Grand Vizier talked to his daughter and said to find that woman's weakness while she was serving her. After that, she could use it to strip off her position and become the new era. He added that it was always what she dreamed of. Jakia, who doesn't look happy about it at all, had no other choice but to accept his father's order. The next day, Era's maids were surprised when they saw the Grand Chamberlain and asked why he was there. Iman answered them by saying that his purpose there was to talk to the era. The maids informed the Grand Chamberlain that the era was not ready yet, but Iman said that he could wait for her outside. While waiting, he thought about how the people of Pigeon saw the Sahad's bedchamber in the palace as a holy place where God sleeps. He still doesn't believe that the room was being used to confine a woman, so it made him believe that the Sahad was a man after all, and there he thought he was not interested in women. Since the woman was being carefully protected, he wanted to see her with his own eyes. The moment Asina went outside to know why the Grand Chamberlain visited her, Iman was greatly shocked the first time he laid his eyes upon her. Now he knew she was really beautiful, that was why the Sahad had deeply fallen for her. He then introduced himself as the Grand Chamberlain who manages all the palaces there, including the one she was in. When Asina asked what she could do to help him, Iman said that he'd just come there to see if he could do something to make her stay comfortable, as it was his duty as the Grand Chamberlain. Since he asked if there was something he could do for her, she just asked him how long she should stay there locked up and if she could return to the harem. Iman answered her that it was up to the Sahad for how long she would stay there since the harem was originally sealed off anyway. When she heard that, she was curious about the reason behind it, but the Grand Chamberlain said she should ask the Sahad about it since it was a delicate matter. While the maid was dressing her up, Asina couldn't help but notice that Iman was staring at her. So she asked about it. The Grand Chamberlain apologized for being rude and said that he was just happy since there would be a possibility that the palace would have a mistress after so long. It must be a joyous occasion for him. What surprised Asina greatly was when she heard him say how nice she felt to receive Raken's love. She explained that he was getting the wrong idea, as the Sahad only knew ways of how to harass her. That was more surprising to Aman, as he had no idea that their king had not confessed yet to her, so he couldn't help but laugh since the Sahad could also act like a bashful little boy. Asina got a little annoyed as he suddenly laughed after what she said and asked him why he reacted like that. The Grand Chamberlain answered that he found it quite entertaining and said, "What man in that world would look at a woman with such mesmerized eyes if he didn't love her?" He also added that a man would never try so hard to keep her by his side if he was not in love with her. It was hard for Asina to believe, so she was taken aback after hearing all those words from him. A cold man like Beihai couldn't possibly be in love with her. But thinking about his actions before, and even when he said that he had fallen for her, it might be true. Seeing her reaction after realizing everything, the Grand Chamberlain knew that Asina was also inexperienced when it came to men. Meanwhile, Nasir was confirming if Jakia would really be serving Lady Asina from that day on as her maid, to which the Sahad said yes. He was curious why he allowed it, as Gedik might be plotting something. The Raken said that since Varine was the one behind it, they could use it to their advantage as a chance to get more information on both Gedik and Varine. But what worried Nasir was that it was Lady Jakia they were talking about, so the Era must also be warned. Since she was young, she got the favor of the previous Sakin and adored her like she was his own daughter. Because of that, Jakia and her father, Gedik, greatly benefited from it. It was all thanks to his daughter that he gained many connections with several powerful people that made him move up to the position of Grand Vizier. If that was what their Sahad wanted, then he would warn Asina in advance. But Beihai stopped him and said that he would tell her himself. While walking to his bedroom, which was located in the deepest part of the Sahad's palace, Beihai never got lost in thought before, even after walking into it several times. There was not simply any room for other things in his life, but now it was different. Whenever he opens those doors, his mind starts racing and hesitating. He had no choice but to accept the fact that the woman inside those doors had created a storm in his heart. The moment he stepped inside, Asina greeted him, but it seemed like he was not happy at all while asking who dressed her in the clothes she was wearing. That annoyed Era, who said it was the maid's. She then asked him if it didn't suit her, but instead of answering her, he wanted to know if anyone else had seen her like that besides the maids. Asina answered that no one else other than the maids and him had seen her wearing those clothes. Looking at her like that, he couldn't believe himself that knowing he was the first to see her like that could make him happy. He didn't know what to do anymore with the emotions he had at the moment. His silence and gaze made Asina think that she looked bad at all. She misunderstood him that he didn't want her to be seen wearing that by other people as it was ugly. So she told him that she was going to change into her nightgown anyway. But when she was about to go, Beihai grabbed her hand and hugged her from behind. He told her softly that she was maddeningly good in it and said to stay like that in his arms for a moment. Iman's words suddenly popped into her mind while the Sahad was hugging her, which made her heart beat faster. She tried to break free from him but to no avail and just blurted out that he was a womanizer as he talked like one. The Sahad didn't defend himself and just let her think whatever she wanted. Suddenly, Beihai kissed her on her neck, which surprised Asina. She felt hurt inside, as it was better when she was away from him. The harsh cold of the desert and the sandstorm made her forget how she felt. But now that she felt his warmth, her heart fluttered again by his touch. After kissing her hand, Beihai said that the way she looked right now suited her so well. He suddenly noticed her, but it was not her usual reaction, so the Sahad asked if something happened. When she answered that it was nothing, he knew that there was something since she couldn't look into his eyes. Beihai asked the maid who visited the Era that day, and the servant answered that it was the Grand Chamberlain Aman who stopped by in the morning. It looked like he got annoyed, as it was Aman's fault that she reacted that way. When he asked Asina if the Grand Chamberlain said something to her, she couldn't respond properly, so he already knew that Aman had said something to her. Beihai insisted she tell him about it. She wanted to say those ridiculous words to him about him being in love with her, but she couldn't get the words out of her mouth. The Sahad noticed how she was trying her best not to say anything, so he planned to get it himself from Aman some other time. Since she couldn't tell the whole truth, she just shared that she asked the Grand Chamberlain about the harem. She added that it would be better for her to live there again than to stay locked up in his bedroom. Beihai didn't approve of that idea, as she could run away again just like she did recently, but he had no idea that Asina was just trying to stop him from questioning her conversation with the Grand Chamberlain. There was one thing she remembered that Aman said earlier, and it was about the harem being sealed off. She asked the Sahad why he did it and if he disliked women that much, which surprised him as it was an unexpected question. His answer confused Asina as he told her that he didn't know that he had any particular feelings about them. But she suddenly said that the time would come to him that he needed to get married. The words just came out of nowhere, so she wanted to apologize immediately, but the Sahad was just as surprised as her. He wanted to know why she got curious about that all of a sudden. She explained that she thought that one of the king's duties was to produce an heir, so she wanted to know if he needed to get married as well. The Sahad had no idea that she was that worried about him producing an heir, and he also answered that he didn't dislike women. He just found them bothersome. He explained that, by the time he ascended the throne, Pigeon was destroyed because of the battles, and every citizen had to suffer from a long-term food and water shortage. It was the reason that he didn't have any time to spare for women as problems piled up one by one. She wanted to know if those issues had been resolved now, to which Beihai replied that it was better now after their population had been reduced because of the battles. Asina noticed how calm he was while sharing that, but she knew how hard he worked to make Pigeon what it was today. She was taken aback when Beihai said that sooner or later he needed to produce an heir. It meant that he needed to get married as well, and she imagined it would be to a beautiful and kind Pigeon woman. But that thought was hard for her to even imagine, so she guessed that he needed to get married someday. Seeing her reaction, he teased her by saying that maybe she was jealous as she kept asking him that question. That agitated her and she defended herself, saying that she was not and there was nothing for her to be that way. She even boasted that she was living with the best-looking man in the world, but Beihai didn't know that she was referring to her father. Because of that, he wanted to clarify her words if she was living with a man, to which Asina replied that she was. The maid felt the intense air coming from the Sahad, so she made her way out without telling them. Since Beihai suddenly got silent, Asina called his name, but when he didn't respond as well, she called him Sahad. He pulled her closely and said that he was not her Sahad, which greatly surprised Asina. The Era then asked if he would be going to kiss her, but he was not sure at all. When Asina asked why not, Beihai answered that he might not be able to stop himself as he wanted to swallow her whole, bones and everything. Asina became speechless and didn't know how to react to that, but suddenly, the Sahad kissed her on the forehead, which was unexpected. After doing that, he asked if that was okay, but Asina couldn't answer as it was too sudden for her. The next day, it was still early in the morning, but Asina was already in deep thoughts while thinking about what happened to her and Beihai yesterday. She wanted to know if he really liked her. She even regretted provoking the Sahad, which led him to kiss her. Now she didn't even know how to act around him anymore. Her head was a mess at the moment since she had no experience in dating before, and her father was to blame for all of that. His good looks made her have high standards that kept her from dating anyone. Suddenly, someone interrupted her with her deep thoughts, which surprised her. It was Jakia, and she properly introduced herself as the daughter of Grand Vizier Ahmed and added that she would be serving her starting that day. Asina already knew that she was sent there to monitor her, but she still greeted her back politely. After the introduction, the air suddenly got serious between them when Jakia wanted to know the reason behind the change in her appearance. It was different from what she remembered of how she looked, so it greatly shocked Asina, as she didn't know how to respond to that. Since it already came to that point, she boldly pretended that she didn't know what she was talking about, and added that her beauty was still the same. Jakia knew she was playing dumb and noticed how indecent her behavior was, so she told Asina how she was unfamiliar with their palace etiquette. The Era didn't deny that fact, and thought about what the Sihad said to her last night about Jakia's coming to serve her as her maid. When Beihai mentioned that, Asina was surprised as Jakia had high status, so it confused her as to why she would become her maid. He said that it was to observe her since the Grand Vizier expressed his concern to their king and that she might harm him. Asina was left in shock, as she couldn't believe what she had heard. She didn't even know how to end a god like him, which made Beihai laugh at her reaction. Thinking about it made Asina lose in thought, so Jakia called her attention as she was not listening to her. When she got back to her senses, the lady said that it was understandable that she was not aware of their customs, especially the rules of the palace or the nobles since she was from the north. Asina said that it was true, so Jakia informed her that she was there to teach her about the etiquette in the palace since she was now the Era. When she heard that, it surprised her, and she wanted to politely decline, but Jakia was firm about it while saying that it was necessary for her to learn that. Asina felt that she wouldn't accept a no for an answer, and so the ladies started their lesson with the basic etiquette. That night, one of the high chiefs just arrived for the banquet, but he noticed that the king's seat was empty, so he wondered where the Sihad went. High Chief Elbhar happily welcomed him and asked why he arrived late. The other also greeted him. He was the Main's High Chief Izmir and explained that it was because of a band of thieves who attacked them that caused their late arrival. Maine was home to many highly skilled warriors, and they chose the most powerful man as their High Chief through fighting competition. Elbhar expressed his sympathy as he heard that Izmir lost one of his best warriors while fighting the thieves, and it was his chosen heir. Suddenly, the Grand Chamberlain interrupted their conversation to ask how they were doing at the banquet. High Chief Elbhar wanted to know why they hardly see him, and Iman answered that he was very busy serving the Sahad. High Chief Izmir couldn't help but ask why their king was not there. He thought that he could have at least stayed until midnight, even though he was not fond of those events. Since his arrival, he already noticed that the Sahad's seat was empty, so he had to ask the Grand Chamberlain about it. Iman and Elbhar were shocked at his question and paused for a moment as if they were confused after hearing that. Then the two laughed while saying that their king was probably busy at that moment. High Chief Izmir was clueless as to what they were talking about, so Elbhar had a hint that he might not have heard about the news since he just arrived in Alpesian. With that being said, the High Chief then explained that the Sihad had actually taken in a woman to become his heira. That greatly shocked Izmir after hearing that. He asked if he was talking about the same Sahad he knew since it was unbelievable. Elbhar said that there was no reason for them to lie about it, and Iman added that the woman was staying in their king's bedroom instead of the harem, so she may be that precious to him. It was something new to the Grand Chamberlain, as it was unexpected for the Sahad to feel so passionate about someone, though he felt sorry for the heira to stay confined to the bedroom. That was big news for Izmir, and he thought that many things had happened while he was gone. Suddenly, a man's voice butted in and said that the woman might be a spy since she was from the northern continent. No one knew who she was, and she might have endangered their king, so they shouldn't have been relaxed about that matter. When the Main's High Chief heard about the spy, he couldn't help but look at the Grand Chamberlain with a confused look. Iman had to retaliate, so he asked the Grand Vizier if it was the reason why he sent Jakia to observe the heira, and even added that he was working his precious daughter too hard. It was clear to both the High Chiefs that the Grand Chamberlain and the Grand Vizier were still not on good terms. To lessen the tension between the two, Izmir informed Iman that he would like to request an audience to the Sihad tomorrow, so the Grand Chamberlain replied that he would arrange for it. After that, Iman excused him from the High Chiefs, and the Grand Vizier also did the same thing. Looking at the two, it seemed like their relationship didn't change at all. They said that if Gedik had not climbed up the ladder using his daughter Jakia, Iman would have been the Grand Vizier at the moment. High Chief Izmir couldn't help but agree to that and remembered that it all changed because of that tragedy that happened before. The air suddenly got gloomy after mentioning that, but before they went on further with that topic, someone interrupted them. High Chief Elbhar greeted him and noticed that he was in a good mood that day since he joined the conversation. It was High Chief Varine who interrupted them and said the same thing to Elbhar since he was always in a good mood as well. He didn't deny that fact since all he did was laze around. Varine then looked at High Chief Izmir, who had been quiet after his arrival. It had been a while since they last saw each other, but it seemed like he was not happy to see Varine. He then asked Main's High Chief for his time, as he would like to talk to him in private. But Izmir said that he would send a servant instead, as if he were telling him that he didn't want to talk to him. Varine had no choice but to accept it and bid them goodbye while Izmir was looking at him seriously from behind. Meanwhile, Asina was reading the book about palace etiquette and was complaining as to why she needed to learn about it. She already had an idea that Jakia didn't become her normal maid, but what she had gone through with her was a kind of new suffering. What made it worse was that she would be around her most of the time, so it would be hard for her to think of a plan for her escape. Since she had no choice about it, she just rested her body on the bed while accepting her faith in the hands of Jakia. Suddenly, Beihai interrupted her thoughts and asked if she was already sleeping. The Sahad said that he came there because he wanted to know what kind of trouble she was putting on Jakia. That enraged Asina, and she complained that it was the opposite since she gave her a thick book about palace etiquette to read. She even asked if it was Beihai who instructed Jakia to do that to her, and even cursed at him as she needed to endure that hardship that day. The Sahad teased her even more and said that since Jakia taught her the palace etiquette, she should already have learned about it a little, but he couldn't see it at all. Asina thought that there was something wrong with the Grand Vizier's head for thinking that a frail woman like her could harm him, and it irritated her when all they thought about her was being a spy and assassin. Looking at her complaining made Beihai laugh at her. He then held her face and said that she should be careful if she didn't want to die there. After hearing that, Asina had an urge to ask if he would spare her life if she would be obedient to him. That caught Beihai off guard, but he eventually said yes to her even though, in the back of his mind, he apologized to her as he knew he couldn't harm her in any way. Asina couldn't believe it, so she asked him again, and the Sahad replied that he would spare her life and gave his word for it. After hearing that, she looked at him and knew that the man in front of her liked her. But as for Asina, even though Beihai could make her heart flutter like that, what she felt for him didn't matter as she couldn't stay there by his side. Besides that, she knew that he was not someone she could have a relationship with on a whim because of his status and her identity. She realized what Nasir said was true about her keeping her distance from the Sahad if she was not sure about her feelings for him. Aside from that, Beihai was at the age that he should have married someone and produced an heir who would replace him someday. Just thinking about the Sihad being with some other woman made her heart feel pain, which surprised her. Beihai noticed her and asked what was wrong with her, but Asina said it was nothing, even though her face said otherwise. Since she knew he wouldn't let it go, she told him that some things made her upset just by thinking about them, and the Sihad asked what it was all about. He was looking at her seriously and was waiting for her answer, so she had no choice but to share it a little. Asina didn't directly say that it was him that she was thinking about, but rather she told him that it made her upset when she thought that the one she liked was with some other woman. When Beihai heard that, he got mad as he thought she was talking about the man she said that she was living with. That confused Asina, as it was out of the blue, and she had no idea what he was talking about. The Sihad then added that the man was already living with her, but he still had the nerve to see another woman. He even remembered that Asina said that he was the best-looking man in the world, but it sounded to him that he was using that to his advantage. Now that she thought about it, she realized what he was talking about and couldn't believe that Beihai was still on that topic. Asina wanted to explain that he misunderstood her, but he looked upset while asking her what she even liked about that kind of man. But then she needed to reveal that she was talking about her father, which greatly surprised the man in front of her. Beihai then let go of her, and Asina asked if he really thought that she was actually living with a male lover. She wanted to laugh already, but she was controlling it and said that she didn't lie when she said that her father was the best-looking man in the world and that she was living with him. When he asked who said about the compliment, Asina said that it was her and everyone in their place could acknowledge it. She even seriously promises that her father is the best-looking man in the world, but Beihai compares himself and asks if he is better than him. That surprised her, as she had no idea that he would mind now about how he looked. She couldn't control her laughter anymore and said why he cared now about his appearance. It was already expected that he didn't know how handsome he was, but still, who knew he would compare himself like that so openly to her? Asina teased him and apologized, as she had no idea that he was that confident in his looks. After that, Beihai stayed quiet and suddenly he pushed her down to the bed while he was on top of her, which surprised the Era. He then had an evil smile on his face and said that she should have the confidence to face the consequences before teasing him. She knew she was in big trouble while looking at him, and all she could say was sorry and apologized greatly. The next day, High Chief Izmir greeted their king with such respect, and Sahad praised him for coming all the way there. He then offered any help to the High Chief as compensation to the warriors whom he was with while fighting those bandits on their way there. Izmir appreciated it and thanked their king. The Sahad then asked if he had fun with the banquet, but he honestly replied that it had been years since his last visit, so there were many unfamiliar faces, and it took him time to adjust to his surroundings. Beihai said that it must have been tiring for him compared to Elbhar, who was clearly enjoying the banquet with the new faces around him. The High Chief agreed to that, and it seemed like the one he knew was already replaced by younger men. With that being said, he informed the Sahad that he also planned to step down from his position soon, which Beihai didn't expect. When he asked if he already had a successor in mind, Izmir answered that he had and also planned to hold a fighting competition next year. Whoever wins that would replace him in his position. The Sahad didn't expect him to retire so soon and wished he could hold his position a little longer. Izmir also thought the same thing. The high chiefs of Naya and Moskat had competent sons, so it was already decided who would replace their positions. Only Sohal and Main still needed to choose their next high chief. To bring stability to their territory, he could only hope to find a successor soon. After hearing that, the Sahad noticed that he had the same concerns as the high chief of Sohal. But Izmir said that the only difference between them was that Main was more peaceful compared to Sohal currently. Among the 6 regions, Sohal was the most highly esteemed, having produced the most grand viziers and officials. About 70% of Alpesian's officials came from Sohal, but as a result, the battle over the position of high chief was fiercer there compared to other regions. Unlike in Sohal, the people of Sharza have close bonds with each other, but the only problem with them was that they were not on good terms when it came to other regions. Thinking about that, the Sihad thought that it must be the reason why Varain became the high chief without any opposition. Speaking of that man, Izmir warned their king to be wary of that high chief. After dealing with many people before, he was the one who was so difficult to read. Beihai said that he would do that. After a while, High Chief Izmir wanted to ask something of him. He hesitated, but he still wanted to know if he was still investigating that incident before, which greatly shocked their king. It was unpleasant to talk to, but he wanted to make it clear what incident he was referring to, so he answered that it was what everyone calls the Great Tragedy. Izmir added that Vika was wise, so he wanted to keep that incident buried, and that was the same for his father, who lost his daughter in that incident. Even if it was hard for him to say it, he also said that he felt the same way as them. Hearing him say that, Beihai couldn't hide the fact that he hadn't forgotten about it, but Izmir was telling him that everyone had already forgotten it. The High Chief explained that it was still clear in their memory, and no one could possibly forget how the third prince killed all the women and children in the harem and took his own life after running away. Being a skilled warrior and having a good heart, the third prince had been unofficially chosen as the next ruler. But then one day, he did that tragedy, and after he died, the remaining royals started to fight with each other for the throne. The main groups in power split into factions, and numerous civil battles broke out. That was how Pigeon became a living hell. It happened 20 years ago, so there was no need for them to bring the incident back, as they had finally recovered a semblance of peace. It seemed like the Sihad had no intention of letting it go, as his mother was included in that harem when that happened, and at the same time, Izmir's sister was also there. So he asked him if he could really forget what happened to her. Before he could give his answer, the Sihad added that he was not trying to avenge his mother, and also that he was not sad about the deaths of his half-siblings. All he wanted to know was the reason why the third prince killed them all of a sudden. Izmir shared what he had heard about it, and that he had an unexpected attack of madness as he was suffering from an illness. If that was the case, the Sihad then asked why they chose him to become their next ruler when they had other promising candidates for the throne in Pigeon. After hearing that, all Izmir could think about was the time when they buried the body of his sister. That was why he wanted the Sihad to let it go, as he didn't want to lose someone again for no reason. But Beihai stated that it wouldn't happen again because he would handle everything all by himself. Meanwhile, Jakia was teaching Asina the palace etiquette. One of the rules she needed to follow inside the harem was that, if the Sihad visited, she must go inside her room and must not show herself until he called her. She wanted to also discuss receiving guests who were older than her, but it seemed like Asina was busy sleeping rather than listening to her. When Jakia called her, it startled her, and asked how she managed to remember all of those rules. What was more confusing to her was how she knew all those details when she had never been inside the harem. But Jakia revealed that she stayed there for a short while when she was still young, which led Asina to ask what she was doing there when she came from a well-known family. It seemed like she shouldn't ask that as her face saddened, but still, she answered by saying that she went there to stay with her aunt after losing her mother. Asina knew that she opened up an old wound, and yet she dared to ask her why she was outside the harem now. Based on what she learned from Jakia, anyone who entered the harem must live there forever, so it brought her confusion. She replied briefly and said that something bad happened that caused the harem to be sealed off. When Asina wanted to ask further, Jakia brushed off the topic and said that they should continue with their lesson about table manners. She knew she didn't want to talk about it, but since they already had a little break, she offered to have some tea first. Asina then told her to call her by her name instead of Era, as it felt less formal for her and more like they were friends. Jakia wanted to decline that as she had nothing to gain from getting close to her, but Asina stated that it was not her intention to gain anything, and besides, it was an order from her, not a request. After hearing that, it seemed to her that she already learned how to use her authority before learning how to do her duty, just like people tend to reach for sweet treats rather than bitter medicine. Since she had no choice, as she stated it was an order, she then called her Lady Asina. She thought that all the king's concubine did was eat and lie around, but it seemed that it was not the case, so she asked what kind of duties the Era had. Jakia answered that the most important thing she needed to do was to be clean and presentable at all times, so that when the Sihad visited the harem out of the blue, she could serve him whenever. The air between them became awkward after she heard that, as she could never be able to do that. Thinking about it, Asina remembered that Beihai said he was not the one who sealed off the harem, so she thought it might be the previous ruler, the Sakin. When she tried to remember it, she did once ask what Beihai's father was like, and he answered that he was neither a good nor a bad god, and he certainly was not a good father. She then asked Jakia what kind of man was the previous Sakin since she felt that she might know something. After asking that, Asina noticed her reaction, and she didn't expect that she would be so surprised with that question. Jakia then replied that he was a good man, but people may not agree with her whether he was a good ruler or not. She was certain that he was a good man for her, as he cared for her like she was his own daughter. The kindness he showed her was more than what she deserved. That confused Asina, as he was not a good father to his own son, just like what Beihai told her, and yet he cared for someone else's daughter like she was his own. With that, she had an urge to ask how her relationship with her father was, which greatly surprised Jakia. That reaction caught Asina's attention as her face softened after mentioning the previous Sakin, but she froze immediately when she asked her about her father. To make her not feel upset about it, Asina explained that she was just curious about what her father was like and apologized to her. She had thought that Jakia was like a pampered daughter loved by everyone the moment she first met her, but when she actually talked to her face-to-face, she turned out to be calm, wise, and somewhat hungry for affection. Jakia then answered that it would be a lie if she told her that she had a good relationship with her father. Hearing her say that, Asina kept wanting to know more about it, but she just told her that she still seemed to love him. She added that she could tell it from the way she spoke about her father, as her voice was filled with love for him. Jakia then shared how she felt that Asina seemed to have been raised with love, which she didn't deny. Her naive assumption made her assume that people would tolerate whatever she said to them. Seeing her talking coldly like that, Asina could tell that she made her upset, so she told her that she didn't mean it that way. Jakia then warned her that she could talk to her like that, but she shouldn't treat others in that manner, especially the high chiefs, for whom she should be more cautious. Asina was curious about the reason behind that, and even joked that they would eat her alive. But she was shocked when Jakia said that it was worse than that, as they would really kill her. Meanwhile, High Chief Izmir was arguing with High Chief Varine, as he thought that he was the one behind the thieves who attacked them. Varine denied it and had no idea what he was talking about, but Izmir was sure that he was the one who ordered it, so there was no need for him to play dumb in front of him. Besides that, he was the only one who could send bandits after him that could stop him from going to Pigeon. Those thieves could be found throughout Pigeon, but they don't travel in big groups, and they certainly weren't brave enough to mess with a high chief and his entourage without someone powerful backing them up. What made him even mad was that he lost his successor fighting those bandits. While he was lost in thought, Varine heard that what happened was that he lost a warrior who was dear to him and even added that it was truly unfortunate. But he asked him why he would do such a thing when he didn't bear any resentment towards him, so it was a pity that he jumped to such a conclusion. That angered High Chief Izmir, but he had no choice but to admit that what Varine said was true, as he still had no proof of it. After that, he asked why he requested to meet him privately, so High Chief Varine answered that there was something he needed his help with. That made Izmir laugh, as he was shameless, so he asked why he thought that he would help him. Varine answered that it didn't matter to him either way, as he was sure that he would end up helping him. After saying that, he showed something to High Chief Izmir which greatly shocked him. Lady Jakia said that she may be safe for now since she has the Sahad's favor, but once she loses his interest, those people would surely come after her, so she advises her to be careful in the future. Asina couldn't help but ask if she would also turn her back on her if the Sahad lost his interest in her after hearing that. Before answering that, she paused for a moment, but later on, Jakia told her that she wouldn't do that. It made Asina happy when she heard. Her reaction was quite a surprise for Lady Jakia, as she didn't expect it. The Era then proudly stated that she could survive any hardships even though she may look weak outside. Seeing her being cheerful, Jakia now realized why the Sahad fell hard for the woman in front of her. Asina was not sure what she meant, as her statement was hard to believe, so the lady just explained that she was beautiful, which the Era confidently said that many people already knew that. But Jakia added that she didn't mean her looks and noticed that she dressed simply that day. She even added that she should do more about it so her beautiful face shines. She had no idea how her maids had already put a lot of effort into dressing her up, so Asina questioned if it was necessary to do that. Since there has not been a woman in the royal family for a long time, Jakia told her that she should and offered to bring jewelry for her tomorrow, which Asina quickly refused. Suddenly, Beihai arrived and interrupted them. Their king thought that they were in the middle of an entertaining conversation. When the two ladies saw him, Jakia bowed her head as a sign of respect while Asina just welcomed him like she usually does. What surprised them, especially Asina, was when the Sahad came towards her and embraced her so suddenly. She couldn't process his actions as there were many people inside that room. Even though he always does that, it was still a bit uncomfortable for Asina as Lady Jakia was still there. Although she already expected that, it was still hard for Jakia to see it with her own eyes. Then the Sahad stated that it was still surprising that she could accept the task of being Asina's maid. She couldn't look directly into his eyes while explaining that even though it was the case, all she did until now was converse with the Era. As she looked at the lady, Asina could tell how she felt at that moment just by looking into her eyes. Since Jakia couldn't bear to look at them any longer, she excused herself to leave their king. Asina complained about why Beihai let the lady leave looking like that, but the man stated that he had just helped her out, so she shouldn't scold him. She was not convinced after hearing his reason, so the Sahad explained that he had just stopped Lady Jakia from lecturing her any further. The look on her face made Asina realize that the lady really liked Badad. Just by looking at the man in front of her, she understands Jakia's feelings since having a face like his would make every girl fall for him. Even Asina was struggling to give up on him. Thinking about how he gave all his attention to her made her so happy that she wished it would last forever. She knew it was a preposterous feeling, but she couldn't stop how she felt for him. Since she was born, she had already received an overwhelming amount of attention from everyone around her, so she was used to people looking at her with surprise, respect, kindness, and even affection. But the way Beihai's red eyes looked at her was different. They gaze at her with a burning desire that she has never experienced before in her life. And when he does that to her, she feels a strange sensation inside of her. That made her realize that she really liked the Sihad after all. She liked him a lot. Beihai noticed that Asina became silent, so he asked her if she was sick or if Lady Jakia said something to her. The Era couldn't share her feelings with him directly, so she just answered him that he thought wrong. There was no other reason left except for him touching her, so he asked if it was the case, which Asina said yes to and added that she hated it. The Sahad knew that she was lying, but still, he told her that he won't hug her if she doesn't want him to while holding her hand. Asina couldn't believe what she just heard and thought of how she ends up liking such a man. Beihai let go of her hand after she said that she was really not in the mood to deal with him at the moment. After that, he wanted to know what she learned from Jakia, to which she answered that she had taught her about the rules of life inside the harem. She added it was about being courteous to the elders and behaving modestly. Lady Jakia also said that her most important role was to keep herself clean and presentable at all times so that she could serve the Sahad, even if he visited the harem out of the blue, but Asina suddenly turned red as she remembered it and had no intentions of sharing that with Beihai. She even yelled at him, asking him as to why he wanted to know about their conversation when he was a man. Her sudden reaction startled the Sahad. Suddenly, Karim barged into the room and reported to their king that a problem had arisen. When he got there, he almost lost his breath as he ran to the Sahad as soon as possible to inform him. When the Rakan asked what it was, he answered that the envoy and his companions had been attacked. That surprised both Asina and Beihai. She wondered what it was all about after hearing the word envoy. He wanted to know what exactly happened, so Karim just told him that Umar was already handling the situation, but he stopped in the middle of his report and seriously looked at Asina. The Era was confused as to why he was staring at her like that, as if he wanted her to leave the room. But then the Sihad ordered the maids to take Asina back to his bedroom, which they immediately obeyed. While they were walking, she couldn't help but think if it was a matter that she was not allowed to know. She assumed it might be from Cromwell, but it didn't make sense at all to her since Cromwell was an enemy nation of Pisan, so it was impossible that they would send an envoy there. Before she totally left the room, she noticed a piece of cloth on the small table and asked if Jakia left it there. When she picked it up, Asina was greatly shocked and couldn't believe what she just saw. It was a symbol that was very familiar to her family's crest. Meanwhile, 2 men were climbing a mountain, and one of them was complaining about the situation that they were in. He wondered who those people were who attacked them out of nowhere, which made the man irritated. That man continued to complain to the other and called him Ian. He stated that he was the one who wanted to visit Pisan, but his silence was killing him. The man named Ian took off his hood and said that Pisan was never a peaceful nation. The 2 of them hid in a cave. The one who always complained said that he knew some of Pisan's officials who were not in favor of forming a friendly relationship with them, but he never thought that they would go as far as to attack them like that. The 2 seemed to be the envoys from Cromwell. He added that they had been separated from the knights and asked if it was really necessary for them to establish political ties with the Pisan nation. It was hard for him to accept that they would dare to attack an Archduke of Cromwell who traveled so far as an envoy, so it wouldn't be a surprise if a battle broke out immediately. It turns out that the man he was with was the head of the Estadia family, Ian Syrian da Estadia. It pissed the man off that the Archduke stopped him earlier when he could have ended the life of their attacker, but Ian reasoned that there was no need for that as his role was just to protect him. Besides that, the Archduke noticed that there were people who wanted to help them, so he knew that they were already looking for them. The man couldn't believe that he was so calm about their situation and thought about how the Archduke noticed such little things amidst the chaos they were in earlier. But then again, he was the head of the Estadia family, so it was not surprising at all for him. What he was worried about was that those people who wanted to help them might not be able to locate them. A moment later, when the Archduke was about to get something inside his clothes, his mood suddenly changed. He stated with a serious look on his face that he should have killed their attackers right now. The man asked himself if the watch that the Archduke was holding got damaged after they got attacked earlier, because if it was, something bad might happen. He noticed that Ian looked at it every day, so he knew that it was a precious thing for him. The Archduke once said to him that it was a gift from his beloved niece at his coming-of-age ceremony. Ian then was about to forget their purpose in coming to Pisan and was about to attack everybody, but the man tried to calm him down by saying that the damage was just on the outside part. He added that the watch was perfectly fine on the inside, so he could get it fixed once they got back home. Meanwhile, Umar was reporting to the Sihad that they had already prepared a place where the surviving knights from Cromwell could rest. Unfortunately, they failed to find the envoy, so he apologized for it. Their king said that it was fine as they tried their best. Nasir was reading the reports and informed the Sihad that the envoy was attacked near the border in Sharza, and it was also the soldiers from Sharza who attacked him. But it seemed like it was not the work of Varine, so they assumed that it would probably be the work of the elders of Sharza. Beihai knew that those elders held a great power over their territory, and Varain was the one who kept them under control. But when he was away, he couldn't tell what those treacherous elders might be planning to do. Their plan was probably to kill the envoy so it could spark a battle between Cromwell and Pigeon, which would weaken their military power. But Sharza would also be greatly affected as long as it was a part of Pigeon. The Sihad then ordered Umar to focus on looking for the envoy first, even without knowing if he was still alive or not, which Umar obeyed. On the other hand, Asina was still in deep thought while holding the cloth she had seen earlier. Looking at it, it was indeed her family's crest, so she couldn't help but wonder why Jakia left that behind. But there was one thing that became clear to her. There was someone out there who knew her real identity, whether it was Jakia or the one who gave her that piece of cloth. It stresses her out as she didn't think that anyone would find out who she was so quickly. Asina always traveled in disguise, so anyone wouldn't recognize her just looking at her appearance. Besides that, her wanted poster was only put up in the northern continent, so she never thought that someone from Pigeon would recognize her just by looking at her. But she doubted that maybe she had already become too comfortable there to think about it. Suddenly, the Sahad came and noticed that she was in deep thought. Asina was startled at his arrival, so Beihai asked why she reacted that way. To avoid any suspicion from him, she told him that he seemed busy, so she thought that he wouldn't come that night. Then she asked if something bad happened to the envoy, but he didn't answer directly and just said that it was something like that. Asina felt anxious after hearing that even though she had no idea where that envoy came from, so she asked Beihai if he could do something about it since he was the king after all. Instead of answering her, he said that she speaks as if the king was omnipotent. He added that he was not a psychic, so he had no idea who she really was either. Asina became silent after hearing that, but she couldn't help but think of that piece of cloth she found earlier. She suddenly had the urge to ask Beihai what he knew about Jakia. When he asked why she was curious about it, she thought that in order to deal with her opponent, she needed to know them first, but there was no way she would tell that to him, so she reasoned that both him and Jakia grew up together in the harem, so it piques her interest. But she was surprised to hear that Beihai was not raised in the harem, as she thought that the king's children were raised in that place. He then explained that his mother had fallen ill, so he was sent to his parents' home outside the palace, and for some reason, she was desperate to send him out of the harem. He added that there was one thing he and Jakia had in common. They were the only survivors from the harem. As he told her before, he was not the one who shut down the harem, but it was sealed off after a great tragedy. The Sihad shared what happened in the harem 20 years ago, and that was when she learned that a prince had killed everyone inside of that place and took his own life after. The only ones who escaped that tragedy were the young Badad, who had been sent away to his maternal grandparents' home, and Jakia. Apparently, she had escaped the prince's eyes underneath all the corpses at that time. After that tragedy, the Sakin collapsed after losing his wife, concubines, and young children. For some reason, it was Jakia who looked after him even after experiencing such a traumatic situation herself. Asina knew how terrible it must have been and how shocking it was for Jakia at such a young age. She now had a hint of what happened after that. With the Sakin bedridden and his heir gone, the other successors fought each other for the throne, which led to a civil battle. Now she realized what Akka was talking about before when he told her that the Raken was the man who rebuilt Pigeon from the ground after the civil battle, which was impressive aside from him being a god. Although Badad doesn't boast about his achievement, he must have worked hard to make Pigeon what it was at the moment. Asina was in deep thought when Beihai noticed her and called her name. She suddenly came back to her senses and grabbed his clothes as she wanted to ask him something that surprised the Sahad. But at the back of her mind, all she wanted to do was to know more about the man in front of her. Meanwhile, Varain was having tea with the Grand Vizier Ahmed and said that it had been a while since they had done it. The Grand Vizier thought that he might be busy being the High Chief, that was why he didn't want to take up his time. He was confused as to why Varain suddenly wanted to meet him after asking to see his daughter before. They may be working together as their interests currently align, but he knew that he was a man who could turn his back on him and become his enemy anytime. Grand Vizier Ahmed was having a hard time reading him. He then asked if his daughter was useful and added that he didn't mean his question to offend him, it was just him being worried for his daughter. High Chief Varain answered him that there was nothing to be worried about since Jakia's task was not dangerous at all. With a smile on his face, he told him that his daughter was doing very well. It turned out that it was Varain who handed the piece of cloth to Jakia before. When she asked what it was, he just ordered her to take it and gave it to the Era. He didn't tell her anything, so it made the lady confused as to what the High Chief wanted from the Era. Before they ended their conversation, he just stated happily that he couldn't wait to see Asina. Meanwhile, the Sahad asked what her question was, so Asina said that she was curious as to how he rose to the position of Kuan. Since he told her about the previous Kuan collapsing before naming his successor, she asked if her guess was correct. There was a fight over the throne. When Beihai heard that, he thought that she was sharper than he expected, and answered that she was correct and the entire country suffered for 5 years due to the struggle for the throne. Asina was curious about what happened, so he explained that they used a traditional method to determine the successor. It was by staying alive in the desert of death for 4 years to own the throne. He told her that no one could survive that place for that long as there was no oasis in that place. When she heard that, she was surprised and wanted to know how he managed to survive, as it was impossible to live out there. The Sahad had no intention of sharing his secrets so easily with her, but still, Asina was impressed. Beihai said that he was more impressed that she was traveling through that desert alone. He then seriously told her that the prince in that tragedy was his only brother by blood, as they had both the same mother and father. When he was still young, there was a man who always showed up every so often and left after watching him from afar. Beihai only realized that it was his older brother after everything was over. That was also the time that he heard his mother died in that tragedy. But what confused Asina was that Beihai told her that his mother had passed away as soon as he was born. The Sihad said that it was what he thought at first too, since it was what everyone told him. Either way, his mother never once held him in her arms, which made Asina sad after hearing that. She became speechless about his story, so Beihai asked what she was thinking, and Asina answered that she realized he must have been lonely. He didn't expect her to say that when she asked him if he ever felt lonely. Thinking about it, he never felt that way when reigning over everyone, but after he began spending time with her, he started wondering what it would feel like to have an equal partner by his side. Someone who was honest with their emotions, smiled sincerely, and showed affection for others without hesitation. He could tell that Asina was used to being loved and giving love back to others. While looking at her, he held her hands and told her that since she had said that, he did feel lonely. A few days later, Asina was contemplating how she would ask Jakia about that piece of cloth she left. She had already lost 2 nights of sleep thinking about it, but the lady in front of her was acting her usual self. On the other hand, while she was lost in thoughts, Jakia already noticed her behavior, but all she could remember was the time when the Sahad suddenly hugged Asina in front of her. Because of that, she got distracted and pricked her fingers with the needles while knitting, which made Asina worried. But instead of answering her if she was all right, she just looked at the heiress seriously. Then suddenly she asked what her opinion was about the Sahad, which surprised Asina. She couldn't answer her immediately as she was not sure how to respond to her question. And she couldn't help but think of those times when she was with the Sahad and his actions towards her. While answering that Beihai was a good man, she avoided making eye contact with her. Jakia still was hurt while listening to the era, but she didn't show it to her and noticed how she called him Beihai. What she said next greatly shocked Asina as she told her that there was someone who wished to see her. She acted calmly and clarified if she heard it right, so Jakia stated that she would agree to meet them if she gave her the thing they handed to her. It was a box, so Asina was a bit nervous to find out what was inside of it. As she opened it, there was a hair comb with her family's crest engraved on it. When she asked who gave that to her, she replied that she would find out after meeting them. After a while, the two of them went to a forest. Asina asked where all her maids went, so Jakia answered that she told them to leave as they would just be taking a short walk. When they reached the meeting point, the lady said that she could wait there before leaving her. While she was alone, she couldn't help but worry about who that person might be and why they wanted to meet her in a secluded place like that. Regardless of what they were planning, she needed to know who they were so she could plan how to deal with them later on. A moment later, she heard someone's footsteps from behind, so she turned around to look at who it was. But at the time she saw him, it was unexpected that it was one of the high chiefs, Varine. He told her that it had been a while since the last time they saw each other, but it seemed like Asina was not happy at all to greet him. He even noticed how she had changed considerably since the first time they met, while Asina coldly commented that a lot had happened. She then didn't hesitate to ask him directly if he was the one who ordered Jakia to send that piece of cloth to her. Varine smiled at her and didn't deny it but changed his tone suddenly while saying that he was curious as to what the master of the 3 crescent moons was doing in a place like that. That surprised Asina as she realized that the man in front of her already knew her true identity. She calmed herself down as she still wanted to find out how much he knew about her. The Era then asked how he knew about it, but Varine looked like he wouldn't answer as he just told her that it was not important. That made her realize that questioning a sly man like him would be a waste of time, so she just asked him what he wanted from her. The High Chief then went closer to her and let her guess the answer to her question. He then strokes her hair while giving her a stern look, which greatly shocks the Era, as it is unexpected. That gave her a little hint while Varine even went closer as he whispered to her and asked what she thought he wanted from her. 15 years ago, when it was decided that the prince who managed to survive in the desert for 4 years would become Kuan, the elders of Sharza were pleased. Even with Kuan's power, they didn't think anyone could survive in the desert for that long. They thought that if all of Kuan's potential successors disappeared, they could finally achieve independence for Sharza. However, one of them returned from the desert of death. Everyone was scared of him, but Varine thought that man was just simply lucky to survive. At the moment, he still thinks of the Sihad that way. Looking at the era in front of his eyes, he still couldn't help but think how lucky that man really was. Varine now realized that the woman who appeared before his eyes that night out of nowhere was not just an illusion. The High Chief was already prepared for that moment, but seeing her again in that manner has put him in a sour mood. After asking her about what he wanted, Asina had no idea why that man risked revealing his identity to approach her, or how he even found out her identity. Her best option at a time like that was, to be honest, so she answered him that she wouldn't bother coming there if she already knew what he wanted. Varine smiled and told her that he wanted her to cooperate with him. The Era was confused, so he explained that she just needed to do what he told her to do. In other words, he wanted her to carry out his plans. After hearing that, he smiled at her as she was quick to catch on. He told her that if she came to an enemy nation by herself, she must be prepared to face the consequences. He added that no one in Pigeon would make a fuss about a single Cromwellian vanishing without a trace. When Asina asked if he was threatening her, the High Chief replied that she shouldn't ask him questions that she already knew the answer to. To pressure her more, Varine said that he wouldn't stop at just killing her either. He could also use her status to start a battle between Cromwell and Pigeon, which caught her attention. But Asina didn't let him get the best of her, so she told him that he couldn't kill her easily since she was staying at the Sahad's palace. The High Chief laughed at her statement and said that there was no need for him to send an assassin or something since there was a much easier way to end her. He held her chin while saying that all he needed to do was reveal her identity and accuse her of being a spy. Looking at him, Asina knew that the man in front of him was really planning to kill her. There was so much difference when Badad tried to intimidate her that she couldn't help but be nervous. The High Chief then added that creating the evidence he needed would be a piece of cake. He smiled while looking at her reaction, as if it was something he wanted to see from her. After that, he told her that she could think about it, as he would give her some time before leaving her. Meanwhile, Umar meets Nasir and Karim to report about the Cromwell's knights. When Nasir asked if they questioned the situation, Umar said that the knights were not actually worried about their missing master. They said that he would be safe with Sir Nizam by his side. Nasir asked who that was, so Umar answered that he was the captain of the Duke's knights as well as the Duke's bodyguard. He added that he heard Nizam was not even human. To avoid confusion, Umar explained that there were also superhuman beings that existed in Cromwell, which were said to be the children of fairies or descendants of gods. After hearing that, Nasir now understood what he meant and said that it could be true while thinking about their Sahad. A moment later, the Chamberlain came in to interrupt them as he wanted to see Lord Umar. He handed a paper to him from their king. It seemed like the Sahad was too busy to summon him in his audience room, so he asked about it. Chamberlain Aman didn't deny that fact and told them that the reason for that was because of the disappearance of Dud. That caught everyone's attention inside the room. They couldn't help but ask what he was talking about and if he was talking about Muscat's High Chief. But more importantly, he was Karim's father, so he was the most surprised of the three when the Chamberlain shared that information. Karim didn't bother to hear Aman's answer to their questions and quickly left the room. The Chamberlain heard that Dud went missing while heading to the capital. Lord Umar couldn't help but be stressed out by the current happenings with the envoys and the missing High Chief. He just hoped Sharza was not behind it again. Suddenly, Iman asked Nasir about something. It was about the Era. Since he heard that he spoke to her often, he wanted to know if Nasir trusted her. Meanwhile, somewhere in the desert, the knight's captain was worried for his master, but the Duke was just annoyed at their journey in that desert. When he asked if the captain noticed people around, he answered no, but a second later, it seemed like he spotted something not far away. He told him that a man was being chased by bandits, which amazed the Duke, as he could see that from their distance. His physical abilities were truly remarkable. He then instructed the captain to go to that man and help him. After a moment, he brought the man to the Duke after saving him, who looked really exhausted and wounds were visible all over his body. When that man saw the people who helped him, he knew that they were northerners, so he asked what they were doing there. The Duke gave him some cloth for the wounds and said that there was no need for him to be cautious around them as they saved him, and besides, they were there for a reason. The man became quiet, but he suddenly noticed the crest on the Duke's clothing, and he knew that it was the seal of Cromwell. Duke Ian then shared that he was an envoy from Cromwell and he lost his guide on his way, so he was camping out in that area. The man apologized immediately after knowing that he was an envoy. The Duke then explained that they were attacked by some unknown men during their trip. Looking at the man who saved him earlier, he knew that he was on another level as a knight. It was as if he was born as a killer, but the fact that the envoy in front of him had to run away despite having an extraordinary night like that means that they were hit with a large-scale attack. While the man was lost in his thoughts, the Duke couldn't help but ask who he was. Without any hesitation, he revealed his true identity to the people who saved his life. The man introduced himself as the High Chief of Moscat Dud. Meanwhile, one of Varane's men, Akka, hurriedly went to the High Chief's room. He was out of breath while asking Varine if he was aware that the elders of Sharza were planning to attack the envoy and his people. When the High Chief answered that he was, Akka was in shock that he just let them do that and asked if he knew who the Cromwell's envoy was. All Varine knew was that he was powerful in Cromwell, but it didn't matter to him. Akka said that the envoy was Duke Estadia, and he was not someone that they should mess with since everyone in the northern continent fears the Estadia family. Even though he explained it to him, the High Chief seemed like he didn't care at all, as it was a decision made by the elders alone. After hearing that from him, Akka couldn't help but think if the High Chief didn't know the seriousness of the situation, or if he was just pretending. He then noticed the glass he was holding, so Akka asked if he was drinking again. He wanted to know why the High Chief had drunk so often the past few days. When Varine didn't answer him immediately, Akka assumed it was about that woman again, the one he met in the desert before. He heard that the High Chief met her just recently, so it made him realize something. If she was the reason why he was drinking again, Akka thought that maybe he was wrong to assume that he was just planning to use that woman. When he was about to ask him about it, Varine told him to leave if he had nothing to say anymore, which Akka obeyed, but at the back of his mind he was so overwhelmed with the happenings lately. Meanwhile, in the Sahad's room, a maid was busy helping Asina with her hair. But it was clear that the Era was in deep thought. She still couldn't get rid of those words that came from Varine when he threatened her that he would reveal her identity and accuse her of being a spy. Because of that, Asina couldn't get enough sleep last night as the High Chief was planning to use her, and what was worse was that she couldn't read what he was thinking. She couldn't even ask anyone outside the palace for help as she was being watched, so she was not sure what to do in her situation. When the maids saw her big sigh, they asked her if she was all right or if she had enough sleep last night. They thought the reason was because of the Sahad, so they told her that he was just too busy handling the people from Cromwell who arrived that day. After saying that, they assure her that she has nothing to worry about. But they had no idea that it was not why she was upset. For them, it seemed like she was neglected by her husband. Looking at the good weather outside the window, she prefers that the Sahad wouldn't come. That night, High Chief Varine was in deep thought while looking outside of his window. He was bored, but it was something he had felt all his life. The things he was asked to do as the son of a high chief were not difficult at all, but rather they were too easy for him, and he thought that those people who failed to do them were pathetic. When they told him that he was the only one who could make Sharza's long-time wish come true, he didn't feel any particular way about it since he didn't have anything he wanted or a goal he wished to achieve, so he accepted the mission given to him. No matter what he did or who he met, he felt empty inside. At the same time, he didn't particularly want to feel full either. All he wanted was for the emptiness inside of him to disappear regardless of why it was there. That was what Varine felt all along, but the woman he saw that night was not an illusion. She looked like she had been made from moonlight. That was when he first realized that a woman could be so dazzling. However, he couldn't accept the fact that the very first thing he ever desired in his life was already in the hands of that man. Even at the moment, the thought of that woman and that man being together made him feel like he was in hell. He had no idea such deep desire existed within him. Varine couldn't understand why he was so agitated over a mere woman. He looked at the glass on the floor with a stern look on his face and thought that he was not like that. His expression suddenly changes, and he smiles while saying that if there is something he wants, he must take it. Meanwhile, Asina was also in deep thought while sitting beside the window. She then was looking at the bright moon when someone suddenly came into the room. It was Beihai who arrived, which greatly surprised her, as she was hoping that he wouldn't come. When he asked her why she was still awake, Asina replied that she was looking at the moon. She reasoned that she couldn't fall asleep, but at the back of her mind, she was apologizing to him as she couldn't put her country and family in danger. Because of that, she had no choice but to betray and deceive him. However, it was hard for her to do that, so she suddenly went closer to him and hugged him, which surprised Beihai. What shocked him the most was when Asina said that she missed him. The Sahad asked her if it was because he hadn't visited in a while, or if something happened while calling her my kitten. Asina had no reason for missing him, so she questioned him if he had a problem with it, to which Beihai answered no while hugging her back. Her actions made him wonder if she had already started opening her heart to him. But there was something that reminded him of her actions like that. It was like that time when she tried to run away before. Asina then requested the Sahad to stop calling her a cat, which made him question her if she disliked it. She told him that it was not the reason, but rather, it was just a little strange for her since she was a human being. Besides that, she also felt like he was calling her that because she was the woman he favored and she couldn't get used to it. While looking and listening to her, Beihai couldn't help but apologize to her in his mind, as this time, he had no intention of letting her go. Until she chose to remain by his side on her own and he could figure out what those emotions ruling his heart were, he swore on himself that he would do whatever he could to keep her by his side. Since she doesn't like being called a cat, the Sihad then called her something else, and it surprised her when he called her my moon. Just hearing those words from him made Asina's heart beat faster. When she wanted to clarify if she heard it right, Beihai told her again that she was his moon while carefully holding her hand. Looking at the man in front of her made her confused about what she should do with him. The man who could make her heart race like that, she couldn't possibly betray him like that. On the other hand, she couldn't wholeheartedly take his side either, so there was only one option left for her to do, and that is for her to really leave that place for good. Thinking of all the things that happened to her in that place, she wondered where it started to go wrong. She thought that maybe it all began the moment she was caught by Beihai in the desert and saw her true appearance. If not that, maybe it was the time when he kissed her on her neck. But it didn't matter anymore because she was facing a more serious problem on her own. High Chief Varine threatened her with exposing her true identity and accusing her of being a spy. With those sweet words coming from the man in front of her, she questioned herself if she really could betray him when he trusted her more than ever. Just thinking about it made her hurt, and she couldn't bear to do that to him, so she decided to just leave him for good this time. The next day, Jakia was teaching the Era about the territories of Pijian. It consists of 6 autonomous regions, and each of them is ruled by a high chief who wields the same power as a king in that territory. Of those regions, Sohal has the closest ties to central politics. It was home to numerous prestigious families and sages, and at the same time produced more than half of the palace officials. On the other hand, Main Territory produces highly skilled warriors, while the Naya region works to maintain peace and has no internal conflicts. Meanwhile, Moscat wields less influence due to its distance from the capital, but it produces exceptional heroes. Lastly, Dara was the territory with the most barren land, so the people there were accustomed to extorting others. Jakia told Asina that Dara is always looking to expand their territory and waiting for the right time to conquer Moscat. While she was talking, she noticed that the Era was not paying any attention to what she was saying. The lady knew it was because of meeting High Chief Varine that Asina was a little down. Since she met him yesterday, she has always been in deep thought, so Jakia suggested taking a quick stroll outside. While walking, Asina couldn't help but notice how busy the people were for the upcoming banquet. Based on what she heard before, the envoy went missing, so she wondered if it was the right time to be holding an event at the moment. Even Lady Jakia knew that the High Chief was the reason why the Era felt down. She didn't hesitate to convey a message from him. She told her without any hesitation that High Chief Varine wished to see her that night, which greatly shocked Asina. She still couldn't process her situation with him, but now he wanted to see her again. Just the thought of that man who threatened her annoyed the Era. She then left Jakia alone after conveying her response that she didn't want to see the High Chief that night. Meanwhile, when the Chamberlain asked Nasir if he trusted the Era, he honestly answered that he felt quite uneasy with her. He added that the Sihad was a cool-headed and wise man with no desires. Because of that, he was truly the perfect god that they always wanted. But he had seen the Sihad wavering because of Lady Asina, so he couldn't help but have doubts about her. After saying that, Nasir asked the Chamberlain why he was bothered by that. He just smiled at him while saying that Nasir seemed to be stressed out lately, so he simply wanted to tell him not to worry. The Chamberlain reminded him that it was the first time that the Sihad had an interest in a woman, so it was normal for him to obsess over his first love. He even added that the most beautiful women failed to catch the Sahad's interest, so the Chamberlain was sure that their king would eventually tire out soon enough with Asina, but before he could even finish his words, Nasir interrupted him and said that the Sahad used his divine powers on that woman. That caught Amon's attention, and so Nasir explained more about it. He shared that the Sahad used his divine powers to catch Lady Asina, who was hiding in a sandstorm at that time when she tried to escape Pijian. After sharing that, he then asked the Chamberlain if he was still certain that the Sahad had not lost his composure. A moment later, Asina went back to Beihai's room from her stroll, but she noticed someone was there. It was Grand Chamberlain Amon, who was having a cup of tea and was waiting for her. When Asina asked what he was doing there, he simply answered that he was just checking if her stay there was comfortable. Asina didn't fall for his lies, as she knew he was there to watch her and get some information from her. She prefers Nasir over him since he is honest compared to the Grand Chamberlain. When she asked Amon what he wanted to know, he was firm in saying that he was actually worried about her. That was why he visited. He added that the festival was in full swing, so he believed that she had no one to enjoy it with. Since the Sahad was also busy, he thought that she would feel lonely. Asina was curious about what the festival was meant for, so the Grand Chamberlain answered that it was to thank the Sahad for not abandoning them. That confused the lady, so to explain it further, Iman asked if she had heard about Ishmael, the place where the Khans pilgrimage. It was a sacred place in Pijan that only the Khans could visit. They said it was located within Pijan, but no one could point in the right direction. The Kuan sets off on a pilgrimage every year to visit Ishmael, and when he leaves on his pilgrimage, the people of Pijan tremble in fear and begin fasting, praying that he will come back safely. Asina got confused about it, so Iman explained that Pijan was a nation sustained by Kuan's power, so if he left for Ishmael, the water in Al-Pijan would start to dry up, and the longer he was away, the more unpredictable events occurred. Because of the droughts, sandstorms, and earthquakes that happen, the nation eventually turns into a complete wasteland. Asina now gets why they hold a festival to thank him for not abandoning the people. The Grand Chamberlain stated that the Sahad's power was almighty and dangerous, so it shouldn't be abused. Most importantly, Iman glared at Asina and thought that their king's power shouldn't be used just to catch a mere woman who ran away. The lady didn't like the way he was looking at her, so she asked the reason why he was telling her all of that. Iman didn't answer her directly, but rather he told her that they had done everything they could to keep their Khans in Pijan. They gave them the rarest and most valuable treasures the world had to offer, including prized liquor, various delicacies, and precious jewels. He smiled at her while saying that the easiest and most commonly used method was to offer the Kuan a woman. Asina didn't like his words, as she felt like that was all she was to them. She knew that the Grand Chamberlain was telling her to know her place and to stop messing with their king. Since she was not from there, she apologized to him, as there was no reason for her to cooperate in that matter. She told him to go find another way themselves if they were that desperate to keep their king in Pijan because, in her mind, she had already decided to leave that place. The Grand Chamberlain didn't comment on what she said and just said that he needed to leave already. But before leaving her alone, he still wished her to have a good evening. After that, Asina couldn't help but be annoyed at that man, as she didn't expect that to happen. She was already upset at the situation she was in, and that man made it worse with the conversation they had. Thinking about what the Grand Chamberlain said earlier, Asina couldn't help but think of Beihai. She thought that it was not necessary for them to tie him down, as she knew that he would never abandon Pijan because of his strong sense of responsibility. That was when she realized that Beihai could never leave that place until the day he dies. After hearing Iman's words, she thought that their palace was like a fancy prison. When she thought about it, some familiar experience suddenly came to her. It was the same feeling that she felt trapped like that before, which made her chest feel tighter. She then called the attention of the maids outside the room and asked for a cold glass of water. But to her surprise, no one was attending to her or even responding to her call. Out of curiosity, she opened the door to see what was going on and look for the maids who were assigned to her. The moment she stepped out of the room, a silence filled the air, and while she looked around, her guard, Karim, was not also there. After a few steps, she wondered where everyone was, and a moment later, she noticed someone behind her. A fear crept into her. But before she could even react to it, that person had already grabbed her and covered her mouth to avoid making any noise. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain reminded the Sihad that he hadn't returned to his chamber for the past 3 days, but Beihai just reasoned that he couldn't do anything about it since there was so much work he needed to take care of. Iman then suddenly asked if he had not missed the era, which caught the Sahad's attention and halted him from what he was reading. With a stern look on his face, he asked him why he suddenly inquired about that. But instead of answering him, the Grand Chamberlain questioned if Lady Asina was important to him, which surprised him. When Beihai asked what exactly his intentions were, Iman answered that he already knew about the intent behind his question. That was to test him, so the Sihad didn't like him for being arrogant, which annoyed him. It seemed like the Grand Chamberlain was not affected by it since Beihai knew he was like that, and yet he still took him in as his servant. Thinking about his question, he couldn't help but remember Asina and asked himself if that woman was precious to him. The silence suddenly filled the room between the two, so Iman decided to leave and forget about all his questions to their king. Just by looking at him, he already knew the answers to them, which made Beihai stay silent. He then excused himself and said that the arrogant servant of his would now take his leave. While he was alone, he remembered Nasir asked him if he wanted to send some of their men to the northern continent. It would be easy for them to investigate Asina's true identity, and it was all thanks to her striking look. But for some reason, he didn't do that because he was hoping that the lady would tell it by herself. Asina woke up after being kidnapped by someone, but she noticed that her hands and feet were tied. She was caught off guard earlier, and it all happened so fast that she didn't have the time to fight back. If she had noticed the attacker sooner, it could have given her time to run away from him. She couldn't help but think that she always faces trials in Pigeon since she was locked up the moment she stepped foot there, and now she was being kidnapped. Suddenly, the man took off the cloth that covered her face and said that he had already brought her there. While he was pulling the rope from her, she couldn't help but look around to see where he brought her. The moment the other man spoke and said that he was glad that his messenger escorted her safely there, Asina was surprised. She was very familiar with him, as he was the one who threatened to reveal her true identity, the High Chief Varine. She then yelled at him as he dared to make his servant kidnap her and asked him where he brought her. The High Chief answered that it was one of the rooms inside the harem, which remained empty after she moved to the Sahad's bedchamber. He apologized to her while he walked closer to her and said that she was the one who dared to reject him first. He reminds her that he is the one who has the authority to decide whether they meet or not. Seeing his serious reaction, Asina asked if he was upset that she didn't do what he wanted. Looking at how she was a little scared of him, he couldn't help but answer that he was not. He then wanted to know if she still remembered the night when the moonlight was shining in the corridor. When she said yes, Varine questioned her as to why she changed the color of her hair. Asina had no intention of answering that, so she told him that she had no obligation to answer that, which the High Chief agreed to. But he then wondered who would trust a woman like her that has so many secrets, which surprised the lady. It was like a threat to her, and he asked her to come to him, as it was not too late to accept him, while ordering the lady to do what he wanted. His gaze gave chills all over Asina's body. Even though she knew she was in no position to reject him, she still didn't want to accept his hand. In addition, it clearly showed that the man in front of her was Badad's enemy, so she firmly said no. Her rejection greatly shocks the High Chief, so he tells her that it is unfortunate that she decided like that, as it was her last chance. He added that the next time they met, he wouldn't ask for her cooperation anymore since he had already gotten on her bad side. When Varine gave her permission to go, Asina was surprised when the servant suddenly appeared behind her. While the lady was walking away, the High Chief couldn't help but be displeased for being rejected by that woman. Looking at her back, he wanted to choke her slender neck, but he had no choice but to control his anger. Remembering her face earlier when she answered, he knew that her will was still strong at the moment. He plans to drive her into a corner and make her feel more anxious and unsafe until there is no choice left for her but to reach out for his hand. Only then would he be able to take her weakened heart and make her his. The moment Asina was outside, the servant was gone, and she didn't even notice he was not there already. When the lady went inside the bedchamber, Kareem was there waiting for her and asked where she had gone. It was evident that he was angry while asking her who she was meeting late at night and walked towards her. Asina wanted to ask the same thing to him as he was not in his post when Varaine's servant dragged her away, but the moment she opened her mouth, Kareem spoke again. He told her that it didn't matter anymore where she was since all she did was tell lies ever since she arrived there. He then walked past her and said that he wouldn't trust anything that came from her mouth anymore from that moment on. When Kareem was gone, Asina was left dumbfounded as she couldn't even explain what really happened to her. The next day, the first thing she did was ask the maids why they had not been around last night, and they said that the Grand Chamberlain sent them away as he sent some maids to replace them. She already knew that he was being subtly hostile towards her, so she was sure that he was also the one who sent Kareem away that night. Now she realized that there really was not a single person she could trust around there, and if that was her experience, she could only imagine how trapped Badad must feel. Not only was Varine watching from the east side of the capital, but also the Grand Vizier was meddling in state affairs at the palace. On top of that, the Sihad has to worry about Cromwell in the north and Kratia in the south. Now she understood why he threw her in prison the moment he saw her in the desert. She really resented him for that before, but now she felt sorry for him. A moment later, Jakia came in and noticed how tired she looked, which startled her. But Asina also saw how she was not in a good mood either, so she had the urge to ask if there was something bothering her. Jakia was not answering her and was silent, so she had to call her name again. Suddenly, the lady asked if she was aware of the reason why she became her lady-in-waiting. It was because they told her that there was a suspicious woman by the Sahad's side, so she was sent there to investigate. Asina already knew that, but what surprised her was when Jakia asked if High Chief Varine was threatening her. Instead of answering her, she told her that she already knew the answer to that, so why did she even bother to question her? The lady said that she had no idea how Varine threatened her, but she was sure that it was something that would harm the Sihad. When she told her that she was someone who would only get in the Sahad's way, Asina couldn't help but be hurt a little. She was already aware of it, so she wanted to know what she was trying to say to her. By then, Jakia stated her true intention. It was to help her escape Pigeon and tell her to go back to the north. Before she went to the era, Jakia had a conversation with her father. He told her to go back home, which surprised her since she was supposed to investigate the era, but her father said that it wouldn't be necessary anymore as he already had a different plan for her. So when he was done with the job, he would call her back to the capital. Jakia couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing about the job he was talking about, which she had no idea about. She was familiar with what the men were like back in Dara, her homeland. Despite having the largest territory in Pigeon, they still want more land. If they want something, they take it from others. It was their nature to always want more and aim higher. She was sure that when her father spoke about the job he was planning, she knew it would harm the Sahad. Jakia couldn't disobey her father, but at the same time, she wanted to be of some help to the Sahad. That was why she offered the era to aid in her escape, because she would do whatever she could to help the Sahad. Asina was so confused and surprised at the same time as she thought that Jakia was on Varane's side. The lady said that it was her wish to help the Sihad in every way she could, and she would do anything to repay the Sakan for the kindness he showed to her. Besides that, she genuinely respects the Sihad as well. With all that being said, she offers her hand to her while telling her that she could leave with her in 4 days, and once they leave the capital, she has someone to escort her to the port city. Looking at her serious face, Asina knew that she was not lying or deceiving her and that what she was offering was good for her, so she couldn't understand why she was even hesitating to accept it. When Jakia couldn't get a response from her, she took her silence as a yes, so she told her that she would arrange everything. Before leaving, she said that she would see her in 4 days, but the era still didn't say anything to her. Meanwhile, the Cromwell's envoy and his knight arrived at the City of God and were amazed at how it looked. It looked old and yet grand at the same time, so he knew that little Asina would love that place. His knight knew that he was thinking about his niece again, seeing just by the reaction on his face. The Duke didn't deny that fact, so the knight commented that he heard his niece was rowdy just like him. He then asked the man they helped in the desert where they should go next. He asked if they should go straight to the palace and pointed out if the gorgeous building in that direction was the palace. The High Chief of Moscat stopped them from coming there and said to wait first. The reason for stopping them was because he believed that something was going on inside the palace, seeing how all 3 of them were attacked. The envoy agreed with him as he had a point there, so he asked what he was planning. The High Chief shared that he would go there first and see how things were, and after that he would help them sneak in at night. Before leaving, he handed out a ring to the envoy, which was the seal of Moscat. They could show it to the innkeeper so they would take care of them. The Duke thanked him and left everything to him while the High Chief said to be careful in the meantime. After that, the High Chief of Moscat made his way to the palace to observe how things were over there. Meanwhile, Nasir was on his way inside the Sahad's office when he noticed someone was coming. It was Karim, who looked serious and was frowning, so Nasir couldn't help but ask if something was wrong. But instead of answering him, he stated the reason he was there was that he had something to say to the Sihad. Since it sounded important, Nasir let him inside, but somehow he felt nervous about what Karim wanted to discuss with their king. Beihai was busy with work, but he still noticed the tamer coming in, so he asked him what he wanted to say. He hesitated for a moment, but he stated that it was about Lady Asina. A second later, he removed his respect from her and just called her that woman, which stopped the Sihad from what he was doing and made him look seriously at the tamer. Nasir reprimanded him that he shouldn't call the era like that, but he was still not done talking when Karim said that she was definitely a spy. He shared how he saw her coming back from meeting someone last night when he returned to his post. The Sihad defended Asina by telling him that she could have gone for a walk since she felt cooped up inside, so he was not surprised if she did. He told him that there was nothing for him to worry about. But after the Sihad said that, the Grand Chamberlain opposed his assumption. Iman agreed to what Karim had just said and added that he told him before how he assigned a child servant to Varine. That kid reported how she saw Lady Asina meeting up with High Chief Varine last night. That greatly shocked Nasir, as he had already gotten a little close to the era. He already had doubts about her, but his assumption was that she was a spy from the north. But to think that she was cooperating with Varine was really unbelievable. If that was the case, he couldn't help but think that all those moments with her were just an act. It was really hard for him to believe that, but there was a more important thing that needed to be addressed. It was their king. How will he react to that after hearing those words from the people he trusted? 20 years ago, in Alpesian, the previous Sihad was confronting the prince about how he occasionally visited his younger brother who lives with his maternal family. The prince asked if he was talking about Badad. The king was not even aware of his name and said that he was correct. He was talking about that boy. He reminded him that it would be wise of him not to get emotionally attached to his younger brother. The third prince asked the reason for that, so the previous Sihad answered that it would help him when he became the next king in the future since the other princes would either die or be exiled, so it would be better for him to eliminate the seeds of sedition in advance. When he asked him if he understood, the prince said yes, but at the back of his mind he wanted to also ask him why he took so many women and why he produced so many children if they were meant to die that way. The third prince promised himself not to become like his father if he would become the next Kuan while remembering his woman who has golden hair. After meeting with the Sihad, Karim and Nasir walked outside together. The tamer said how Asina was suspicious from the beginning, which Nasir couldn't agree more with. But then Karim felt relief, which confused Nasir, and asked why he said that. He answered that it was because the Sihad received the news well. They only get a raken once every 1,000 years, and he was certainly befitting of the title. Nasir stopped his walk to ask the tamer if he really saw the Sihad looked unaffected after hearing all of that from them. Meanwhile, the Sihad was silent for a while after they all left him, and suddenly asked the servant in the corner what she was doing. That surprised the young man, and he already had a hint that he was talking about the era, even if he didn't say who he was talking about. The servant answered that she was just staying in her room, and it seemed like she was having trouble sleeping the past few days. The Sihad felt a little great somehow when he heard that since he would really get angry if that woman were to sleep in peace after doing that to him. He was surprised that he was so affected like that even after fooling him once. Then he trusted her again because he got carried away by that pitiful sight of her. But then again, he really couldn't say that he was fooled by her when there was nothing between them in the first place. He was in deep thought, thinking those things while looking at the bright shine of the moon. Suddenly, the Grand Chamberlain walked inside to ask him if he wasn't really going to see that woman. But instead of answering him, the Sihad inquired if he purposely did that, which surprised him. Their king was really sharp to catch on to that, since he knew that the security at his palace wouldn't be that lax unless he took matters into his own hands, so he didn't deny that, but he didn't expect that he would actually catch her in the act. Iman then asked if he was okay, and the Sihad answered why he wouldn't be. The Grand Chamberlain couldn't take it anymore and said that he was confused as to why he was being obsessed with that woman, that he was hesitating to confront her even after having solid evidence in front of him. That annoyed the Sihad, and he looked at him seriously as he didn't like what he just spouted. He told him that it was not the case, so he suggested that he shut his mouth. The Grand Chamberlain was having a headache when their king couldn't admit what he really felt for that woman. He then switched their topic and reported that Lady Jakia would leave Alpesian in 4 days. Just hearing that, the Sihad knew that she was escaping, which Aman also assumed to be the case. Thinking about Gedik and even Varine, he couldn't help but feel agitated toward them. He then ordered the Grand Chamberlain to summon Varine at sunrise, which he obeyed. The next day, the High Chief went there as he was being called by their king and greeted him. While asking him what he could do for him, he took a quick look at the Sihad, and it was clear that he already heard about what happened last night since he called for him. He had an assumption that it must have been the Grand Chamberlain or Karim who reported it. Everything was going according to his plan, so he couldn't help but smile a little since he also knew that Aman assigned that child servant to spy on him. Because of what they saw last night, he was sure that the Era would be hated by everyone and there would be nothing left for her, even the petty affection that she received from the Sihad. More importantly, they may even brand her as a spy and punish her for it. Just by the look of the cold and merciless man like Badad, he knew that he could do such things to her or even more than that. And when all of that happened, that woman would fall right into his hands. Suddenly, the Sihad broke the silence between them and asked the High Chief if he was aware of why he was being called. Instead of answering him directly, Varine said how he was concerned by his absence during the banquet, but before he could even finish his talk, the Sihad told him to stop his meaningless chatter since he didn't care about that at all. He then stated that the reason why he was being summoned was for him to be held responsible for his crimes. Unexpectedly, Varine went onto his knees after hearing that, as if he already knew what the Sihad meant. He even told their king to punish him according to convention. As he explained that the Sharza elders made an arbitrary choice to attack the envoys, he also was at fault for failing to keep them under control. With that being said, the High Chief asked for a chance to find the missing Cromwell envoys and bring them to him. After that, he would accept any punishment he deemed fit, which the Sahad seemed not happy to hear. Looking at him, Beihai thought that Varine would make an excuse, but he was too calm. He was a man who rose to the position of High Chief with the support of the elders, so if he turned his back on them, he would inevitably lose his power. However, the Sihad noticed that he was acting as if he was hoping for that to happen, so he thought that he should let him be for now since touching an unripe fruit may mean losing it forever. Because of that, Beihai told Varine that he would postpone his punishment until the envoys returned, which the High Chief agreed to. After that, he asked permission to leave, which the Sihad said that he could, but just after turning his back on him, Beihai told him the night breeze had been quite chilly, which really surprised the High Chief. He even advises him to take care of his health because of that, with a happy look on his face. Varine didn't say anything and just showed respect by bowing as if he accepted his advice. The moment he was outside of the room, his face turned into a serious one, and he thought of what the Sahad said just now. It turns out that their king was really upset while giving that advice, but what confused him was that he had not reacted to any provocation he had made so far, so why did it have to be now? Suddenly, a thought came to his mind, and he assumed that maybe it was something related to that woman. It could be a warning to stay away from her. Instead of dismissing her for communicating with him, he was actually bragging that she was his woman. That thought was laughable for him because even gods were not perfect at all if that was the case. But at the same time, it annoyed him so much that the Sahad was getting on his nerves when it came to that woman. A moment later, one of the High Chiefs, Jalil, showed up out of nowhere and called Varine. He came to ask him about what their noble Sahad said, but Varine warned him not to be noisy, as every corner of the palace court was filled with the Rakan's people. After hearing that, the High Chief thought that sometimes he couldn't read Varine at all. Not that it mattered to him since they were only working together for their respective gains, but he couldn't help but wonder if Sharza's independence was really his goal. High Chief Varine asked how things were in Dara, to which Jalil answered that it was peaceful. He added that they would soon be having a fireworks show and the sky would become colorful, and he wouldn't miss it as it would be very beautiful and splendid, just like what they wanted. After hearing that, Varane's mood changed, and he smiled at him as he couldn't wait to see it for himself. Later that day, Asina was talking to herself and said that nothing had been going right ever since she came to that country. She even thought that the land had cursed her. It had also come to her mind to just reveal her identity and tell a lie that she was actually expecting to get engaged to Varine. If Asina did that, she could at least screw that High Chief over, but that would also be the end of her, which was a bad idea. She thought that she must be really stressed for having all those weird ideas at that moment. It couldn't be helped since she was all alone in the bedchamber of Sahad while thinking of the situation she was in. Asina also ended up accepting Jakia's proposal, and tomorrow night would be the time they would depart. She had no other options left. That was why she accepted it, and the lady responded that she would make the necessary preparations after getting Asina's decision. If she were to reveal her identity, she knew that it would complicate things, so she didn't do that. Besides, no one there would even believe her since the tamer, Karim, gave her hostile looks now, and Nasir, whom she thought she had gotten a little closer to, seemed disappointed in her already. And as for Badad, their king, he had not come to see her once since that day, so she felt lonely in that place. What saddened her the most was when she thought that she had gotten closer to those people around her. Asina was disappointed that Beihai's behavior changed in the blink of an eye, but she couldn't even blame him since she brought it on herself, because in that place, she was just an outsider. Thinking about her moments with Badad made it harder for her to leave, as she knew that she would never be able to see him again. She couldn't help but comment on how pathetic she was, but Asina kept thinking about the Sahad. Her tears started to pour out as she really wanted to see him one last time before leaving that place for good. She let it all out in that lonely place where no one was there for her since she couldn't do anything to see him. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a maid who called her attention, which surprised her. But that girl didn't say anything to her and just led her to a place, so Asina just followed her quietly. It seemed she was taken to a place where the sun was too strong to look at, which irritated her eyes. But the moment she looked clearly at the surroundings of that place, she was surprised suddenly. The person whom she was longing for and wanted to see so badly was standing in front of her. It was Badad, their king. It seemed that he was the one who ordered that maid to bring the Era there to him. When she saw him, she couldn't utter a single word and was just staring at that man. The Sihad then noticed her look and asked if she had trouble sleeping, but what surprised her more was when he told her that she had lost some weight. Asina didn't want to tell him the truth, so she answered that it must be his imagination while avoiding his eyes. Just like him, she also noticed that he spoke in such a cold manner, which was completely different from before. Her heart aches because of that, but still, she is happy to see him again before she leaves with Jakia. She wishes that she could smile and link arms with him, snuggle in his embrace, and tell him just how much she likes him. If he were not the king of an enemy nation, she would have done so 1,000,000 times already, but she couldn't, as she must end it. The Sihad then came closer to her while asking if she was waiting for him, but Asina answered that she was not. Looking at her, Beihai knew that she was not being honest with him, which annoyed him. Because of that, he had a thought to just end the life of the woman who was in front of him. The changes in him began when she met her, so if she disappeared, everything would be back to normal. But on second thought, if her eyes lose their spark and her rosy cheeks turn pale and cold, he has the feeling that a far worse hell would break loose. Just the thought of it made him feel suffocated, so there was no way he could actually do it. The Sahad realized it so well that he couldn't cause any harm to the woman in front of him. That was why he wished in his mind so badly that Asina could tell the truth to him. While touching her face, he asked her if there was something she would like to say to him. Even if she would tell him that she was Varane's spy or an innocent traveler, he would believe any absurd thing she said. Asina, on the other hand, wanted to share everything with him, but in the end, she couldn't and just replied that she had nothing to say to him. It looked like his last hope for her had gone, as he was still expecting something from her, but she chose not to say anything. After that, the Sahad let go of her face and didn't insist on anything anymore with her. He told her that he had nothing to say to her either while walking away from Asina. That surprised the lady, and she couldn't accept what just happened, so she tried to look back and call him. But it seemed like she was too late, as the Sahad was already gone, so there was nothing she could do but cry at that moment. Asina was left alone again while staring in the direction where Badad went. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, Karim looks like he is in a rush to go somewhere. He arrived at the room where one of the servants was tending to the wounds of the person sitting. When the man saw Karim suddenly go inside, he was so surprised while calling his name. It turns out it was his father who had been attacked by people while on their way to the banquet. Karim thought that they had already lost their father, but the High Chief said that he overestimated his own father. It was not what he meant, and he said that the valley's terrain was particularly rough. The High Chief then stated that he was fortunate to survive, and it was all thanks to the help of others. He then asked if it would be possible for him to meet the Sihad right away, and Karim answered that he could as long as Nasir escorted him. A moment later, his father went to see their king, and he was delighted that he was still alive. He apologized for his lateness and sought his forgiveness for the delay, but Badad told him that it was not important as long as he was safe. The High Chief then took the courage to share with their king that Moskat, their territory, was in danger. When his son Karim heard that, he was surprised, as he had no idea what was happening there. Jalil then continued to say that Dara had smuggled a large quantity of weapons through Kratia, and the area bordering Dara had already been reduced to rubble. The Sahad was confused, so he turned his look to Nasir. However, he told him that there was no information about weapons being smuggled in, and only food was sent from Kratia to Dara. That was when he realized that maybe it was not food at all but weapons, which shocked Nasir. The High Chief then said that although he was uncertain of the smuggling details, he knew exactly what Dara wanted. Their goal was to annihilate Moskat. Dara and Moskat border each other and have been on hostile terms even before they were incorporated into Pijan. With territorial expansion in their mind, Dara always sought out opportunities to invade Moskat. Just hearing about it made Karim clench his fist, while Nasir stated that High Chief Jalil was really determined now. The Sahad told them that it was not his idea. It was Varain who clearly intended to use the clan conflicts to hold High Chief Dud back and meticulously smuggle in weapons. That agitated Karim, and he said that the killers of Dara know no satisfaction, so once they seize Moskat, they would take Naya and then Al-Pijan. Even after saying that, the Sahad just calmed him down while his father had one more thing to tell their king. It was about the envoy from Cromwell who saved his life after being attacked on their way to Al-Pijan. Meanwhile, the time had come for Asina to meet up with Lady Jakia so she could help her leave that country. She was not worried about the maids, but she was wondering how to lose Karim. However, it seemed like luck was on her side, as he had been away since that morning. A moment later, a man interrupted her thoughts and informed her that Lady Jakia was waiting for her. Asina knew that it was the best option. She had to go back to her family, but for some reason she seemed not happy at all. After following that servant, she finally arrived at the meeting place where Jakia was waiting. When the lady saw her, she didn't waste any more time and asked the Era if she was ready to leave. When Karim heard from his father about the envoys, he asked him if they were alive. The High Chief answered that on his way to Al-Pijan, he was attacked by a group of unidentified men, but the Cromwell envoys saved him. He added that he showed them the way to Alpesian, but he stopped in the middle of his talk, which confused the people in that room. It seemed like there was something he didn't like to share, and it was when the envoy asked if he was hurt, and Jalil answered that they did not need to worry about him. But that man knew he was having a hard time walking by himself, so he ordered his knight to carry him, which he felt was a disgrace for a high chief. That was the reason he didn't continue earlier and just said that the envoys were currently staying at an inn in the city under his name. After hearing that, the Sihad ordered Karim to check on them and assess the situation so he could discreetly escort them into the palace. As for Nasir, he ordered him to investigate what type of weapons had been smuggled into Dara, which he obeyed. But before that, Nasir couldn't help but notice how the Sahad was frighteningly calm about everything. He feared he would be in a state of turmoil after hearing about Lady Asina meeting up with High Chief Varain. Looking at him now, Nasir couldn't help but think if it was all just a needless worry on his side. Earlier, before Asina went to Lady Jakia, she saw how Badad's room was empty and still, as it should be, and yet she felt like something was not right. She thought that perhaps it was because the one who once filled that space with his presence was not there. When she first entered that room, she was consumed by fear, but it seemed she had unwittingly grown accustomed to it over time. And she knew it was because of Beihai, who always visited her from time to time until recently. When Asina saw Jakia in the meeting place, she wondered what that place was. The lady answered that it was a residence where the officials could rest, but it currently serves as her lodging. After saying that, she then invited Asina to go already, as they could be caught if they stayed there longer. But looking at her hand, she looks like she is not still fully decided to leave. She thought that if she took her hand now, she could escape from everything that had been tormenting her. All she needed to do was grab her hand, but she couldn't understand why she was hesitating. While Asina was thinking about how she wanted to get out of that place and how she wanted to leave that man, Jakia was calling her as she was lost in thought. She kept remembering the time when she had last conversed with the Sihad. If she left at that moment, that sight where he left her because they didn't talk properly would be the last she would have of him. Every time she missed Badad, she would find herself endlessly recalling the way he looked from behind. Their first encounter was not a good one, as she was scared that he would end her life at that time. But as time passed by, when she was with the Sahad, she wanted to know everything about him. There were also times that she was happy just by seeing him, and sometimes her heart would flutter whenever he did things unexpectedly. The man who made her feel a plethora of emotions, and the man she could call her first love. She questioned herself if she could ever forget someone like that. Her feelings of longing could never be erased even if she were to leave that man. Lady Jakia was confused as to why Asina was not taking her hand when they were about to leave, so she asked her what was wrong with her. On the other hand, Asina knew that she would regret it if she were to leave like that without sorting things out with Beihai. It was hard for her to go after remembering that moment, so she couldn't end things like that. That made her decide to stay and apologize to Lady Jakia for backing out on their plan to leave. Asina bravely told her that she needed to go back, which surprised the lady, as she didn't expect that. What greatly shocked her was when she told her that she couldn't leave the Sahad like that, so she wanted to go back. Asina knew that Jakia made an effort to help her get out of that place, so she apologized to her sincerely while holding her hand. After that, she quickly made her way back to the Sahad's room, leaving Lady Jakia speechless. All the lady could do was look at that woman's back while she hurriedly went back to the place where the Sahad was. The servant beside her asked if she wanted him to go after her, but Jakia said no, as they would depart according to their plan. While she was on the carriage, she remembered that time when she was young. She once expressed her affection for Badad, but he didn't feel the same towards her, so he told her to give up. However, she couldn't do it, so she professed her love for him several more times. The time when she reached adulthood was when she realized she had no place in his heart. However, that woman who appeared so suddenly captured his heart and entered it so easily. She couldn't help but be hurt because of that, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't dislike her. At the same time, she couldn't force her to come with her either. All she could think of was that she was braver than she thought she was. Meanwhile, Asina ran as fast as she could to the Sahad's room before someone noticed that she left. If she returned now, no one would realize she was gone, and no one would know that she had escaped again. While running, she couldn't help but call herself a fool, as she wouldn't feel good if she were to go back home with those overflowing feelings of hers. Besides that, by turning a blind eye to the dangers surrounding the Sahad, she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. Even if she couldn't be of any help to Badad, she still wants to stay by his side no matter what happens. As she entered the room, she thought that no one was there, as it was still silent just like before she left. She was sweating and breathing heavily as she ran there as quickly as she could while scanning the room. But as she walked further inside the room and opened the curtain where the bed was, she was surprised to see someone was there. The man was standing by the window, and she was greatly familiar with him just by looking at his back. Asina suddenly got nervous, and her heart beat faster as she didn't expect him to be the one to find out that she had run away again. On the other hand, Badad looked at her seriously. It was clear from his face that he was mad because she was not there when he came. Just like the wind that goes wherever it pleases. It blows from the snow-capped mountains on the edge of the northern continent and flows into the endless desert in the south. It never ever stays in one place. It didn't take long to realize that Asina was gone. Distracted by the chaotic situation in the palace, Badad didn't notice until it was too late that someone was missing. The chilling truth he faced in the empty room froze his body and soul. He felt an urge to catch her immediately and tie her up somewhere, yet he couldn't help but wonder what he would gain from doing that. The Sihad thought that he should let her go because it was the right thing for both him and her. He already knew that Asina was not the kind of woman that he could hold captive, so he should do what he needed to do. But at the back of his mind, if he would do that, his life would be back to normal again. He felt sick just thinking of living the rest of his life like that without that woman by his side. That made him question himself if he were to wither away alone until his children fought and ended each other's lives like they did. He never felt that kind of wretchedness before because he simply had to live, and that was enough for him. But all of that changed after he met her, when he felt warmth for the first time in his life. She was also the one who revealed all sorts of emotions to him, and once he experienced them, he couldn't go back to how things were before. The Sihad thought that he would tame her until Asina spoke the truth, but it seemed like he was the one being tamed instead. He couldn't help but call her name while he was standing beside the bed where she used to sleep. Badad couldn't bear the thought of being away from her or not having her by his side, so he decided to bring her back. If she was still in Pigeon, it was not too late. Just bringing her body back was enough for him, as he could win her heart later. While he was too busy thinking of a way to bring back Asina, someone came in, which surprised the Sihad. That person walked closer to him, and every step made his heart beat faster, as if he already knew who it was. On the other hand, Asina, who entered the room and raised the curtains, was also surprised to see Badad in her room. He then turned around to see if he was right, and after seeing her, a silent air filled the room while they stared at each other. The Sihad then decided to talk first and said that he thought she had already left. Asina lowered her head as if she was ashamed to look him in the eye while telling him that she was going to do that. After hearing that, Badad was a bit sad, but he still wanted to know the reason why she didn't do it. They have the same emotions, and she answered that she had no idea why she couldn't do her plan now. While she continued to say that she couldn't bring herself to leave for some reason, he started to walk closer to her. All of a sudden, Asina started crying as she had no idea what was wrong with her. She cried even more while saying that she felt like she was not the person she used to know. After seeing her like that, Badad walked faster to hug her and comforted the lady while saying that it was okay. At the back of his mind, he thought that as long as he had her warmth, he would be okay even if he ended up in hell. But something unexpected happened. Asina also hugged her tightly as if she also longed for his embrace. That really surprised the Sahad because something that felt just out of his reach was now securely in his embrace. He continued comforting the lady by saying that she was there now, so everything would be okay. But at the back of his mind, he thought that he would never let her go ever again. Suddenly, when Asina calmed down a little bit, she told Badad that she had something to tell him. It was about the identity that she kept from him while staying there, which greatly surprised the Sahad. She added that he must not tell anyone about it, but she was trembling while saying that, as she knew the risk of revealing who she really was. The Sahad held her hands tightly to reassure her that she could trust him with it, and he even made a promise to her. After hearing that, Asina bravely looked Badad in the eyes and said that her real name was Asina Lizia de Weldon. What was more important was that she was the only daughter of Archduke Weldon of Cromwell. Later that night, Karim executes the Sahad's order and goes to the inn in the city where the envoys are staying. He was a little nervous upon facing the Duke as he apologized for all the inconvenience they had experienced on their journey. On the other hand, the envoy was seriously listening to him as if he was already annoyed. But he suddenly smiled and said that it was good to know that Karim was aware of the trouble they had put him through while asking when he could enter the palace. Before answering him, the tamer thought that the Duke was bold for being an envoy of an enemy nation, but he did owe him for saving his father, so he answered respectfully. When Karim said that Cromwell's bodyguards would soon arrive in Alpesian and then he could come with them, the Duke asked when they were scheduled to arrive. The tamer responded by saying that it would be about 2 days, to which the envoy commented that it was a bit late. The next day, as soon as Asina woke up, the first thing she did was look at Badad, but he was not there. Aside from that, there were no maids in the room either, which made her wonder what was going on. Suddenly, when she was about to get up from the bed, she noticed something that greatly surprised her. It was as if there was something on her wrist that was not there last night when she was with Badad. Meanwhile, Nasir questioned the Sahad if he was still bothered by Lady Asina's identity, because if he was, he could send someone to the north. He just needed to say the word. He added that with her distinctive appearance, finding out her information shouldn't be that hard. However, he was surprised when the Sahad said that he didn't need to do that and he didn't need to worry about it as well. At the back of his mind, he thought that her identity was just a shell, and it meant nothing to him because it was not just her body that he desired, but so much more. Besides, he has all the time in the world, so he would wait as long as it takes for her to reveal everything to him. At the Sahad's bedroom, when Asina looked at the thing on her wrist, she had no idea what it was. It looked like a bracelet, and she couldn't help but wonder if Badad was the one who put it on her. It was shimmering platinum, as dazzling as moonlight, and had gems of a clear hue reminiscent of the sky. Its beauty was so captivating that she could be hypnotized if she kept gazing at it. But she couldn't help staring at it as it was so pretty. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door, which interrupted her from admiring the bracelet. She told that person to come in, but the moment she saw who it was, she was greatly surprised. It was her old personal maid, Nur, who attended to her when she was still staying at the harem. The servant was so happy to see the lady and at the same time to serve her again like before. Asina quickly got up from the bed and held her while saying that she missed her. Nur also said the same and thanked the lady as she heard that she was the one who released her. But Asina told her that it was nothing, as she truly regretted that she was locked up because of her. At the back of her mind, she thought that she did that as she had no other choice if she wished to survive. The servant then said that she had been reassigned as her private maid since Lady Jakia had returned to Dara. After hearing that, Asina couldn't help but think that Nur was the polar opposite of Lady Jakia. The heiress suddenly apologized to the maid as she needed to ask her for a favor even though she had just returned. Her personal maid was a bit surprised as it was so sudden, but she was still willing to do it for her, so she asked what it was. Meanwhile, the envoys from Cromwell had finally arrived at the palace together with the tamer. He told the Duke that the Sahad was waiting for him while his knight was impressed upon seeing the palace. The Grand Chamberlain questioned Karim as to why the envoy was already there when he was instructed to wait until Cromwell's knights arrived. He explained that the Duke claimed it was sufficient for him to have one bodyguard, and he quickly went to the palace so he couldn't do anything about it. He commented that Karim should have stopped the envoy, but since they were already there, he just informed the Sahad that the Cromwell's envoy had arrived. When he responded to let them in, they opened the door, and Badad was there together with Nasir. On the other hand, the Duke respectfully greeted their king and introduced himself as Ian Syrian da Estadia. He added that he was there to meet the Master of Pigeon as per the orders of His Supreme Majesty. After that, the Duke stated that His Majesty entrusted him with treasures to present to the Raken, but he regrettably could not secure them due to encountering some assailants during their trip. With a smile on his face, he humbly asked for the Sahad's understanding for coming empty-handed to their honorable first meeting. Nasir thought that the envoy was subtly expressing dissatisfaction about being attacked, but Badad didn't mind it and said that he was relieved he arrived safely. Given the distance, it must have been quite a difficult journey for them. Nasir heard about Duke Estadia as the one who holds the highest position of authority in the region and who also serves as Cromwell's finance minister. He may have a pretty face, but Nasir knew that there was no doubt he was a formidable figure. In Pigeon, he thought that he was equivalent to the High Chief and also the Grand Vizier. After that, the Sahad told the envoy to get some rest for now, as they could talk more during their stay. Also, he would be hosting a banquet in their honor tomorrow, to which the Duke was grateful for their warm welcome. A moment later, upon arriving at their room, Nizam could now understand why the Cromwell's nobles constantly mentioned Pigeon with such fear, and it was because such a mighty nation was standing firm in the southern continent. The Duke was not interested in that. Rather, he wanted to know what his impression was of the Raken, who had red eyes. Before answering, he recalls first the moment they met him earlier, and he told him that he was surprised. It was because of his overwhelming presence. He added that it would be accurate to say that the Raken was not human. However, Nizam added that he was not of the divine lineage. He was certainly human, but there was something about him that piqued the Duke's curiosity. His knight then explained that the Raken seems to possess powers similar to magic. He couldn't fully grasp it from afar, but he likely has abilities related to water. He also slightly sensed the smells of earth and wind. The Duke assumed that maybe he was just a mage, but his knight said that it was not magic. It was like an ability promised in return for something. Duke Estadia was listening to him seriously and now has a little understanding about the Raken. Meanwhile, Asina was taking a stroll around the palace, and the servants who saw her bowed to her as a sign of respect. While walking, she was recalling the favor she had asked of her personal maid Nur. When she asked what her favor was, Asina answered that she wanted to know about the internal affairs of the palace, so Nur should inform her if any rumors circulated among the maids or if there were any unfortunate incidents. Her maid didn't hesitate to agree with the lady, but she wanted to know the reason why she suddenly wanted to know about that. That caught her off guard, but since it was important to her, she couldn't let her know the truth, so she lied to her. She started acting as if she was about to cry while saying that she had no connections in Pigeon. It was not a problem now because she was the only one in the harem, but once a new era came, her position would be at risk. She believed that it was important to be aware of the palace's circumstances in advance. After saying that, Asina asked if Nur would be willing to help her, to which she immediately answered yes because of her great acting. The maid even said that she would become her eyes and ears inside the palace and hurriedly went outside to execute her order. Asina thought that her jumbled feelings began to clear up after deciding to remain in Pigeon a little longer. Since she decided like that, as long as she was there, she would do something for the Sihad. She thought about why Jakia suddenly left the palace, and she knew the only answer to that was to seek refuge. Asina heard that the Grand Vizier was a very greedy person, so if a man like him sent his daughter away from the palace rather than using her, it clearly meant he was up to something. She thought that she might be able to find a solution since she possessed knowledge of the northern continent that people there don't. Suddenly, while she was in deep thought while walking, she saw someone that greatly shocked her, as if she had seen a ghost. It was High Chief Varine, the one she wanted to avoid the most, as he knew her true identity and even threatened her with it. Upon seeing him, she stopped her walk, but the High Chief deliberately went closer to her and said that she seemed to have become very skinny. What shocked Asina the most was when he told her that he thought she would run away. That made her a little nervous, as she had no idea that the High Chief knew that she was going to flee. The lady was glad that she decided to stay and asked Varine how he knew about it. He answered her by saying that Lady Jakia's moves were in the palm of his hand. The High Chief then seriously asked her the reason why she decided to stay. Because as far as he knows, there was not a single reason for her to do that. Asina didn't answer him. Instead, she questioned him as to how he could be so sure about it. When Varine heard that, he couldn't believe it and assumed that the lady had really become the Sahad's heir. The High Chief said that he knew the Sahad better than anyone. He was the kind of man who wouldn't be satisfied with a woman since he already had everything he wanted. Asina couldn't figure him out, so she asked him what exactly he was trying to say, to which Varine answered that he wanted her to escape. But at the back of his mind, he thought that he would be okay if that happened while staring at her. The mysterious aura he once sensed around the era was gone, so he was confused as to why he still found himself attracted to her. What he feels for her wouldn't do anything good for him, so he would rather have Asina out of his sight. The lady then questioned what he wanted from her, but instead of answering her, he asked if she would actually give it to him if he shared it. There was no need for her to hesitate, so she directly told him no, and because of that, Varine said that there was no reason for him to tell her. Asina thought that he might be playing games with her, so she stopped him with the nonsense, as threats like that wouldn't work on her anymore. However, the High Chief seemed like he wouldn't stop until he was satisfied to break them, so he questioned the lady if she really believed that the Sahad trusted her. He even added that it was human nature to doubt one's partner, so she shouldn't trust the Sahad too much. After saying that, Varine turned his eyes behind the lady while saying that she would find out soon enough if what he said was true or not. Suddenly, someone called her name, which greatly shocked her, as she already knew who it was. It was Badad, who looked so angry while his gaze was fixed on the High Chief to whom she was talking. Asina couldn't help but curse Varine in her head, as the Sihad might misunderstand something about them talking alone. She wanted to explain their situation, but the High Chief interrupted her by greeting the Sahad and excused himself so the two could talk. After that, Asina was so nervous that she started to explain that there was nothing between them and that she didn't do anything because it was Varine who talked to her first. It seemed like he was really angry at the lady, as he was just staring at her, so Asina begged him to believe her. But before his emotions could swallow him, he suddenly remembered the moment when she was trembling while asking him not to tell anyone about her true identity. After that, he had already calmed down and told Asina that it was fine since he decided to trust her now. The Sahad noticed that she was alone, so he asked her where the maid assigned to her was. The Era answered that she had sent Nur on an errand. Since her maid was their topic, she took that opportunity to ask if he was the one who assigned that maid to her. Badad assumed that she didn't like her, but Asina didn't mean it like that. She was just curious. The Sihad said that having someone she could get close to would make her consider settling down there. When the lady heard that, she was greatly surprised, as she didn't expect that. That made her a little sad, as she knew it wouldn't happen. Every time she saw how genuine his feelings were for her, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Beihai said that there was something he would like her to do for him. When Asina asked what it was, he answered that he would be holding a banquet tomorrow for the envoys from Cromwell, and he would like her to attend. After hearing that, she was now aware that the envoys were from Cromwell. The Sahad continued that he wanted her to come and check if they had honest intentions or if they had some hidden motives. He was asking her to do that since he was sure she didn't want the two nations to be at odds. But what worried Asina was that they might recognize her. However, Badad assured her that there was nothing for her to worry about since she would be covering her face with a yashmak, a veil to cover the entire face except for the eyes. When she agreed, the Sahad was happy and told her that he would come get her tomorrow. The lady nodded in response while Badad brushed her hair to the side, which made her blush a little. She thought that, for some reason, she felt like she was being swayed by that man again. The next day, it was time for the banquet that the Raken of Pigeon prepared for the envoys of Cromwell. In the Duke's room, the envoy was almost ready, so he asked his personal knight, Nizan, if he was all done getting dressed. He answered that he was, but he couldn't help but complain about how difficult to put on the Pigeon's clothes. The Duke wants him to bear with it until their knights arrive. While walking, Nizan asked His Grace the reason why their emperor was trying to improve relations with Pigeon. The Duke answered that he had probably taken an interest because it was one of Cromwell's long-standing concerns. He told him honestly that he didn't care about relations with Pigeon as long as it didn't lead to battles. After hearing that, the knight moves on to talk about that land. He had sensed it for some time now, but that land, Pigeon, had a strange energy to it. It feels as though it has been artificially constructed, as if something was desperately trying to preserve it. That didn't surprise the Duke, but it caught his interest after listening to his personal knight. Meanwhile, the maids were so busy helping the Era to get ready for the banquet that night. Her dress was already prepared, and they were just doing her makeup while the lady stayed silent. They also put some flowers in her hair, and when they were finally finished, her beauty shone even brighter. Suddenly, someone arrived and called her name, which made her turn around to look at who it was. The Sahad was standing at the door looking gorgeous and handsome as well with his clothes. When Asina stood up, Badad got to finally look at her outfit, which made him speechless. The lady saw his reaction and asked for his comment on how she looked. She even asked him if her looks made him fall for her all over again. But the moment she heard him say that he was not sure what to say, Asina was so shocked. Because of that, she pouted as she got annoyed. It was like the maid's efforts to make her even more beautiful were useless. Suddenly, the Sahad leaned closer to the lady to whisper how beautiful she was, which surprised Asina. However, at the back of his mind, while he was staring at her, he was glad that they could cover her face. It was because the woman in front of him glowed with brilliance that any man couldn't take their eyes off her. While on their way to the banquet, he had thought that he wanted to take her somewhere and hide her away, just so he could be the only one to enjoy that radiance coming from Asina. He was sure High Chief Varine must have been thinking the same when he saw them together yesterday. Just the way he looks at his woman clearly says that he feels something towards the lady. Badad knew exactly what the emotion behind his gaze was, as he was very familiar with it. Thinking about it made the Sihad hold Asina's hand, as he wouldn't allow Varine to have his way with his woman. He then told the lady not to be nervous since no one would speak ill of her while he was there, to which she agreed. Because of his assurance, she then invited him to head to the banquet, as she was now ready to enter. Meanwhile, the envoy from the Cromwell, Duke Estadia, had already arrived at the hall and was having his drink while waiting for the Raken to get there. The banquet started without their king, and food was already served to every guest that was present there. While waiting, Nasir couldn't help but worry when he saw someone's seat was empty. It was for Lord Vika, Sohal's high chief. He asked Karim, who came there on behalf of his injured father, if Lord Vika had not arrived yet. The tamer questioned if he was that worried, to which Nasir replied that he couldn't help but feel concerned considering his advanced age and the words he spoke to him. Karim wanted to know what the Lord said to him, so he told him that there was something he must tell the Sahad and that it had to be done in person. While they were busy conversing, they didn't notice High Chief Varine behind them, who was listening to their talk. After that, he took one last look to see if they saw him before he went on his way. A moment later, the High Chief went to the envoys to ask if they were enjoying the banquet. He then introduced himself as the High Chief of Sharza and greeted the Duke. The envoy did the same as well. While looking at him, Varine wondered if he was the one that Akka warned him about. He told him before that Duke Estadia was a formidable man and that he had chosen the wrong person to mess with. Now that he had a closer look, he was a lot younger than he expected him to be in his position. Besides that, he also noticed how odd it was that he resembled the Era in some ways. Thinking about that woman changed his mood as he remembered their last conversation. Suddenly, they finally announced that the Sihad had arrived. Upon entering the banquet hall, everyone bowed their heads as a sign of respect to their king. The Era was with him, and as they walked in front, she was holding the Sahad's hand. The two looked so stunning, and the Era's beauty was still visible even though her face was covered with a veil. When High Chief Varine saw their hands, his mood got even worse, as if he was jealous. The moment they got in front, their king ordered them to have their seats as well. On the other hand, Asina started to look for the envoy from Cromwell to see if she recognized him or not. While she was busy looking around, the people couldn't help but whisper about who the Sahad brought with him, and assumed she was his new woman. Since Badad could hear them gossiping about her, he took a quick look at Asina to see if she was affected, but it seemed like he had nothing to worry about, as she was busy doing him a favor. However, a moment later, Duke Estadia was greatly shocked upon seeing the Era, as he was very familiar with her. At the same time, Asina also had the same reaction as him since he was his uncle Ian. She had been so close with him since she was still young, so she questioned herself about what he was doing in Pigeon. Because of that, she turned her gaze away from him and hoped he didn't recognize her. The Sihad then asked the envoy if he was comfortable with the given accommodations, to which the Duke answered yes and thanked him for his thoughtfulness, as he was able to rest properly. The Raken was glad to hear that and said that the banquet was for him so he should enjoy it. Duke Estadia replied happily that he would do that, but at the back of his mind he felt uneasy about something. Asina thought that her uncle didn't recognize her, but she was wrong, as he already knew it was her the moment they entered the banquet hall. What confused the Duke more was why she was in a country like Pigeon. Because of that, he turned to look at Lord Amon to ask something, and when he asked what it was, he wanted to know who the woman beside their king was. The Grand Chamberlain answered that she was the Era. To make it easier for him to understand, he told him that she was their king's beloved woman. The Duke was a little surprised, so the Lord asked if he knew her by any chance, but the Duke denied it and just told him that he was just surprised to see a northerner in Pigeon. After hearing that, Asina's uncle wondered what was going on. He wanted to drag her out of there at that moment, but they were not on the northern continent, and with no knowledge of the situation she was in, he couldn't make any rash moves for now, which greatly annoyed him. However, his knight Nizan was more surprised than him that he dropped the food he was holding on the table upon seeing the Duke's niece. He couldn't believe what he just saw and even asked the Duke if she was a ghost. When he answered his knight that she was not, Nizan whispered and asked what Asina was doing there. He also wanted to know what the Duke was going to do about it, to which he replied that he would have to start thinking about that. On the other hand, Asina had no idea that her uncle already recognized her, and the Sihad had no clue as well that his woman was related to the envoy. That night, after the banquet, the maids were helping the lady with her nightgown while Asina was so surprised that Cromwell sent an envoy. On top of it, it was her uncle Ian that they had sent. She couldn't believe that they chose him of all the nobles in Cromwell. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the window, which surprised Asina. Luckily, she was the only one who saw it. Since she was curious, she would have to check what it was, so she asked her maid if she could step out for a moment. Unfortunately, she didn't agree with her, as it was already too late and it would be too dangerous for her. Asina understands her, and considering her record of escaping, she feels guilty asking Nur to believe in her. Since the lady was eager to take a look at what she saw, she asked her maid if she could give her some privacy, as she would like to be alone. Nur and the other maid looked at each other as they were hesitant to do that, but eventually they agreed with her and said to let them know if she needed anything. When they were gone, Asina immediately blocked the door so no one could enter the room. She already knew it was a person, so she stated that whoever he was, he could come out already. The moment that man showed his face to her and greeted her, Asina was so surprised. She knew him since he was her uncle Ian's personal knight, Nizan. On the other hand, he was happy to see the lady, as it had been a while since they last saw each other. He suddenly asked what she was doing in a place with such strict security. Asina answered that she had her own reasons. Nizan then suddenly invited her to come with him as Ian was waiting, but the lady said that the window was locked. Without any hesitation, he waved at her and said to step back for a second as he planned to do something about it. A moment later, the glass in the window suddenly breaks, which greatly shocks the Era. She knew he was that reckless, and she also knew that she said it was locked, but she didn't mean that he should break it easily like that. Nizan reasoned that he was just creating an exit for them, but it was already too late, as the people outside heard that loud noise and were now calling for the lady inside. When the knight invited her to go with him, Asina was distracted by those people who were trying to break the door, so Nizan just grabbed her hand. The knight then pulled her so they could run away before those people could get inside the room and see them. However, the lady was in shock and wondered if she was really escaping like that while being dragged by Nizan. Asina didn't like his idea of running away just like that, so she told him to let her hand go. She added that she was really happy to see both of them after such a long time, but she had her own reasons for staying there. Because of that, the lady wanted him to tell the Duke to act as if he didn't know her. Nizan warned him that her uncle would get mad and reminded her how intimidating he was when he was upset, which Asina was aware of. Suddenly, the lady pushed the knight away to the window and told him to go already, as the people outside were forcing the door to open because of the loud noise they heard inside. Before Nizan left, he gave her something that her uncle wanted to deliver for her. When Asina saw it, she was surprised because it was a family heirloom that only the head of the Estadia family could possess. It was a symbol of the family head that protects whoever has it. However, the lady was confused as to why the Duke was giving it to her. The thing that Asina put at the door to prevent anyone from entering had already broken, and a moment later, the guards, including her maid, Nur, were surprised to see the shattered glass on the floor after going inside the room. When they asked her what happened, the lady just gave them a smile as if there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Nizan went back to the Duke and reported everything to him. Her uncle Ian was surprised after hearing everything from his knight. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of mischief Asina had committed while she had been away. Given her usual behavior, the Duke was sure that it was not something good. However, he doesn't understand how she got entangled with the king of an enemy nation. Asina never reveals her identity no matter what happens, for fear of bringing disgrace to her family, so if she was staying in Pigeon for a reason, he thought that his niece was trying to handle things on her own. It gives him a headache just to think how much Asina could do alone, and what's worst is that Pigeon was not in a good situation at the moment. The knight then asked the Duke what he was going to do about it, to which he answered that he should hear everything from her first. Meanwhile, the Sihad got angry when the Chamberlain reported the incident in Asina's bedroom. He told their king that someone was trying to get inside, and he already escorted the lady to the harem for the time being. When Badad asked what she said about it, the Chamberlain answered that Asina said the wind caused the windows to break. The Sahad couldn't take her reasoning that it gave him a headache. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. It was Karim, the tamer. He apologizes to their king for coming in rashly, as it is an urgent matter. When the Sihad asked what it was, he told him that he needed to go to Moscat, so he wanted to ask his permission. Before agreeing to him, he wanted to know the reason first, so Karim said that he had received word that the situation in Moscat was worsening by the day. They say the moment High Chief Jalil returns to Dara, battle would immediately break out among the clans. Because of that, he couldn't allow his injured father to enter battle, so he must go and prepare for the fight. Karim imagined it would be challenging. Whether in terms of weapons or the number of soldiers, the odds of victory were in Dara's favor. The Sihad said that it was customary for the king to stay out of clan disputes, but it was essential to preserve the balance of Pigeon in the extreme west. With that being said, he ordered the tamers to be sent as a warning to those greedy clans who always sought more power. The Chamberlain disagreed with the Sihad, as it was dangerous for the warriors to be away from Al-Pigeon. The Rams, one of Kuan's 7 units under his direct command, has already left for Sharza to investigate the truth behind the envoy attack. He was concerned that if the tamers left as well, they would only have 5 units remaining. Badad was aware of that, however, they couldn't lose Moscat like that. It was inevitable that they go. Because for the Sahad, the most important thing there was to maintain Pigeon's balance. That night, the maids escorted the lady back to the harem due to the incident that happened with the shattered window. Asina didn't get the chance to talk to Beihai after the banquet. He seemed busy too, and she was distracted by her uncle as well. In the end, the two didn't have a conversation after that event. While walking, she took out the earrings that Nizan delivered and wondered why her uncle gave her that. The lady didn't ponder more about it and just wore it. She looks around at that place, as it has been a while since she came to the harem. It feels like a different place for her after knowing the past behind it. That place was so beautiful that she couldn't believe so many people died there. Because of that, a sudden thought came to her mind. She couldn't help but think of the reason why the prince ended all the women and children's lives there. It was hard for her to believe it and just sighed. She then noticed that the moon was shining so brightly that night as she closed her eyes to feel the air. Suddenly, she heard a noise, and she was surprised to see someone so familiar appear in front of her. The lady was so excited it made her blush, as it had been a long time since she saw her uncle Ian. The Duke called her a wildflower and asked her what she was doing all the way there in Pigeon. But instead of answering, she hurriedly went to him and hugged him as she missed her uncle. A second later, she just realized she shouldn't have acted that way as she told him to pretend he didn't know her. However, the Duke said that it was okay since he snuck out, and he was not a fool not to take precautions. Asina wanted to argue more about that as someone might see them, but her uncle changed the topic and asked her why she had been avoiding him. The air surrounding the Duke suddenly became gloomier when he asked her how she ended up as the beloved woman of the enemy king. The lady started to get nervous as she knew she was in big trouble and didn't know how to explain the things that happened to her. She was still not prepared to tell him the truth, so she just told her uncle that it was a long story. It was obvious that she was having a hard time explaining, so the Duke didn't push that matter and asked what she was going to do. He wanted to know if she planned to live there like that for the rest of her life. The lady immediately answered that it was not like that. She was staying there because she had something to sort out. However, she couldn't tell her uncle that she had fallen in love with the king of an enemy nation. Asina then tried to push him away already before someone could see him. She told him that she was there for her own reasons, but the Duke was stubborn and wanted to know her reasons first. Suddenly, the two were surprised when someone interrupted their conversation and called the lady's name. She was in great shock as she was so out of luck that it had to be that person who saw her with another man. It was the Sihad, and he had a serious look on his face while asking what was going on between the two of them. Before Asina could give him an answer, he already started to walk towards them, which made the lady nervous. She tried to explain it to Beihai, but she didn't know how to put it in words so she could escape that situation. However, she was still not finished talking when the Sahad grabbed her hand and pulled her away. That surprised the lady, as she had no idea where he was taking her, leaving the Duke alone and speechless. Asina was filled with questions like what he planned to do with her. On the other hand, Badad was filled with anger while holding her tightly. After slamming the door, he pulled her into the corner outside and leaned closer to the lady. It was clear that he was mad when he saw her with another man. Then he told her that she always exceeds his expectations. Even though Asina had no idea what he was talking about, she knew how angry he was because of the air surrounding him. Before that happened, the Sahad went to see her out of concern after hearing that there was an intruder yesterday in her bedroom. However, he didn't expect to see a shocking scene right in front of his eyes. What he came upon was the manifestation of the fear he had only ever vaguely thought about. The woman he fell in love with was happy in another man's arms, and what was worst was that it was the envoy from Cromwell. It halted him from walking towards her, as a lot of things started to come to his head after seeing them. He didn't know the person she was before they met. That was why, even when she was in his arms, he was always nervous. Badad had no one dear to him, but Asina must have left many loved ones behind on the northern continent. That assumption of his had come to light after seeing her affectionate gaze and relaxed manner with that man. However, what made him freeze in the corner was when he heard her saying that she wouldn't live there for the rest of her life. It was as if his world had collapsed when she added that she was just staying there because she had something to sort out. He had believed she was finally in his arms, but after hearing that, it was all just a delusion. When they were finally alone, he asked Asina if he was a joke to her, to which the lady got confused. Without hearing any more explanation from her, he told her that it was time to let her know how much he had been holding back for her sake. After that, he leaned closer and closer to her and kissed the lady. That greatly surprised Asina. It was not passionate, but it was forced on her. When she tried to break free from him, he would pull her closer. It was as if he was letting her know that he loved her, but at the same time, he was angry at her. Asina didn't know why he was acting like that, and as it dragged on longer, she felt like she couldn't breathe anymore. She could feel his emotions through his lips and tongue, but she had no idea what he was trying to tell her. The way he acted made the lady understand what he meant when he said that he had been holding himself back for her sake. She knew that once he let go of himself, he wouldn't be able to stop. Suddenly, she got back to her senses when she heard the noise outside the door and realized that what he was doing was not right. Asina then pushed the Sahad with all her might to stop him as people were coming to them. She finally could get some air after that intense kiss from Badad. However, he became silent for a moment. The lady was waiting for him to talk and to explain why he was acting like that while she was sweating and gasping for air. When he was about to say something, someone interrupted them and stopped the Sahad from what he was doing. The guards tried to block that person, but it seemed like they couldn't. The moment Badad saw who it was, he glared at him. It was the envoy, Duke Estadia. He emanates a cold air around him as he walks towards the two while Asina calls him by his name, Ian. The Sahad got annoyed at the envoy for daring to barge inside without his permission. The Duke was not affected at all by his attitude towards him, as he told him that he entered there because he felt it was necessary. After that, he then called Asina by her name and told her to come to him. His action annoyed the Sahad even more. Asina couldn't get the right timing to interrupt the two to explain while Badad blocked him from getting closer to her, as he believed he had no right to interfere between them. At the back of his mind, he thought that he might be the lover of Asina whom she left behind in Cromwell. It started to irritate the Duke, so he had no choice but to reveal their relationship to the king. He told him that the girl standing beside him was his precious niece. After he said that, Asina just gave them a smile. The Sahad, on the other hand, was in such great shock that he hardly processed the words he heard from the envoy. Suddenly, the air was filled with silence between the three of them. Before something happened between the two men, Asina had to step in. Since she was the reason behind the tension inside that room, she calmed them down and begged them to listen to what she had to say. A moment later, the lady had to go to where her uncle was staying to explain everything to him. After hearing about her situation, it was clear that he was really controlling himself in scolding his precious niece. When he asked her if there was anything she would like to tell him, she couldn't tell him that she loved the king, so she told him to let her off the hook or lend her some money. Since it was a serious matter that he couldn't just let it slide, he got even more furious at her, which made her apologize to the Duke. One could see that the Duke was having a headache because of his dear niece. Ian was the Grand Duke of Estadia and her uncle. Although he was her mother's younger brother, he was not much older than she was, so they grew up like siblings. Nizan, who was listening in the corner, asked what the Duke was planning to do since things were getting complicated. Her uncle said that complicated was not even the right word to describe it. It was an understatement to say it like that, so he needs to go and sort it out. When Asina heard that, she had no idea what he was talking about, so she asked where he was going. The Grand Duke stood up from the chair and said that he was going to see the King of Pisan to settle things once and for all. A moment later, a group of knights had arrived at the palace with a wagon full of boxes. Meanwhile, the envoy of Cromwell, Nasir, and the King of Pisan were gathered in a room to have a private conversation. The Sahad was staring at the Duke intently and noticed something. Now that he had a closer look at him, the man in front of him did resemble Asina a bit. He couldn't believe he was already 35 years old, as he looked like he was just in his 20s. Being jealous of him made him realize how pathetic he was to have such feelings. The envoy took the initiative to talk and said that it would be best to explain Asina's family to him first. The lady's father was Grand Duke Weldon, the younger brother of the current emperor. Though he declared having no interest in the throne, in truth, he was as good as a member of the imperial family. His sister was the second daughter of Duke Estadia. In place of the late empress, she has raised the princess as her guardian. On the other hand, Asina was the only daughter of the Grand Duke and his sister. The envoy shared that not so long ago, Princess Isis, the emperor's only child, renounced her claim to the throne. As a result, the first in line to the throne in Cromwell was now Asina, though she herself doesn't know it yet. Just listening to the story of the man in front of him, the Sihad could feel the weight of Asina's identity. The Duke then continued that the king took the precious heir of Cromwell, imprisoned her without proper justification, and placed her in the harem, making her the king's wife. He then seriously asked if the Sihad was aware that his actions could be a severe diplomatic offense and may lead to battle. Instead of answering him, Badad asked him with a cold look on his face if he was threatening him at that moment. The Duke didn't like what he was feeling now, as he could sense again the truly overwhelming pressure he exuded. There was no reason for him to fight with the king, so he answered him no and said that Pisan was already tense due to internal matters. It was also true that Asina was the first to act suspiciously. In a way, it was only fair that he locked her up. The Sahad couldn't understand how such a precious lady could travel in such peril without anyone in her family trying to stop her. The Duke smiled at that because he knew they tried. Her sister did everything she could to try to stop their daughter from leaving. However, the Sahad must know now, after spending time with her, that she was not one to listen, which Badad greatly agreed with. He then continued to say that he didn't believe that all women must enjoy parties and socializing and live only for their children and husbands. While that life was not bad, it was not Asina's idea of happiness. All his family wants is to allow her to live a life that lets her shine brightly. A life that she chose, even if it were meant to be far away from them. Those words hit the Sahad after hearing them, and they made him speechless for a moment. He couldn't help but remember some of his moments with Asina before, when she shone so brightly. Just seeing her smile towards him melts his heart greatly. Just as it made him happy, it also pained him to the core when those smiles would disappear. Because of that thought, the Sahad directly asked the envoy what it was that he really wanted from him. The Duke didn't hesitate to tell it and fix everything his niece had caused in Pisan. Meanwhile, the group of knights who arrived at the palace started to unload the boxes they had brought. Asina, who was with Nizan, came outside and recognized them. It was the Green Knights and Rakhen Knights under his uncle's command. The two went down to greet them. The same goes for the knights, but they specifically noticed the lady next to Nizan. They all recognized Asina, and the lady was a bit awkward since the events were all unexpected, even for her. Suddenly, they all gathered around her and bombarded the lady with a lot of questions, which she found hard to answer. Luckily, the Duke, Asina's uncle, came just in time to rescue her from their unending inquiries. Nasir, who was behind them, came as well to guide the envoy. Seeing how informally the knights were talking to their superior was a first for Nasir. The Duke then stated not to say a word to anyone about meeting Lady Asina in Pisan when they return, as she just joined them by coincidence, which they all agreed on. Suddenly, the captain of the Green Knights, Michael, stepped forward to ask something of the Duke. He looked so serious as if the matter were urgent. However, the Duke was stunned when he asked him if he was indulging in luxury by himself. Even Nasir was in great shock when he heard that the knight was complaining about their stay outside the city with the injured and only got invited to the palace now, while his grace came there in advance and enjoyed a banquet. Even the other knights supported their captains complaining, which the Duke found unbelievable. On the other hand, Nasir, who was in great shock, didn't expect it to be that much when he heard things were freer in Cromwell than in Pigeon. It was hard to imagine if their soldiers had spoken like that to Karim. It would be the end of the world for the soldiers. But then again, no warrior would confront Karim. The Duke was having a hard time processing what was happening and wondered who the hell taught the Green Knights manners. They even had the nerve to ask the Duke for liquor, which he greatly opposed. Meanwhile, while the Duke was busy scolding his knights, Asina was staring at Nasir. She was hesitating to talk since she already had a slight idea that he might already know about her identity. However, before she could even explain her situation, he told her first that Ambassador Ian had already told them about their relationship. After that, it became silent and awkward since the two had a misunderstanding just a few days ago. But she was not the type to let things stay like that, so she apologized to Nasir, which surprised him. She was sorry for keeping her identity a secret and for lying that she was not from Cromwell. Because of that, it caused a misunderstanding between them. While listening to her, he noticed the bracelet she was wearing. He didn't ask about it and just said that he totally understood. Nasir knew that she must have wanted to avoid bringing shame upon her country and family. Besides, Ambassador Ian had spoken with the Sihad already and said that he would compensate for whatever happened there. In return for that, the Duke had requested that everything Asina experienced in Pigeon be forgotten, as he hoped she would not become the center of any controversy. It pained her a little when she heard that her uncle still thought about her even after causing such big trouble. Nasir continued to say that he now realized why she didn't reveal her identity even when her life depended on it. He also saw how her family truly cares for and loves one another, which surprised Asina. She couldn't help but agree with him. However, Nasir seemed like he was sad and was hesitating to say something. Eventually, he asks the lady that bothered him after hearing everything about her. With Ambassador Ian's intervention, it seems that the issue between them has been somewhat resolved. If so, Nasir asked Asina if she was now leaving Pigeon and going back to the Cromwell with the envoy. He followed it with the question of whether her trip ends there, which greatly surprised the lady. Asina couldn't answer it immediately and remembered those memories she had with the Sihad. At first, she didn't want to end things with Badad like that, so she returned. Rather than leaving and regretting endless days, she wanted to confront her situation as best as she could. However, seeing those people, her people, from where she came from, and the Duke, her uncle, who fixed the situation she was trying to solve on her own, she guessed it was time for her to really leave this time. Now that Duke Ian was there, she would have to return to Cromwell. Even if it were not for him, she would have eventually gone back because that was where her family, friends, and home were. That saddened Nasir since they had already become close, even though it was just for a short while. He had known for a long time that Asina was not the type to stay in a single place. However, there was something that mostly bothered Nasir, and he wouldn't dare to say it to the lady. That bracelet she was wearing seemed like something very important that Asina had no idea about. He couldn't help but wonder what the lady would do if it was already too late for her to leave. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, High Chief Jalil was on his way to meet Varine in his room. The moment he stepped inside, the first thing he said was to ask Varine if it had already begun. While handing some documents to Akka, he answered yes to the High Chief and said that the arrow was already out of his hands. It seemed like he was talking about his men who were following their target and were now in position. They aim at someone who is already old and looks like an important guest heading to the palace. While Akka was about to leave, he heard them talking about how the Pigeon would be in shambles now. High Chief Varine then handed a report to Jalil and asked what it was all about. He told him that it was information he had gathered about Dud, High Chief of Moscat, being in the palace. It seemed like it was good news to the High Chief, and he said that it was finally time for him to take action. He declared that he would wipe out all those damn Musketees and excused himself from Varine. Since all had been set, it was now for him to go as well and execute everything he had planned. Meanwhile, the High Chief of Moscat went to see the Sahad for an urgent matter. He hurriedly went there to confirm if it was true that High Chief Jalil had really returned to Dara. When Badad nodded in response, Dud knew that the battle had finally begun. It was hard for him to accept it, as he was not there to protect his land while recovering from his recent injuries. Because of that, the Sihad was willing to assist him by lending him his Tamers, one of the 7 big military units under the direct command of their king, which Karim was part of. However, the High Chief was against it because it seemed like the Sahad didn't trust him at all to handle it. Badad told him that it was not the reason why he was lending them, but rather it would be challenging for him to handle it alone since Varine was supporting Jalil. The tamers could help him stop them since they have been specially trained for desert combat. There was one thing that the High Chief was worried about, and it was his son Karim. He wanted to know if he was going as well. Since it was his own blood, the Sihad wanted to respect his decision by asking what he wanted him to do with Karim. High Chief Dud didn't want his son to go to battle, so he asked a favor of the Sihad to let him stay by his side, to which he agreed. Meanwhile, the maid guides Lady Asina to her new residence. It was just the two of them, and no personal guards were assigned to her at that moment. While walking, she had a lot on her mind. Her heart remains uneasy even though her Uncle Ian has handled everything well. A guard passed by with them, and they didn't even notice that something was going on already. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that Asina didn't see that the man was observing her movements. The lady was thinking whether she would never get to see Badad again if she went back to Cromwell with the Duke. It pains her so much to face the reality that they could never be together. Even though she reminds herself of that countless times, whenever she recalls his face, it all vanishes. No matter how hard she tried to get him out of her mind, she simply couldn't do it. It was hard for her to do that, and all she wanted was to stay by his side. Suddenly, she was surprised to see something on their way that stopped her from walking. There was a painting on the wall that caught her interest, so she asked her maid what it was all about. The girl explained that it was a mural that portrays the founding myth of Persia. She then asked if she had heard about it, to which Asina answered yes. The lady heard a man named Sahad Kuan brought water to the wasteland of Pijan and made it the abundant land it is now. The maid said that she heard it correctly. It got her attention, and she asked more questions of her. She wanted to know who the person next to Kuan was. It looks like she was an important person, she could stand beside him. The girl said she was the Sahad Kuan's queen. The name Pijan was derived from her name. She added that they said she was a female head chief who led Sharza a very long time ago. A moment later, Asina finally noticed the silence in that place, so she asked her maid why it was too quiet in there. The lady thought that she understood that there were a few servants there, as that was neither the Sahad's palace nor the harem, but it was still far too quiet. Her maid remembered that there was a security guard earlier who passed them. The situation she was in right now reminded her of something she experienced before. It was an unsettling feeling, so she knew something was not right. Because of that, she trusted her instinct and grabbed her maid's hand to get out of there as quickly as possible. They started to run and asked the girl for directions to the building where she should be staying. However, before the maid could give her an answer, she was surprised to see someone at the door. Asina didn't have enough time to react to it immediately, and couldn't process what she was about to say while the familiar man was already near her. It looks like it was High Chief Varine, but the moment she was about to look at who it was, he had already caught her. At the palace's library, a servant went to see the Grand Vizier, who was busy reading some documents. The man informed him that Sohal's High Chief, who was attacked, was heading to the palace. When the Grand Vizier asked if their plan was already in motion, his informant just answered that the festival was nearing its end. Those words made the Grand Vizier happy, as it meant that he should start getting ready as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, Umar and the others were rushing inside to a room and immediately called for a doctor. Nasir and the physician, who hurriedly went there, were so shocked at the scene they had spotted. An old man, whom they called Lord Vika, was laid down on the chair as he was badly injured. When Nasir asked what happened to him, Umar answered that he was attacked just before arriving in the capital. Vika was the Sohal's high chief. Having served 3 Khuns, he was also the mentor to the 3rd prince, the heir of the previous generation. Aside from that, he personally taught and nurtured exceptional officials, earning the respect of the entire Pijan kingdom. When they asked if they already knew who was behind it, Umar answered that they didn't know yet. He added that the captured individuals all ended their lives. However, Lord Vika lost something he had in his possession. That caught Nasir's attention as if he already knew something about it. Umar then continued to say that Lord Vika stated that there was something he would like to give Sahad and that he must deliver it in person. Nasir already had an assumption as to what it was, but he was not totally sure about it. The High Chief was trying to say something, so Nasir went closer to hear what it was. However, he couldn't hear clearly. The doctor then said that there was too much bleeding. Even with treatment, he was not sure Lord Vika could survive. Nasir and Umar looked at each other, as they knew that chaos would fall upon not only Sohal but also Pijan if the High Chief passed away in that situation. A moment later, the Sahad and the Grand Chamberlain arrived in the room together. Their king was in great shock upon seeing Lord Vika in that kind of state. When he asked who did that to him, the High Chief didn't answer him. Instead, he was glad that he could see him before his last breath. The Sahad went closer to him and stopped him from saying such foolish things. Lord Vika then told their king not to fall under the sway of the third prince's lingering influence. When Badad heard that, he was a little surprised, as he didn't expect him to say that. The high chief gathered all his strength to reach for him with his hand full of blood, while he continued to say that Badad must not become trapped in his brother's shadow. Their king didn't hesitate to hold his hand tightly, as it could be his last moment with him. Lord Vika was already having difficulty breathing and was coughing a lot. Before he took his last breath, the high chief made one last request for the Sihad as his servant, and it was to forget everything. After hearing that, Badad couldn't say anything to him and was just staring at the lifeless old man's body. Those were his last words to their king before leaving them in that world. Everyone in that room was so shocked and couldn't believe that Lord Vika was now gone. While the doctor was checking his body, the Sihad was silent beside him and didn't say anything. After careful examination, the doctor announced his passing and has now returned to Ishmael. Some of the people inside the room couldn't help but cry when they heard that announcement. The Grand Chamberlain, who witnessed his last breath, couldn't bear to see his body anymore, so he went outside to breathe some air. When he was about to leave the room, the two high chiefs arrived and were in great shock at the scene they saw. They had no idea what happened to him. The Sihad, on the other hand, could hardly accept that Lord Vika was now gone. Meanwhile, at the envoy's quarters, the Duke asked his guard why it was so quiet in there, to which he answered that he had no idea. The Green Knight went off to have drinks, but he did have a few of them guard Asina's residence. However, he still sensed that something was going on, so he ordered his guard Nizan to search the vicinity. He obeyed the Duke, and after some time, Nizan came back with one of their knights, who was injured and carrying Asina's maid in his hand. His guard stated that he also found a few injured knights in another area as well. The injured knight in front of him finally informed the Duke that there was an attack, but he was already aware of that. Instead, His Grace wanted to know what exactly happened. The knight answered that out of nowhere, dark figures barged in and took his niece, Lady Asina. His words shocked the Duke, as he didn't expect that something like that would happen to her. They took his precious and lovely niece, which angered him, as he couldn't imagine what they might do to her. Because of that, he wanted to let it out to the knight who couldn't even handle his one job. Luckily, Nizan interrupts him by saying that it would have been a miracle if he had stopped them with the wounded and the relentless march. He then asked the knight if he had any idea who they might be, to which he answered no, but he knew they appeared to be thoroughly prepared based on their actions. The knight told His Grace that there were many of them, and most importantly, he noticed that they were dressed in the same attire as those who attacked them before, while they were on their way to Pigeon. After hearing that, the Duke got even more furious, as they had been struck by the same enemy twice. Suddenly, Asina's maid woke up and informed them that she had seen the one who had taken the lady. She told them that the Duke may not know that man because they were foreigners, but that man clearly had black hair and blue eyes. The maid knew exactly who he was. That man was none other than High Chief Varain. The Duke was surprised to hear that, as he had met that man before at the banquet. The High Chief even initiated the conversation with him and introduced himself before. Silence filled them suddenly while they looked at His Grace, who was thinking deeply about their situation. The Duke then decided to go to the Sihad and request an audience again with him to talk about his niece, Asina. Somewhere in the palace, the Rakan gathered his most loyal subordinates to talk about their plan after the death of the Sohal's High Chief, Vika. In the middle of their discussion, the envoys from Cromwell suddenly burst inside the room without permission. The people of Rakan, including Nasir, were surprised by his sudden interruption, as they were talking about important matters with their kingdom. However, the Duke couldn't wait any longer and announced in front of the Sihad that Asina, his niece, had been abducted. Nasir was surprised to hear that, since he already knew the lady's identity as being the next in line to the throne in Cromwell, but the Sihad was even more surprised after hearing that news. Just the thought of his woman suddenly going missing when they were facing a grave matter shocked him. Meanwhile, High Chief Dud and High Chief Elbhar couldn't believe that Lord Vika had passed away like that. Without a designated successor, Elbhar was worried that Sohal would face great disorder. While he was busy talking, High Chief Dud suddenly got up without saying a word since earlier. He was so worried about what might happen next, so he told Elbhar that they must stop the Sihad. The High Chief of Naya was confused as to what he meant by that, so he asked about it. The High Chief of Moscat answered that they were seeking a means to provoke their king, that was why they attacked Lord Vika. He was still confused, so Dud explained to him by asking if he knew how the Sihad became the Kuan so easily. High Chief Elbhar answered that it was because he survived. However, Dud told him that the Rakan possessed the moonstone that once belonged to the third prince, which greatly shocked the High Chief of Naya. The moonstone that they were talking about was a shiny piece of jewelry and was also known as the Sihili. It was an ancient heirloom of the Kuan family that was said to contain the sleeping moon spirit, and it serves as proof of one's succession. Legend says that the first god gave it to his companion as a gift, so it was Pigeon's biggest treasure. High Chief Elbhar couldn't believe what he was saying and wanted to know what really happened between the two princes. They were brothers with the same mother, yet he thought they had no connection whatsoever. High Chief Dud didn't know the exact details, but what was clear to him was that the Moonstone played a major role in shaping the current Sahad. He added that with the right circumstances, anyone could go mad, even if they were their flawless god. Thinking about what he said about the right circumstance, High Chief Elbhar had a hint of what he already meant with his words. Because of that, he also got worried about what might happen in the future, so he told High Chief Dud that he would come with him. After hearing about the abduction of Lady Asina, one of the Sahad's people said that Varine had left the capital. Upon hearing that name, the Duke stated that Asina's maid said that the man, Varine, abducted the lady. He told the Sahad that he had no desire to interfere in the internal matters of Pigeon, but he must learn what happened to his niece. Raken wouldn't let him even if he would do that, since it was Pigeon's internal issue after all. The Duke looked at the Sahad seriously while asking him what he plans to do with the current situation. Looking at Badad, it was clear on his face that he was furious as they got Lady Asina involved. He then told the envoy that they have information about their base, and it is located in Kratia, so he should go there himself. After hearing that, the Duke said that it was his understanding that the Sahad had 7 military units. Since he couldn't mobilize the capital's defense force, he assumed that he would take the one directly under his command. Everyone in that room opposed that, as the envoy was crossing the line and wanted their Sahad to mobilize his unit just to save a single woman. However, their king stopped them and said that Lady Asina was his woman and a noblewoman of Cromwell, so he should go himself. That greatly surprised them, as they didn't expect he would really go there just to save a woman. Badad then explained that at the moment there were not many units he could mobilize. Troops must be sent to Sohal, as chaos would erupt following Vika's death. The Yenizan and Jevish would go to Sohal. The Tamers would help Moskat, the Roms would head to Sharza first, and the Azami would stay to defend the capital. That leaves only 2 units. When the Duke heard that, he offered his help and said that he would give him authority over the Rakhen Knights. When his personal knight, Nizan, heard that, he was surprised and greatly opposed to it. He told his grace that there wouldn't be enough forces to protect him, and he was not invincible enough to guard him alone. The people from Pigeon's side doubted his intention for letting an enemy nation use his army, so they assumed that there must be some ulterior motive. Because of that, the Sahad questioned the envoy if there was something he wanted in return. The Duke firmly answered no, as all he wants is for Lady Asina to return safely to them. Suddenly, a knight from the envoy's side interrupted their discussion, as there was some urgent message for the Duke. When his grace asked what it was, the man went close to him and whispered the message he received. After hearing it, the Duke didn't expect that and was surprised by it. It seems like they need his presence regarding that message, which made him clench his fist, as it had to be at that moment when his niece was in danger. Since he had no choice, he apologized to the Sahad and informed him that he must return to Cromwell as soon as possible. Badad didn't like his sudden decision, so he asked if something had happened there, to which the Duke just nodded in response and didn't say more about the details. However, before he made his way out, he begged the Sahad to save Lady Asina and send her to him. The 2 men looked at each other, as if they were understanding the situation that both of them had. With a serious look on his face, the Sahad reassured the envoy that he would definitely do that at all costs. Meanwhile, somewhere in Pigeon, Lady Asina was brought into an underground that looked like a place for prisoners. She was lying down on the ground unconscious and had no idea she had a prisoner chain on her foot. A moment later, the lady opened her eyes and wondered where she was. Her body feels so sluggish and there is a crushing weight on her, just like back when she was stuck in the ruins. When she tried to slowly get up, she was surprised to hear a familiar voice that suddenly talked to her. Lady Asina turned her head to look if her assumption was right, and there she saw High Chief Varine, sitting on a chair in front of her. The one who was responsible for abducting the lady. Before the lady woke up, the High Chief was already there looking at her. He thought that only impulse drove him to bring that woman there. It was not really part of his plans. They were all for Sharza, who desires independence, Gedik, who seeks power within the Council of Elders, High Chief Jalil, who aims for territorial expansion in Dara, and Kratia, who wishes for the downfall of Pigeon. Unlike them, Varine didn't want anything. The only reason he got involved in that was the faint possibility that their scheme might cure his relentless boredom. He thought that at least that was how it had been, and that was how it should have remained. However, the woman in front of him arrived, and that was when he found something he so greatly desired. Looking at her unconscious, he suddenly got the urge to touch her, but he saw something that stopped him from doing so. The Moonstone, also known as Sahili, was an ancient heirloom of the Kuan family that was said to contain the sleeping moon spirit and was to serve as proof of one's succession. Just looking at it made Varine think of the Sahad and call him an arrogant fool. The High Chief couldn't accept the fact that the woman he was so fond of chose Badad. It made him wonder if he had been the one to meet her in the desert that day instead of the Sahad, maybe the lady would be looking at him differently now. When Asina saw him, the first thing she wanted to know was what he was doing with her. However, instead of answering the lady, Varine questioned her about what it looked like for her. He couldn't help but stare at her silver, silken hair that flows like water and crimson eyes that burn like fire. He thought that if only those eyes would gaze at him forever, there's nothing he couldn't do. Asina wanted to know why he was doing that to her, to which he answered that it certainly was not because he had a grudge against her. After saying that, the High Chief reached out to her face and caressed her cheek, which gave chills to the lady. She slapped his hand and told him not to touch her, as she had no idea what he was doing. Besides that, she was so uncomfortable with him. Varine then told Asina not to despise him so much, as it aggravates him, and asked the lady if his heart would find peace if he turned her into a doll, which surprised her. The lady couldn't understand what he meant by that, so she asked the High Chief. However, instead of answering her, he questioned her again. He asked if breaking her arms and legs, blinding her beautiful eyes, and taking her voice would ease his heart. Just hearing those words and looking at Varine made the lady scared already, as he might actually do it. His presence alone was dark and suffocating for her, which was an unfamiliar emotion for the lady. However, she couldn't stand him anymore, so she told him that it wouldn't make her his, as she was nobody's. Her life, her body, every bit of her was hers, so it would never be his, no matter what. The High Chief smiled after hearing that and said that if that was the case, then he would have to ruin her. He then suddenly went near the lady and grabbed her hand, which surprised her. Varine knew she was up to something. That was when he saw the tool she had to unlock the chain on her feet. The lady had no idea when he noticed that. Her action provoked the High Chief, so he told her to beg for her life, and he would spare it. Despite being in a difficult situation, Asina bravely asked what he would do if she refused that. Varine tightened his grip on her hand, smiled at her, and said that she would die alongside that man, Badad. After hearing that, the lady told him that using her as bait would not make the Sahad come there. The High Chief laughed at her and said that she must be mistaken. He corrected her that she was not the bait, but the document in his hand was. When he finally let her hand go, Asina asked what that paper was that he was using as bait. Varine said that Badad used to be very much like him. He desired nothing and simply lived as he was. But that document in his hand was the only thing the Sahad ever sought. The third prince's secret. Meanwhile, at the palace, Umar asked Nasir if the envoy had left, to which he answered yes and said the duke really did leave his knights behind. They have not put up any resistance either. He then asked about the Sahad. Umar told him that he was ready to set out, and it seems he was in a hurry since Kratia was so far away. Nasir couldn't shake the feeling that something was a bit off, so he asked Umar if Varine was really there, but he told him that they had reliable information that their base was in Kratia. Nasir was about to let go of that topic when someone spoke behind them and said that Varine wouldn't be there. He was surprised to see the two High Chiefs and asked Lord Izmir what he meant by that. The High Chief replied that Varine went to Hamala, the land that borders the Desert of Death, and Sharza. When Nasir questioned how he knew about that, Lord Izmir answered that he was also a High Chief, so he had some ways to get information. He then asked Nasir if the Sahad wouldn't bend his will, to which he answered no. After hearing that, Lord Izmir then said that his job ends there, so he would return to Maine and monitor the situation from there. High Chief Elbhar also excused himself, as he had no business there. Nasir took one last look at the High Chiefs before the two of them hurriedly went to the Sahad to let him know about the new information they had gathered. Lord Izmir, on the other hand, thought that if his master wished to see that through to the end, it was his duty as his servant to follow. Now, all he could do was hope that the Sahad's blessing would continue to grace their land. Meanwhile, when Varine went outside for a while, Asina was thinking of a plan to escape that place. However, it seemed to be difficult, as the walls were so thick that she couldn't hear anything, and she had no idea what was going on outside. Moreover, for some reason, she couldn't seem to gather any strength. She couldn't move, but there was something she couldn't quite place, which made her wonder what it was. Suddenly, the High Chief was back, carrying a food tray, and said that the lady was surprisingly calm given her situation. When Asina asked what he meant by that, Varine answered that he was expecting she would put up more of a fight. She then told him that he already knows who she is, and yet he still tries to kill her, so she asked if he was not scared at all. The High Chief smiled at her and said that if they were in the northern continent, he would, but since they were in the south, he was not really scared at all. His answer annoyed her, and what made her uncomfortable even more was when he tried to feed her. He was kind to the lady while offering it and told her that it was not poisoned, so she could eat it before it got cold. However, Asina was not happy at all to accept it, and turned her head away as if she was disgusted at the man in front of her. Varine didn't insist on feeding her and just let her be. He told her that he could force her to eat, but he would rather not ruin that pretty face of hers. The lady wondered what that man really wanted from her. She thought about it while being locked up there, but she couldn't find the answer. If she was not being used as bait to catch the Sahad, she wondered what his reason was for bringing her there. Suddenly, an idea popped into the lady's head, which greatly surprised her, as it was the only possible reason she could think of. Without hesitation, Asina looked at the High Chief and directly asked him if he liked her. That question froze Varine, as he also had no idea if he liked the lady that he was doing all of that to her. After a while, the High Chief answered that he didn't know, as he had never liked anyone before. He added that he did think about killing her, but at the same time he wants to leave her be. Varine also wants to watch her and even touch her. After making that statement, he inquired of the lady whether that was the true meaning of liking someone. Asina said that even if she asked her that, she wouldn't know. When he heard that, he then brushed the lady's hair and questioned her again if she was only pretending not to. After that, he closed his eyes and gave Asina's hair a light peck as if he really wanted her. The High Chief then opened his eyes and honestly told the lady that he didn't even know why she brought her there. That made her question him about the reason why he still did it, to which he answered that he simply didn't want to leave her there. When she was about to go with Jakia to leave Pigeon, he considered letting her return to the north. However, he had a feeling she would come back. After saying that, he looked at her reaction, and when he saw it, he still found it endearing even though it was clearly fear of him. The High Chief then touched her chin and said that he wants to see that man, the Sahad, weigh between her and the third prince's secret. He couldn't wait to see which one he would pick when he was forced to choose. While looking directly at her eyes, he asked the lady if she was not curious at all. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Nasir informed Lord Aman that the Sahad has put measures in place so that, if anything occurs in Alpesian, he could handle the situation. The Chamberlain nodded in response and asked if Nasir was heading to Kratia. He then answered yes while remembering what they had discussed with the Sahad before. He told them that they couldn't go to both Kratia and Hamala. Nevertheless, they couldn't give up on attacking the base in Kratia. Because of that, the Sahad said that he would go after Varine while Nasir and Umar would go to Kratia with the soldiers. Then, he ordered Karim to join them and guard Nasir. When they heard that, Umar and Nasir greatly opposed it, as it was dangerous and he must not go alone. Karim, on the other hand, suggested sending him instead. However, the Sahad was firm with his decision. He told them that it was an order and any complaints would be addressed once that matter was resolved. Since it had already come to that, they couldn't do anything but obey their king, including Nasir. Before leaving, he told the Chamberlain that he entrusted the aftermath to him, while Lord Aman told them to be careful. Meanwhile, the Sahad, together with some soldiers, was on their way to Hamala, where Varine was. While on their way, Badad couldn't help but clench his fist at the thought of Lady Asina. The moment he found out that she had been kidnapped, even the simple act of breathing became excruciating for him. He feared the possibility of losing her for good, and he regretted not sending her to the north. Those unfamiliar emotions strangled him while thinking of those possibilities in his mind. He prays that she remains safe, otherwise he might truly lose his sanity this time. Suddenly, one of the soldiers informed their Sahad that they had already reached the territory of Hamala. When their king asked about the situation, he answered that a number of guards were standing watch at the mosque. As they came closer, the Sahad couldn't help but think how hideous a sight it was, as one would expect from a city abandoned without a ruler. After getting down from his horse, Badad informed the others that he was going in and ordered them not to enter the building until he had come out. The soldiers knew it was dangerous, but they didn't say a word and just obeyed his orders. Before going in, he told them that they should obey the chief commander's instructions if anything happens. While walking, the Sahad was observing the surroundings and could feel a dismal energy throughout the building. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a trap set up by Varine to capture him. After some time, they finally reached a room where Varine was. When Badad saw him standing there, he commented on how he had managed to hide well in a place like that. The High Chief smiled while looking at him and said that he was not really hiding, as he was hoping he would come. Without further talking, the Sahad got to the point and asked where Lady Asina was. That surprised the High Chief, as he expected him to look for something else first, rather than the lady. He then told him that she was somewhere in that building. To be precise, she was beneath the very floor he was standing on. However, Varine also said that what he had been looking for all this time was also there, which caught Sahad's attention. The High Chief then told him that he had thought long and hard about how to trap him and incapacitate his reasoning, but it seems he was a lucky man. Varine asked if he already knew what his desire was when he went there. The Sahad answered yes, and it was his life. His eyes widened in excitement while telling him that it was the fall of the Kuan family. The third prince wiped out the children of the harem, and the remaining royalty died in the civil battle. There was only one person remaining in the Kuan family. That was him, Badad. After saying that, the high chief warned him that he must hurry, as there was not much time. Then suddenly, a group of men showed up, attacking them. When one of the soldiers told the Sihad that it was an ambush, Varine and 2 of his men hurriedly escaped that place. The king saw him leaving, but he couldn't follow him as they kept attacking their group. Meanwhile, the high chief was now outside the building and told one of his men, Rogwi, that he would leave the rest up to him. Before leaving, the man asked what he should do about the woman they captured. Varine paused for a while and thought about what the best plan was for her. He then told him that he should bring her to him if she survives, to which Rogwi obeyed. On the other hand, Asina was left alone somewhere in that building while her feet were still chained. When she woke up, her eyes wandered around, and she wanted to know how much time had already passed. She was slowly losing consciousness, but she knew that she needed to stay awake, so she forced her eyes open. However, she felt that she had no strength left to do that while lying on the ground. Because of that, her eyes were closing little by little despite her willpower. Luckily, the Sahad came just in time. As soon as he saw her, he quickly hugged the lady, grateful that she was safe. That woke her up as if she was given some strength, and she came back to her senses while being surprised to see Beihai there. Earlier, somewhere around that building, a group of men wearing cloaks gathered and started something. When the man who leads them said to begin already, the others spoke some kind of magic. It was as if they were trying to put some spell on the building in preparation for the king's arrival. A moment later, after Varine set the trap for the Sahad and escaped that place, blood could be seen everywhere. Although Badad already knew that it was a trap planned by High Chief Varine and that he was sinking deeper into a quagmire, he still kept going and couldn't stop. He had already lost count of how many people he attacked as he kept going to the place where the lady was. When the Sahad was finally there, he saw Asina lying on the ground with a chain on both her hands and feet. The moment he opened the gate of that cell, he realized the painful truth. He called her name to let the lady know that he was already there to save her. His realization upon seeing her was that he had given all of himself to Asina. He knew that he had given everything for her until there was nothing left. The Sihad hugged the lady tightly, and thought that he could no longer breathe properly for even a moment without that woman in his arms. On the other hand, the moment Asina realized that it was really Badad who came for her, she came back to her senses. However, instead of being happy that he had finally arrived, she suddenly got worried as he shouldn't be there, so she told him to go already. The Sahad didn't listen to her and was focused on the chain on her hand, which angered him. When he wanted to know about it, Asina informed him that Varine was trying to kill him and that he should take the third prince's secret since he already knew where it was. However, the lady was surprised when the Sahad stopped her from talking anymore. After that, he strikes the chains on both her hands and feet with his sword to free her. When the 2 of them stepped outside of that cell, magic started as if it was going to destroy that place. As soon as they hurriedly looked for the exit, magic circles started to appear around them. By the looks of it, the Sahad knew it was to trap both of them, so they needed to get out of there quickly. However, more men appeared to stop them. Badad raised his sword and prepared to attack, but before that, the lady asked if he could use the divine power he had used in the desert. He answered no and said that he couldn't seem to wield it ever since he entered that building. That made Asina worried while she watched the Sahad fight those men alone. She then realized what Varine meant by his words before. He told her that he wanted to see the Sahad weigh between her and the third prince's secret. Since the lady didn't have any combat skills, it was impossible for both of them to get out safely, but Badad could make it out by himself, so a choice must be made between the 2. When Asina let go of the Sahad's hand, he halted and suddenly got confused by her action. She then told him to take the third prince's secret and leave that place without her. The lady said that she knew how important it was to him, so she was willing to sacrifice herself for him to get it. Beihai was very confused and asked what she meant when the place started to crash. It greatly shocked him. Even though he knew what she was trying to say, it was hard for him to accept that. His brother handed over the Kuan family heirloom to him and chose to end his life. For someone like him, who grew up without parents, the loss of his only blood relative carried great meaning. With no purpose in life, he was consumed with uncovering his death, but that was before he met her. The Sahad grabbed her hand tightly and opposed her suggestion to leave her behind. He strongly told the lady that there was nothing he would trade her for, even if it was his brother's secret. His words surprised Asina, and she became speechless while he dragged her, as she didn't expect him to say that. A moment later, the building started to crumble because of the magic that had been activated. As the 2 of them hurriedly went to the exit, they didn't expect to see a much bigger magic circle that blocked the door. Badad knew that since Varine couldn't kill him himself, he was trying to bury him along with that building. Seeing how the two of them got trapped while that place was falling apart, Asina couldn't think of anything else. She thought that maybe it was the effect of the magic that made the Sahad look really exhausted. However, the lady couldn't accept that their life together would just end like that. She couldn't let both of them die in that place, so she tried to force herself into that magic circle. But it was no use at all, as she was being pushed back. Luckily, Badad catches her despite the force of the magic. As soon as he catches her, Asina could feel the pain from the shock of the magic circle. But at the same time, she also got an idea that could help them destroy that thing in front of them. She then told the Sahad to step aside for a moment, which surprised him as he had no idea what she was planning to do. The lady told him that she would try to break the magic circle. She clenched her fist while getting ready, as it was the last hope she had in mind. That magic circle was incredibly strong, so if she wishes to break it, she must use an item with powerful magic. The last hope she thought of just now was the Estadia's earring that was given to her by her uncle Ian. She knew that there would be an explosion, but it was better than being buried alive. The lady then warned Badad to watch out as she threw the item straight to the magic circle. As soon as it touched the magic, it created a big explosion, enough to destroy almost half of the building. The two of them finally could see the sky above them while catching their breath from that massive explosion. However, despite destroying that magic circle, Asina was shocked at the sight of Badad's current state. He was covered in blood and his arm looked gravely injured. The lady knew he got hurt while trying to protect her from the debris. When she asked him if he still could get up, he nodded in response. However, the Sahad suddenly got surprised. Someone appeared behind the lady and pointed his sword at her neck, which greatly shocked her. It looks like the person who was loyal to Varine, Rogwi, and told Asina that what she did was impressive. He then instructed her to step back a little, which she obediently obeyed as they were at a disadvantage. However, another man also appeared behind the Sahad and was ready to attack him with his sword. Asina shouted to warn Badad, but it was already too late, and he couldn't react quickly because of his injuries. The lady knew he was really in great danger, so she escaped that man's sword while they were all distracted. Luckily, Rogwi was too surprised to react immediately while Asina went to the Sahad to save him. The lady realized her action too late as her body moved instinctively before she could even think. Asina was already hugging Badad, covering him, when that man swung his sword at him. The Sahad was too focused on fighting back against that man without realizing the lady's condition. When the attacker saw the king's gaze, he hesitated to move as he got scared all of a sudden. Because of that, it gave Badad a chance to fight back. He pulled out a knife from his clothes while holding Asina. However, after he was done with that man, Rogwi went to him for a surprise attack. But this time, the Sahad was aware of it, so he blocked his sword and stabbed him through his heart. That caused Rogwi to vomit a lot of blood. In that situation, he still had the strength to utter his lord's name, Varine. Thereafter, he didn't last long and fell to the ground as he lost his life in front of the Sahad. As he was lost in thought after killing their attacker, Asina called his name, which made him come back to his senses. However, the lady couldn't stand straight as she walked towards him and suddenly felt pain in her body. She thought that she got the wound while protecting Badad. After a few seconds, Asina felt dizzy. The Sahad couldn't believe what was happening at that moment when the lady started to fall. Luckily, he caught her on time. However, he was in great shock as there was blood coming from her. Both of them were on the ground, and when Badad called her name, there was no response at all. His hands were trembling from the sight of the blood after touching the lady, and he couldn't understand what was going on at that moment. The Sahad was staring at Asina as he tried to call her name, hoping to wake her up. Then, a moment later, the lady suddenly opened her eyes and noticed something on Badad. His eyes were turning redder, as if they were on fire. Asina didn't have any strength left in her. She had vowed to live a life with no regrets, but now that she was facing death, there were so many things she would miss, including her parents, friends, and most especially the Sahad, Badad. They got off on the wrong foot, but she never truly hated him. To stay alive, he detached himself from his feelings, and he tried to bear everything alone. While the lady was not bound to one place, Badad remained endlessly stuck in one. There were so many reasons why she and he couldn't be together, but in the end, he stole her heart. She was already having difficulties breathing as she stared at the man whom she fell in love with. The lady thought to herself that if she had known it would turn out like that, she should have just loved him without holding back. The Sahad couldn't do anything at that moment. Seeing the woman he first fell in love with losing her life like that in his arms was unbearable. Suddenly, the lady gathered all the strength left within her to tell Badad to go, as more warriors might come. She told him to save himself, which surprised the Sahad, as she was basically telling him to leave her there. At that moment, Varane's men saw the king and charged towards him. Beihai didn't care at all about them and just lifted the lady to get her treated right away before it was too late. He then kept walking until he faced the clear desert and used some of his magic. The Sahad then suddenly jumps from the air as if he already knew where to bring the lady to save her. Meanwhile, the Duke, who was on the road, suddenly stopped as he felt something. It was as if he felt something had happened to his niece. His knight suddenly got curious and asked him if there was anything wrong, to which he answered no. The Duke just reasoned that they had been riding for a long time, so he decided to take a quick break. After the two of them settled their horse to let them rest, they sat down in front of the fire they made. Nizan then suddenly asked the Duke if he was sure that it was okay to leave Lady Asina like that. He answered that he gave her the earring so it would protect her to some extent. Besides that, even if he were there was nothing else he could do, so he would just have to trust him, the Sihad. When his knight heard that, he questioned if his grace actually trusted the king of another nation. The Duke turned to look at him and told Nizan that he believed what he saw. He added that a few people have that look in their eyes. The Duke saw it when he barged into their meeting and informed the Sahad about his niece's abduction. The knight was confused and asked if he had heard him right, saying something about the look, to which his grace answered yes. He continued to say that he knew one person who had it, and it was his brother-in-law, Asina's father. The Duke then stated that Badad was a useless king or god if he couldn't even save his woman. Meanwhile, the Sihad arrived somewhere in a grand castle in the middle of the desert as if he had teleported there. While the Duke was talking to his knight about how the Sihad would save his niece even if it meant sacrificing his own life, Badad had arrived at that castle, carrying the lady in his arms, but it seems it took all the strength he had left, as he fell to the ground at the door's entrance. A moment later, a group of men welcomed the Duke as soon as he arrived at their boat. His grace wasted no time and asked where that man was located, so the knight led him there. They covered his mouth and tied him up to ensure that he wouldn't try to escape them. When the Duke saw him, he asked the man if he was the messenger who went back and forth between Cromwell, Pigeon, and Kratia. It turns out it was Akka, one of Varaine's men. He couldn't believe he was in that kind of situation, as he came to Surt because of the High Chief, but he had landed himself in a mess. Akka regrets his decision and thought that he should have run the moment he sensed trouble. The Duke then went closer to the man while saying that he had left his beloved niece behind and came there because of him. After saying that, he suggested that the man not test his patience, so he had better tell him where the letter Varaine gave him was. His grace was putting a lot of pressure on his shoulder while telling him that, which made Akka realize that he was in great trouble this time. A moment later, one of the Duke's men reported that the captured man had swallowed the letter as soon as they saw them. Because of that, he apologized to his grace, but he told him that it was fine. He just ordered to keep an eye on him so he doesn't run away, and added that they should return to the north. When the Duke was finally alone, he was staring at the vast sea while thinking of many things in his mind. But the one that bothered him more was the fight for the throne. He had no idea that it would still be an influential matter. To Cromwell, the king of the desert had always been a formidable enemy. Unlike Cromwell, where internal divisions were inevitable due to the union of various races and nations, Pigeon was unified under the mighty god Kuan, making it a significant threat. As a result, Cromwell's authorities constantly kept a watchful eye on Pigeon and worked to keep it in check. That included the Duke's family, House Estadia. When he shared about it with Nizan, he asked his grace what he meant by that. The Duke said that he was talking about the incident that happened around 20 years ago in Pigeon, when the third prince ended everyone's lives in the harem. His grace said that the timing was just too suspicious. When the knight heard that, he asked if he was suggesting that what happened in Pigeon was related to the Duke's family. But his grace just told him to think about who the prime minister was at that time. Rossman, Cromwell's black prime minister, was a figure who had extensive influence on Cromwell's politics. Though he abruptly retired over 20 years ago and passed the head of the house role to Ian, Cromwell's politics remained under the shadow of the influence he had established. The Duke stated that he was still not certain, as all he had was a hunch. But they knew that the old man would do anything for his family and Cromwell. Even if civil battle were to erupt in Cromwell, he would ensure that Pigeon couldn't take advantage by planting the seeds of divisions within it. When Nizan asked what the old man did, the Duke answered that he didn't know. That was why he needed to go to the north and ask his father himself. He assumed that maybe he would tell him something if he brought that informant to him. Meanwhile, Lady Asina was brought to a magnificent room where she got some rest after getting stabbed while protecting the Sahad. The moonstone bracelet, also known as the Sahili, was shining at the table beside the lady. At that moment, she was slowly gaining her consciousness, and when she opened her eyes a little, the lady wondered where she was. By the time Asina had already remembered what had happened, she suddenly got up from the bed. The first thing she did was to look for the Sahad, but she couldn't find him in that room. After some time, the lady felt the pain in her body even when she just got up from bed. Suddenly, a man came in and told her that she must not move yet, as her wound had not fully healed. It was an unfamiliar face to Asina, so she asked who he was while he just stood there. The man with long black hair and red eyes smiled at the lady and said that he was the Sihad Kuan. That greatly surprised her, as she knew that he was referring to Pigeon's first king. Asina couldn't help but ask if the man was really a god since he was still alive, but he answered her no. Suddenly, the lady noticed that he had crimson eyes, which made her realize who he was. There was no way she could have gotten that wrong, as she was clearly seeing his eyes. When Asina asked if he was a Verdun, the man didn't answer her and just smiled at her. The Verdun, a clan of gods, were the children born of the gods' blessings. They were characterized by their red eyes and unique abilities, so she knew that he was really a Verdun. As it was for her to believe, the lady went closer to him and said that, to her knowledge, all the Verdun lived on Mount Ithaca. She then wanted to know if he was the reason Beihai ended up with such powers, to which the man said yes. He told her that he would explain everything, but she needed to calm down first, as her wound was not healed yet. Just as the man was about to assist the lady, Badad came, grabbed his hand and asked what he was trying to do. He pulled his hand back and told him that it was nothing, while Asina was surprised to see Beihai. When the Sihad was being cautious with that man, he told him that there was no need for him to be so tense, as he was not going to take the lady from him. He then gave them some privacy and told them to get some rest, as they must both be tired. The two didn't say a word to the man and just watched him leave them in that room. When they were alone, Badad asked the lady if she was okay, to which she answered that it was bearable. While holding her hands, the Sahad couldn't help but ask her why she did something so foolish. Asina said that she was not sure, as her body just reacted instinctively in that situation. Beihai then told her that she could have died, but the lady said that she didn't. The Sihad told the lady that she almost lost her life. It just so happened that the desert was close by, and that was a place where distance didn't matter, so she survived. Badad added that if she had been with someone else, she would have already been dead. When Asina heard that, she couldn't say a word to him, as she knew that the Sahad had a point. However, she thought that even if she were to return to the past, she would make the same decision. Since it had already happened, there was no need for her to argue with him anymore, and she just touched his face to comfort Beihai. The lady then told him that it was fine as long as he was alive, which surprised him. The Sahad didn't expect that from her and became speechless after hearing that. Suddenly, he hugged Asina as he couldn't control the emotions he was feeling at that moment. Badad even held onto her tightly, as he could feel like he could breathe again at last. That surprised the lady while he kissed her shoulder. The Sahad then thought to himself that he needs Asina to live. She couldn't do anything but do the same to him, and as they hugged each other, Beihai told her not to do that ever again. He suddenly remembered the life he had before meeting the woman he fell in love with, Asina. That throne he was currently sitting on was obtained through bloodshed. Badad survived to avoid death, but he actually gained nothing. While sitting on it, he still could hear his brother's voice from time to time, asking what the view was like when he was on that throne. It was like he existed only in his mind, as if he was tormenting the Sihad. It has always been that way, as if he were still alive and was just in front of Beihai. There was even a time when he asked him the reason why he gave the moonstone to him. However, instead of an answer, he questioned him if he had become the Kuan to find that out. His brother then gave the Sihad a warning while holding his shoulder. He told him to beware of those who try to lure him down with that moonstone he gave him. Their young god has been given the name, Raken. Because of that, some were rejoicing, hearing that a Kuan had finally come with the name of Raken. But most of them were wary, as he was the third prince's brother, so they decided to be careful around him and serve him properly to ensure nothing went wrong. They all gave him the respect he earned, as he was the Sahad, a god's name, and people call him God. There was no one equal to him. They had no choice but to worship him, because if they opposed the Sahad, they would face a great consequence. As with every Kuan, he was offered numerous beautiful women, but they were delicate flowers that were too fragile to survive the desert sands. That made Badad think that was the reason why he was attracted to Asina. For him, it was astonishing how her resilient vitality seemed unbreakable, no matter where she was cast. The dazzling light from her drew him in, numbing his reason and clouding his thoughts. Beihai had lived believing that emotions like affection, love, happiness, and stability were irrelevant to him. When the woman in front of him said that it was fine to put her life in danger as long as he was alive, a realization hit him. Her existence alone shakes his world to its core. Even when the Sahad looks at her, he misses her. Even when he touches her, he longs for more. She was the only one who made him feel that way. That night, at the grand castle in the middle of the desert, as the two hugged each other, Badad knew that Asina was his moon. After that, the lady looked at him as if something was bothering her. She still couldn't forget the decision he made when he rescued her. Asina couldn't help but ask the Sahad if he was okay, as he lost the one he was trying to retrieve because of her. She knew that Badad dedicated his life to uncovering the truth of the third prince's incident. However, that day, when Badad had to choose between saving her or retrieving that thing, he didn't hesitate to give it up for her. Just thinking how all of the Sahad's efforts went to waste made the lady angry at herself. It was hard to believe that he did all of that just to save her, a woman who always tried to run away from him. The Sahad knew what the lady was thinking without her even saying it, so he touched her face to look at him. He wanted her to look him in the eye to assure Asina that everything was all right. He told her with sincerity that whatever it was on that document, it didn't matter to him anymore. Just hearing that from him made the lady start to cry as he chose her over the most important thing for him. Asina couldn't help but her heart beat faster than before, as if it was telling her to say it to him. The words she swore she would never speak were hovering on the edge of her lips. She knew that if she didn't say it now, she felt like she never would, so she took the courage to tell the Sahad that she likes him. The lady followed her heart now and didn't become a coward. As she said it so suddenly, Badad was surprised to hear it, as he didn't expect her to confess like that. He couldn't say a word at first, as he was still processing what was happening at that very moment. When she couldn't get a reaction from him, the lady said again that she really liked Badad. Still, there was no response from him, so Asina couldn't help but bow her head when, suddenly, Beihai held her face to lift it up to look at him, which surprised the lady. However, she was confused when he suddenly asked if that was all she had to say. She had no idea what he was expecting, so she also asked what more there could be. The Sahad answered that whatever it may be, longing, possessiveness, or desire, she should say it. As he was on top of her while saying that, the lady couldn't believe hearing those words from him. With a longing face looking at her eyes, the Sahad wanted her to say that she wanted him. Asina couldn't help but bite her lips while asking if it didn't matter to him that she was a noble from Cromwell. Without waiting for his answer, the lady nodded in response that she wanted him. Instead of answering her, the Sahad asked Asina if it really should matter if she were a noble from Cromwell. That answer from him was enough for the lady to understand his feelings for her. Because of that, she wraps her hands around his neck as if she were okay with what might come next. But before they could go any further, Asina told the Sahad that he would regret it, which surprised him. She explained that she was not his average woman, different from those who had been offered to him. However, instead of worrying about that, Badad smiled at her, as it was exactly what drew him to her. As he touched her face and went closer to her, he told the lady that he was looking forward to that. That reassured Asina, because no matter what the hindrances were, he fully accepted it. After all, it was her. She then embraced the Sahad tightly, and without asking for more, she sealed her lips to his. As the moon shines brightly in that room, the two accept each other's feelings that no one could break. For the time being, I'll end this here. Did you enjoy the manhwa? If so, then check back for the next part. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and stay tuned for more.